And folks, welcome one and all to the KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter. Also, you can find us here on Hazard Analysis, Big Buckin' Empire on YouTube and Facebook. Folks, welcome one and all. I am your King of Extreme, Phil KOE, the man of the hour, the man of the power, the man that makes you the podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, and one damn handsome man if I do say so myself. And I am joined by my indomitable broadcast partner. Wait, Tony, you look different tonight.
Hey, it's one. Hey, look, it's just cool to be a Southerner these days. So I became a Southerner, right?
Nice. Well, I am joined this evening by the indomitable Osiris, folks. How are we all doing this beautiful, beautiful evening? Let me make sure that you are getting all the sweet, soft summer sounds that are the voice of extreme. Oh, there we go. And for a moment, you actually got two fills for the price of one, which is an amazing, amazing deal. Probably the best. Oh, hello there, little guy. What an amazing phone. Now, me and Osiris here, we were discussing presidential candidates and the like. But before we get into any of that, Osiris, there's something that the folks need to know. That there's another candidate out there. There's one that I don't know if a lot of them are aware of, but they need to be made aware of that there's a candidate, a different kind of candidate for you, for me, for everybody. And let's check it out right here. God bless America. God bless this glorious land. And because this land is so glorious, it needs a new president to match that glory. And that person is Phil KOE. Yes, Phil KOE in 2024, a man who truly loves America, a man who loves this nation and the people in it. Phil KOE, the true alternative in 2024, the man you all need, a man of the nation, a man of the country, a man of the people, a man of nature, a man who is going to point us to a brighter tomorrow. Yes, Phil KOE. He is a man of decisive action. Phil KOE. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is for America. I'm going to do that for you in Washington, D.C. Whatever that is, you're going to get a lot of that. Yes, folks, Phil KOE, a man who will make sure to dot the I's and cross the T's of American government. Phil KOE, he will make sure to preserve your freedoms to work on go-karts on the weekend or whatever you call fun in this glorious nation. That's why you need to consider Phil KOE. And that, folks, is why I am asking for your vote in 2024, folks, because I, your King of Extreme, Phil KOE, have officially announced my candidacy for the presidency of the United States of America. Beautiful, beautiful flag. Old Glory is coming with me, folks, and we're going all the way to Washington, D.C. If you're tired of business as usual in D.C., do the right thing. In 2024, vote extreme. Phil KOE, the choice for you, the choice for me, the choice for everyone within all sundry. Folks, God bless every last one of you, and we're taking this all the way to Washington, D.C. in 2024. Vote Phil KOE to fix D.C. Yes, folks, it's going to happen. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be glorious. You're going to join me, the Cabinet of Extreme. Our inauguration party is going to make the Jackson inauguration party look like a debutante ball, folks. It's going to be amazing. Old Glory's coming with me. What else do we need? God bless all of you beautiful people. Travel well, and in 2024, vote Phil KOE. Beautiful.
Sweet.
We've all grown. Yes, so in 2024, of all the candidates, I mean, Osiris, I think we can probably count on your vote, sir.
Yes, sir. A true patriot.
I think you'll probably be getting a cabinet position as well. And I mean, just in the nick of time, just the nick of time, as we wrapped up that amazing emotional campaign video. We have none other than the one, the only Lethe Water Kai. How are we doing this evening, sir?
Doing all right. Good to be here.
Nice. Welcome to this simulcast of Big Buck and Empire and Hazard Analysis, because there's been a lot of reasons why a lot of folks haven't been able to get on the saddle lately, so I figured I'm just gonna put both them horses on one cart and take it on down the trail. So I appreciate you all coming for this one. Lethe, how have you
Alesto says what's up.
What's that?
Alesto says what's up.
Sweet. Howdy, Alesto. How you been, Lethe?
Tired and hot. A hot ass day.
We got comments here. Goes, I like Trump 2024, and Bandit goes, hey Osiris.
What's up, Bandit?
So like we're getting right into it. So Lethe, me and Osiris were discussing presidential candidates and who we like, who we don't like, likelihoods, all the betting odds of it, if you will. And so like I'm gonna kind of start this off to the two of you, and then I'll give you mine. Like obviously, if we were gonna do a top three ranked tier voting choice, as to everybody who's kind of on the battlegrounds right now, who would be your picks as it stands at the moment? Like obviously Phil KOE being everybody's number one choice, so we can put that aside for a moment. Like obviously, like this will be the non-Phil KOE division, because like me, it would just be Phil KOE, and Phil KOE. But we need to set that aside. So Lethe, since you've arrived first, I'll hit this one to you, sir. Rank choice from 3, 2, 1. 3 being your not bad, but not my first choice. Number 1 being, God, I love them and I want them in. Which one would you choose from both parties? There's no party pick here.
Both parties,
you can, because
I can preface the both parties thing by saying the only people running for the Democrats is Biden, Williamson, and Kennedy. So you got 3 on that side. Oh, continue.
Now, Marianne Williamson is fucking awesome. She's 1,000 miles out of her goddamn mind, and I love everything that comes out of her mouth. Like, it's just like, please run forever, run every election. But Lethe, a bipartisan pick. Who you going with?
I didn't mind Nikki Haley. She
Alrighty.
seems to have good foreign policy. She seems to know what she's talking about. She can relate to people, and to be the first, like, we get a female president in that case, so we get some diversity going on. Get to see how a woman will handle the job. I think she was bodying Vivek Ramaswamy. So
actually, let's go around everybody's number 3, then everybody's number 2, then I like that. That's actually kind of fun. So your number 3 is Nikki Haley.
Correct.
Osiris, who's your Nikki Haley? Who's your number 3?
Number 3, that's a hard one, because I don't really like any of these people. I'm gonna keep it real with you. None of these people really make me say, "Wow, now that's president right there." But if I guess I gotta go with number 3, I'll go with I'm gonna go with a safe bet. I'm gonna go with DeSantis 3.
DeSantis.
Really?
My number 3 pick would be, as it stands right now, and I know there's a lot of problems with him. He's not my favorite. There's a reason he's number 3, but it's because it's on a pretty slim pickings. My number 3 pick is Vivek Ramaswamy. So out of everybody, he's not my favorite, but he's number 3 right now. Lethe, who is your number 2?
Number 2,
Again,
can I throw Kanye division in there?
I mean, if you don't want to stream on Twitch anymore, I guess you're allowed to put Kanye as number 2. I mean, you do you, my man. Like I don't make they seem a little petty on who they do.
I really don't mind Chris Christie. I just don't feel like he has the charisma to get there.
Can I just go ahead and say something? Okay, this is a guy that I can get away with saying this because I am fat. Chris Christie is too fat to be president of the United States. Okay, there. I said it. I said it.
6'3",
I fucking
215
said it.
pounds.
What's that?
He's 6'3", 215 pounds. He's perfectly fine.
He's a fullback.
Okay, yeah. Like, no, I'm sorry. Like, there is this weird social expectation for people who are fat, and if you're not fat, you don't know.
Well, I'm not fat phobic,
and
so I wouldn't have that issue.
What's that?
I'm not fat phobic, so we don't have that issue. He's good.
There's a lot. Like, here's the weird thing. Okay, like when a small person is sitting across from a really big guy that's eating a meal, I've seen it before. They have like this. Now I'm talking like really small people. They're like 100 pounds, soaking wet, 5'2", and like they're almost afraid that you're gonna like reach the fork across the table and just like poke them and just like shove them into your mouth. Like there's this really weird fear phobia that happens with super skinny people to super fat people. I've seen it my whole life, and when I was a kid, I always had to deal with little big man syndrome, where little guys would try to beat you up because you were bigger. And so if they beat you up, it'd make them big. It was the weirdest thing. But so like, I get Chris Christie, I get his appeal, but as much as I hate to say, aesthetics matter. I hate to say this. I hate to be that guy, but don't worry guys, I'll get in trouble. You won't. It's fine. I made that. So Osiris, what's and hang on, I want to hit a couple comments here. Bandit. So I called it right with 2 no-shows and 1 sick triceratops. So yeah, dog and chicken. There's no dog nor chicken tonight. You got KOE running the castle here. Bandit, I hate Nikki Haley of anything because her foreign policy. She's a war hawk. Bandit, my number 3 is RFK Jr. Chris Christie would get stuck in the bathtub. Nice. When you refill your M&Ms, you won't survive. Like, yeah, when you got to refill your M&Ms with more M&Ms like that. I'm sorry, that's just forever. Like that'll. Okay, now Osiris, who is your number 2?
So let me just piggyback off what you said, and there is a real thing where almost every president, if not every president, was over 6 foot tall, was of a decently slender build, or at least lean, et cetera, et cetera. So there is something about people generally selecting for some physical qualities. With all that being said, and everything that Phil KOE said with his brilliance, I'm going with Chris Christie.
Yeah. Let's go.
All right.
Make sure we all get to eat.
This is where I get bipartisan. My number 2 is Marianne. What? No, I'm kidding. Like, God, don't get me wrong, I love her. She's an honorable mention just because she's just fucking nuts, and I love everything that she says. But my number 2, and this is the first time in my life, because I have been a member of my beloved Republican Party since I was a teenager. When I was on my 18th birthday, I went immediately to the courthouse and registered to vote. I registered for selective services and proudly registered as a Republican. I've been a lifelong Republican. And well, for the draft, you sign up for the draft.
Pick a branch. Which branch did you pick?
Fuck, I don't remember. I think
I picked Marine like an idiot.
I think Army because my grandpa in World War II was in the Army. So I just thought, okay, like that's
I
like
Air Force for selective services because my parents were in the Air Force. But when I tried to join the Air Force, they were like, "Nah, bruh, can't do that." Even though I scored a 98, 99 on the ASVAB.
But yeah, like I just remember Grandpa was in the Army. I guess I'm in the Army. Okay. But my number 2, and so this is the first time in my life, and Tony can back this up. This is the first time in my entire adult political life that I have ever endorsed a Democrat in any measure for president, and my number 2 pick is RFK Jr.
Not surprised.
Yeah,
not surprised at all.
Like that's like I can see
Phil, I'm trying to think.
Like look, that actually, like, oh sorry, no, Osiris, take this in for a moment. Like words made pain on another human being. Like, do you realize how powerful I feel? Like I feel like a wizard right now. Okay, like words.
I'm starting to get the feeling you like slightly crazy people. That's I'm getting.
Slightly, he says.
Yeah. Look, I'm being good faith here. He likes slightly crazy people.
He's trying.
One
hey, give him
over the cuckoo's nest. Let's go.
Now, Lethe, your number 1 pick for who you would like to vote for president in 2024. Obviously, non-Phil KOE division. Obviously, that would be vote 1 through 3, obviously, without question. But that aside, sir, what would your vote for number 1?
It's tough, but it would have to be Joseph Biden.
Oh,
And now I have magic words.
pain. Yes. Now, Osiris, before we get to your number 1 reveal, I have another reveal I have to make, sir. Give me one moment here, because we have another run-in. Another person has arrived and is ready to be brought in. He is the well-known Beard of Knowledge. Oh, we've got iCow Rich, the one, the only. Oh, and I obviously brought him in just as he was totally ready to go. How we doing, iCow?
All right, can you hear me now?
Yep. Can you hear me now? Good. Yep,
No,
we got
I
you.
can't
sir.
hear you for some reason. Hold on.
Oh,
I'm
son of a biscuit.
I'm doing
Breaker of
first.
horses. Huh?
Let's
Wow.
see. I can hear myself, but I can't hear you for some reason. Don't know why that is.
Wild horses couldn't drag you away.
Oh, while he's fixing his stuff, I have to change. I gotta. You know what? I really
Yeah,
like the
leave him
fat
come
guy.
back in.
I really like the big guy. You know what I'm saying? But you know what? I'm gonna change my number 2 to Nikki Haley.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wow.
I think Nikki Haley is my top runner for the R department. Well, that sounds bad. The Republican, I should say that. I think she's
Audience
competent.
decide.
I think she's smart. I think she knows her. She's a wonk. And you know, last time a female wonk ran for president, it didn't turn out very well. But you know what? Maybe she can break that proverbial glass ceiling, as they say. Nikki Haley's a really smart candidate, and I like her confidence. I like her intelligence. I like her leadership skills. And she was ex-military, right?
I believe. I think you might be thinking of Tulsi Gabbard. I forget which one. Like, I know maybe she was.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm off on that. And iCow, I can see you on the little screen. Just give me a thumbs up when you're all ready to rock and roll. So Osiris, while we're waiting for the great Beard of Knowledge to get prepared, and we also got Tony G coming in here hot and heavy. Gosh. You know what? Before I bring any of them in, we've been holding off. Who is your number 1 pick, Osiris?
Number 1, I'm gonna co-sign with our friend here, Lethe. I'm gonna go with Joseph Biden. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'd rather it be boring and nothing happen for the next 4 years, and then any more chaos. I can't do the chaos. I'm one of those people. You know, they always have the polls and the thing on the news. What do you guys want? And they say, well, we don't want no more chaos. I'm the no more chaos guy. Okay, I can't handle it.
I don't know. Like, I saw Aiko just give a thumbs up, and I don't know if that was saying that he's all ready to go, or if he was just so endorsing what you just said there. I'm like, son of
I
a.
did say the most smartest thing possible.
Ah!
So he probably was
So-
agreeing with me.
So, without further ado, Aiko, I hope you're ready, good sir, because we're about to pull you out of the fucking matrix. Bam! Welcome to reality, Aiko Rich. How we doing, sir?
Yeah, not bad. Just had to do a sound check offline, but yeah, that works now.
Nice. And, gentlemen, last but certainly not least, he is the number 30 of tonight's Royal Rumble. He is the 15-time Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion. He is the Blend Master extraordinaire. He is the co-hostess with the mostest, folks. He is the one, the only, Tony fucking G. How we doing tonight, sir?
My favorite cowboy who's not from Texas.
Wait, did you just misgender Tony?
He did call him a hostess. I caught
The
that one.
hostess, yeah.
Yeah. I don't
Nice.
know. That kind of
I was-
disrespectful to the guy
I
with the
was-
belt. I don't know.
Man, I was going to intro myself, but Phil pretty much said everything I had there is to say. So I guess without that, I'll see.
All right, let's get
That was
all right, now let's get back to arguing. Okay.
Jesus. Yes, it is I, 15-time Revolutionary podcast champion, sometimes a co-host if I can actually get my ass downstairs and into the basement and put my headphones in and get the mic working. So yeah, I'm here. I'm wearing a Hawaiian shirt. I'm wearing a cowboy hat and sunglasses. It's 9:20 where I'm at, and I've got a World Wrestling Championship on my shoulder. Life couldn't be better, folks. Yeah, the guest on his own shit. Thank you, Bandit. Exactly.
Oh no, already to the pronouns. Yep. Welcome to it.
Jeez.
So now Iko and Tony, we were going through a little bit of an exercise here before you showed up, before we move on to some other things.
Well, I caught a portion of it and it sounded like I thought I was in the wrong spot. Did somebody actually predict Joe Biden to be the number one?
No. We're ranked choice voting.
Yeah, we're doing ranked choice voting, but from 3, 2 to 1. And so Lethe and Osiris have already revealed their 3 to 1. I have not revealed my number 1. I will hold that off, that gigantic reveal that no one is going to be able to guess what it is. But Tony,
hold on. I want to catch him up real quick. So my 3, DeSantis, 2, Haley, 1,
yes, please.
Biden. And Lethe can say his if he wants to.
Lethe, do you remember your 3, 2, 1? I remember.
Haley, Chris Christie, and Biden.
Okay.
Or Phil Cayley, whichever I can get.
Yeah. Yes, obviously. And so Iko and Tony G, I guess it'd be the same question of ranked choice. Your third being, I like him, but not my number. You understand ranked choice.
Does it have to be of the people that are running?
Not necessarily, like pretty much anybody that's potentially in the battlefield right now. So even if you want to pull somebody out of left field, I'll totally take it right now.
I mean, my person out of left field is Elizabeth Warren.
I thought you were going to say Liz Cheney.
Oh man, Liz might be my third. She might be my third.
So Liz Cheney is Iko's number 3 rank. Tony, who's your number 3 rank? Mr. Moderate Normie. Like, I love you dearly, T, but your politics just infuriate.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I take my bred emotions out of it and vote with my head and my heart. My number 3, I guess I would say spitballing RFK.
Nice.
What?
He's my number 2. So that now Tony can back me up on this. That is the first time in my entire adult life I have ever endorsed a Democrat in any shape, form, figure, fashion. Is this correct, Tony?
How about a Democrat?
Yeah. For any office at any time, RFK Jr. is
not even Tulsi when she was pretending to be a Democrat.
I liked her, but I never endorsed her for any office. I was always for the other. I was a
big fan of Tulsi. It feels like, it's just like. She said good stuff, but like I've got to read between the lines. Like she's still a Democrat. I can't do this. It's gross. No, icky.
Pretty much. Okay, yeah, pretty much. That was kind of my reaction to Tulsi a couple years ago. I'll give you credit. Now, Iko, who would your numero dos pick be, good sir?
Given the rules of what we just talked about, I guess Biden would be my number 2.
Ooh, okay, nice.
Yeah. Endorsing World War III. Cool. That's a bold pick. Bold.
You know, bold. And with that, Osiris like, all right, have fun getting canceled, guys. No, he's like, he's got a connection issue. But all righty. So Biden's number 2. Tony, who would you pick for number 2? Again, keep in mind this is non-Phil KOE division. Otherwise, obviously, all 3 votes would be Phil KOE, Phil KOE, Phil KOE. Obviously.
Right. My number 2, I'm not a fan of the idea of World War III. And I think in terms of keeping us out of a massive global scale war, Donald Trump, too.
Oh, wow. So both y'all's number 1s are going to be interesting. So, all right, because mine is not going to be a huge surprise to anybody, let me just rip the Band-Aid off first. And I'll let you guys have the big main event on this particular one.
I've got the lead. Phil's number 1, Joe Biden.
Oh, you're only off by 100%, Tony. That's all. Yes, my number 1 is obviously Donald J. Trump, to the shock of no one. Now, okay, Iko, your number 2 is Joe Biden.
Right.
I am enthralled as to who you have number 1.
Well, I told you already, Elizabeth Warren.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna like pull out like Michelle Obama or something like that.
Hang on, just give me like what's your top reason why? Top reason why Elizabeth Warren, please.
She has basically made it her goal to reshape the left in order to save capitalism.
Boy,
the reason why the left has turned on her is because she's been very consistent about wanting to keep capitalism. She wants to save it because the direction that capitalism goes, if when it's not
China.
When it's not shaped in the way that the Scandinavia has, for instance, then you end up getting higher and higher concentrations of wealth at the top, and then you end up with an increasing amount of anti-capitalist like sentiment. And then if and when capitalism collapses as a result of that, we're all in big trouble, because without capitalism, we're toast. So you've got to reshape the left in a way that allows capitalism to exist, to continue to exist. And that's what they've done in, Norway and Finland and Sweden and all those Scandinavian countries.
All right, Tony, let me translate that to you in Midwest. She basically wants to make America a little more like China. But the good parts.
I just gave you the countries that we should be like. We should be like Norway. You're doing the meme right now, Phil. You're doing that meme, the chair throwing meme, where the guy goes, socialism always fails, and then he goes, well, what about Norway? Norway is socialist. And he said, no, they're not socialist, they're capitalist. That's why they succeed. Okay, then let's do what Norway does. That's socialism.
She may be able to get some better affirmative
action. The reason that they're able to do so well, the reason that all the Scandinavian countries are able to do so well is because they're actually able to outsource the cost of all of their national defense to NATO and the United States. They don't have to build a giant war empire like the United States does.
Oh, but they have. No. Finland has a larger.
Oh, they can totally defend themselves without us. Totally. They're totally not shitting themselves without.
They spend a greater percentage of their GDP on war than we do. Like that's
dude. Okay, a homeless guy spends more of his fucking personal GDP, his personal fucking income on liquor than most people, because he's only got $20 he makes that year, and so he's buying the MD 2020 versus. Somebody that's actually got a budget. So I'm sorry. Don't get me wrong. I get the parable of when Jesus said the woman who gave the only penny she had is given far more than anybody else. I totally get what that was meaning, but that doesn't really scale when you're talking about national militaries.
But look, all I'm saying is, like, if you're just gonna say it's simply by the pure GDP of a place, then Nebraska is a pacifist state, right? Because they don't have the GDP.
God bless it.
Right? And so in California,
God bless.
Real military
You're not gonna Nebraska ain't invaded nobody. Fucking Missouri can't even say that shit. Okay, but Nebraska's never invaded nobody. All right, and I'll fucking die on that fucking hill.
So okay, all right. So if you're
insane, like Elizabeth Warren,
you're a fan of California.
Wants to save capitalism by turning America into China, and that's okay. I'll give it to you. That is an answer. But Norway doesn't have to pay for their own military. We do, and so does China.
But why are you running away from the Norway comparison? I gave you
fuck Norway. I don't want to turn us into Norway or China. I'm saying let America. We're not either of those countries.
Fuck Norway, you're gonna have to buy dinner first.
Norwegian chicks can be pretty hot, so we can find armistice there. So Tony, what is your number one pick for?
Well, I think it's pretty obvious at this point. Like the crop of candidates, I'm not really stoked over any of them. I don't know that I'd really pick any of them. There's really only one option, and it's 99% lock on who I will be voting for in 2024.
God bless this glorious land. And because this land is so glorious, it needs a new president to match that glory. And that person is Phil K.O.E. Yes, Phil KOE in 2024. A
Yes,
man
wait a
who
moment.
truly loves America, a man who loves this nation and the people in it. Phil KOE, the true alternative in 2024. The man you all need, a man of the nation, a man of the country, a man of the people, a man of nature, a man who is going to point us to a brighter tomorrow. Yes, Phil KOE. He is a man of decisive action. Phil KOE.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is for America. I'm going to do that for you in Washington, D.C. Whatever that is, you're going to get a lot of that.
Yes, folks, Phil KOE, a man who will make sure to dot the I's and cross the T's of American government. Phil KOE, he will make sure to preserve your freedoms to work on go-karts on the weekend or whatever you call fun in this glorious nation. That's why you need to consider Phil KOE.
And that, folks, is why I am asking for
I forgot, is that your brother?
vote in 2024,
No, that's chicken.
folks, because
Oh, okay.
I, your king of extreme, Phil KOE, have officially announced my candidacy for the presidency of the United States of America. Beautiful, beautiful flag. Old Glory is coming with me, folks, and we're going all the way to Washington, D.C. If you're tired of business as usual in D.C., do the right thing. In 2024, vote extreme. Phil KOE, the choice for you, the choice for me, the choice for everyone within all sundry. Folks, God bless every last one of you, and we're taking this all the way to Washington, D.C. in 2024. Vote Phil KOE to fix D.C. Yes, folks, it's going to happen. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be glorious. You're going to join me, the Cabinet of Extreme. Our inauguration party is going to make the Jackson inauguration party look like a debutante ball, folks. It's going to be amazing. Old Glory's coming with me. What else do we need? God bless all of you beautiful people. Travel well, and in 2024, vote Phil KOE.
Chicken. Beautiful picture. Glorious.
Now, let me ask you the real questions, Phil. If you're gonna run for president, which ice cream are you gonna pick to lick?
Oh, okay. That's easy. Chocolate.
That's such a look. As a dude, I know that likes.
Tony, you've known me my whole life. Is that a wrong answer?
Pretty much anything with as many calories and sugar in it as possible. Yeah, chocolate checks all those boxes.
It's also such a simple flavor.
You know,
He's a simple man with simple needs.
Simple man with simple needs. It's like a Ford commercial.
He's
Like,
got a flavor for chocolate. Why do you gotta hate?
well, it's like chocolate vanilla. It's like some people like chocolate. So, like, I'll be honest though, what I was raised at, my grandma would always have that big old bucket of Neapolitan ice cream. So you could get one.
Nobody ate the strawberry of.
I ate the fuck out of that strawberry. You
Well,
kidding me? Like that was
yeah. All right, everybody.
Because it was ice cream.
But you. Yeah.
yeah, it was fucking ice cream. Like what? Like
Yeah, but it wasn't the first thing gone. It's always the last thing gone.
But I'm in Texas, so I have to go with homemade vanilla. I've got to go with Bluebell. I
oh
don't have
god.
a choice. It's like Dr. Pepper down here. It's like it's the brand you have to eat
Oh,
and the flavor. Of
some
that brand.
part of Biden's chocolate chip.
They
Oh.
also invented cookies and cream, so you got to give it to them.
Oh, okay. So they're who I have to blame for at least like 5 pounds that are on my ass.
There you go.
Okay. So okay, that they're the fuckers.
Well, but
I
let me
need to-
say, Phil, I think you finally found the circumstance in which I can vote for Phil KOE as one of my 3. Because in a world of ranked choice voting, there could be strategic reasons why I might vote for you.
Oh, I know you'd vote for like
Maybe not number 1, but you'd be in the 3. You'd be in the 3.
you would probably fund my campaign in like 3 key swing states, and that's
Right.
it. Like just like no.
No, you can't. But that's just it. You can't split the vote in ranked choice voting, so that wouldn't help me in that for that reason. But it would be that. I know that I can do no harm voting for you because some other Republican candidate will end up outranking you no matter who I vote for. So that means I can make you number 2 and and still be.
I think you're overthinking this.
He's kind
Ranked
of
choice voting is all about overthinking.
Yeah, like I was about to say, like he's on the Vulcan 4D chessboard, and Tony's like, yeah, this is a lot more checkers than you think.
Yeah,
It's not quite. You're overthinking it a little bit, my man. But no,
He's
I
over
get
here
ranked
playing
choice voting
4D chess.
is-
The
and
rest
I'm
of
just
us
like,
playing
Tony,
tic-tac-toe.
Tony, she's gonna vote for me. So
Yeah.
like, I'll
Yeah.
take it. Like, so.
Yeah, Phil, I don't know if we heard that speech the same way because it didn't sound like he's going to fucking vote for you.
It sounded like it was some sort of a strategic
He
choice.
basically just said if we could align the planets all in the same way and have
Right.
the amulet at the second coming of dawn, then
Right.
maybe possibly he'd vote for you third.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's yeah. Now, Tony, that's about as close as we're ever gonna get with
That's-
Ico to
that's-
get him actually voting for me.
That's
That's a
another
win, I'll
meme for
take it.
Phil, right? The guy who gets the meme about the guy who gets the bronze medal, and he's the one who's like
No.
shaking the champagne and
Oh
all
my
that.
God. He has no
You-
idea.
You really.
Tony, find that. Like,
All
just
right.
find. It'll take him a minute, but no. Tony like painstakingly edited one where like he
okay.
puts the coin in my mouth,
Oh yeah.
and then he puts like 40 people ahead of me,
Yeah.
and like
Yeah.
it's like Nate Dallin, and I think you're on there, and it's like it's like, dude, it's deep.
Well, I'm sending you the OG now, Phil. If you want to pop it up,
What's that?
I'm sending you the OG version right now. If you want to pop it up.
Oh, you're gonna make me do stuff?
Yeah, I am. Sorry,
Oh.
you can live.
Fuck you, making me
Yeah, you'll be
do
fine.
stuff.
Gotta buy him dinner too.
Like George W. Bush in that episode of Family Guy, like, don't make me do stuff. Alrighty, I got it pulled up. Let me.
Hey, Phil, if you become president, I want you to put me in charge of technology, all right? Because I've got all these burner phones right here. I'm ready to do some
You just
incognito.
screwed that
stuff.
up, Osiris.
now let me ask you
His
something.
rule is if you ask for it, that's not the office you get.
No. You're gonna get something that you're utterly qualified for, but don't want to be. So now you're in like the Federal Communications Commission or some
fuck
shit.
that
Like you're the
shit.
FCC.
Okay, you
now.
don't want me there because you know what? We're taking all the bans
But
off.
no, like,
everything.
Tony-
no
Tony
more
is
rating
It's an FCC
systems. Nothing.
appointment, yesterday, by the way.
Tony
What
has
the
already
fuck is this?
painstakingly made these memes where it's
Is
like
that
me in
gold
third
dust?
place. Yes. Well, no, that's Stardust.
Wait, where's what? What the fuck? What is happening?
You've seen this meme before, right? Haven't you?
Tony
Osiris?
made like
No.
Tony painstakingly. I wish I could zoom in, but I
Probably
can't.
can.
Let's
By the
see.
way, I
So,
just
yeah,
sent
this
you
was-
an image.
This
too,
was
Phil.
around the time of COVID, around the time, and he moved it, I guess. Why'd you take it down? Yeah, this was around the time of there
looks
were
like
riots,
Nightwing
there was
again.
COVID,
Fucking play.
and Trump was doing like nothing about it. And then Phil went on
yeah.
like a 3-day tirade about how great it was that Trump was working painstakingly to ban
Yeah.
TikTok. So he was
Right.
very proud of that.
Wow.
Meanwhile, riots and COVID, but that TikTok thing
Uh,
really
what
got
are you-
on top of that.
What
Hang
are
on, I
you
gotta
eating in
check
this
my
picture?
follower
Is
list
that a
on
chip
TikTok.
or it's the gold
Yeah,
medal?
I'm biting the metal. Like Tony fucking
okay.
painstakingly edited the metal bite. Like I'm like, dude, how much time did that take? Like,
In that fifth picture, that looks kind of I'm saying a little risque. I don't know what. I guess is that a bottle or is that?
Yeah,
That's
it's
bottle
champagne.
champagne.
Yeah,
okay.
okay.
Let's hope.
Let's make it sure. Making sure.
no, just like he's so excited.
There is an alternate version of this one that we can't show on the screen.
Okay.
Yeah, Tony's kind of the meme master, if you will. If you ever see a
Yeah.
weird original meme, it came from this guy, by the way. Okay, his mind is insane when it
Phil,
comes
I just
to
sent
memes.
you
It's
an image.
beautiful.
It's my students drew a self-portrait of our class today.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
It's wholesome.
Okay, it's wholesome. I promise.
But you can probably guess which one's me. I thought I sent it to you. Didn't you?
Yeah, I'm just
Okay.
I think I can. Is it the guy with the long beard?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. Well, nice. Okay. Do you want me to put that on the screen?
Put up-
All right,
I might
give
make
me
it.
Give me a moment. Oh,
I'll figure out a way
Yeah,
to put
Osiris,
it
my
in
chat
profile
wants you to, instead of having burner phones like that, just have like 7 pagers.
Hey, when I was in what was it, high school, I had 3 pagers. You know what I'm saying? Well, I had one hooked to the hat, the brim of the hat. Had one on the hip. Look, I was pretty fly for a young dude back then. I was doing my thing. I wasn't a doctor because apparently only doctors could have pagers.
now
I got a lot of trouble for having pagers. back
this
then.
is the game show question. Which one is iCow?
I was gonna put my money on the second one on the top row. It's one with glasses, obviously.
I mean, yeah, it's
Yeah,
got glasses on.
Yeah.
So the portrait, her excuse was that I wasn't wearing glasses at the time that she drew that. She was like,
Okay.
Going
Yeah.
for realism.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right. So
So
this
that
game
was
of Guess Who's going to be hard.
Yeah.
Right.
I think it's the one on the bottom, on the middle. iCow tied his beard off to the side.
Yeah.
That's my guess as well.
Yeah. Could be.
Glasses, beard to the side,
Right.
checks out.
Right.
Did any of y'all ever actually play that lame ass game Guess Who back in the 90s?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, I feel like we're playing a different
I
version.
play that all the time with my kids. Phil, I sent you another meme that I think is kind of explanatory why Joe Biden's not among my top 3. I feel like a picture's worth 1,000 words, and honestly,
Let
like
me
that's
just okay.
it's really the
I
best
will-
way I can describe it because there's only so many things. Like vocabulary only has so many words, and it's so many emotions. I feel like
He's not.
This
He's
is-
not socialist enough for you.
yeah, this sums it up way better than
I
could
think I
possibly.
can get that going here, T. Because unfortunately, this is sort of one of my main objections, and the people who put him as number 1. We seem to be going there pretty quick, aren't
So
we?
you're not a Reagan fan then?
I
So
like the fact that we didn't have
whatever
World War
7
III.
degrees to Kevin Bacon you want to make, I mean, you have fun with that, but yeah, no.
I mean, Reagan was the one who was very aggressive posture against Russia, and the left at the time said that he
So
was a
We're
warmonger.
the
Your
pennyweights.
argument-
Trying to start a
I was about to say,
nuclear-
you came along 40
Your
years
argument
too
is
late.
the president from 40 years ago?
Yeah, isn't he the only
That's not a
president?
good one.
Hold on, when they
Not a good one.
asked,
What
when
about
they
that
asked
thing
Trump-
that happened 40 years ago?
when they
Tony?
asked Trump who his favorite living president was when he was running in 2016, he said Reagan.
Okay, but he's not God.
So it couldn't have been that long
And-
ago if he's still a living
What
president.
the fuck does that have to do with Joe Biden starting World War III?
Because
That's better.
No, it doesn't.
wait,
How did Biden or could Biden
are
possibly
you saying
cause
World War
III?
III 40 years ago would have
Ukraine,
been based,
Lethe,
but now it's
Ukraine.
not?
Like it or
That's
not, the
argument.
buck stops with him.
Putin
He's the one in
started it.
charge.
Wait, Reagan wasn't in charge at the time?
No, we're talking about
That's
Ukraine.
an interesting.
No, we're talking about
That's
Ukraine
the
right now.
theme.
If
And
I,
I'm
if
not
I'm right,
Biden's the one who, like, here's the thing that you got to
I'm talking
understand,
about
Lethe.
Biden, Joe.
Hang on, guys. Give me just a second here.
The end of the
Here's the
day.
thing you got to understand, though, Lethe, is basically under George W. Bush, Putin invaded Georgia. Under Obama, Putin took Crimea. Under Biden, Putin invaded Ukraine. And under Trump, Putin didn't get away with shit. So
course
he
he
didn't
did.
take
Wait,
an
wait,
inch
wait.
of it, nothing.
You're telling me?
What land did he
Trump
take
forced
under
them-
Trump?
Are you telling me Crimea? He still had Crimea. Like
No, that was under Obama.
Out of Crimea.
You can't blame Trump for what he inherited.
followed up
The
right after that.
clusterfuck he inherited from Obama.
Ah.
That happened under
Oh, wait,
Obama.
hold on a second. So you're saying that everything that Trump inherits in 2025, he cannot reverse. He should not reverse. Leave everything. The
No,
same.
I'm saying you
Well, in
can't
that case,
blame
I'm fine
him
with
for
it.
what it is. He's going to have to do the best he can to fix Biden's fuck ups, but you can't blame him for what he inherits.
Right, so how did he fix- so
now
how did
I
he
get that's
fix-
what you're trying to do, and
How
it's
did he
kind of a
fix the
little
Crimea takeover?
political sleight of hand.
How did he fix the Crimea takeover?
Now, how do you fit? Well, he didn't take any
How
more
did he?
land. No, that's not how that works. Obama fucked up. Trump made sure that Putin didn't take another inch.
Well, no. Putin made sure that he wouldn't do anything to his.
So what more land did he take under Trump? Because he took land under 3 of the last 4 administrations, but he didn't under Trump because he didn't know what he was going to do foreign policy-wise. He was unknown. He knows under Biden's feckless leadership, he can pull Ukraine into a border crisis that'll never end, and then they can never join NATO. But he knows he can do that under the Democrats.
I think you just justified war then.
What the fuck are you talking? No, this is just
You just
it's
said
the same way he's seeing Reagan in
peace.
this meme.
You just said
And then
that
it's
if
done.
you just said that if Putin is allowed to take new land under the Biden's presidency, that makes him feckless. So let's get some feck and help Ukraine get them out.
Well, okay, this is something you never actually answered the last time. How many American lives are you willing to sacrifice for the Ukrainian conflict? 1, 10, 100? No, you never actually gave a number.
I did. -1.
Oh, so you don't want to put a single American life into this conflict?
Right. I don't want to.
Okay, so congratulations. We finally got a line here. So ICAO has officially stated tonight that you will not support any American troop involvement. And once one drop of American blood is spilled, that is too far and you will no longer support this war. God bless. God bless.
American troop involvement. I don't.
We already have special forces on the ground.
What
there.
I do.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we do.
No,
there was actually a leak that came out last year that revealed yes, we do.
No, we talked about
So
that.
it's one of the big reasons me and Voldemort had a
We
big
already
falling out
talked-
was
yes.
because the leak revealed that we had these special forces there, and
what
he
it
just
said,
didn't want to admit it.
14 embassy guards.
Yeah,
That's what
14
they
episodes.
told us they were doing after they got admitted to lying. Like, I'm sorry, you don't believe the second lie to cover up the first lie, man. Come on. It's like when a chick cheats on you. It's like, but I only cheated on you once. Yeah, sure you did.
They're not in the embassy, where are they?
Yeah, show us where it says that.
What?
Show us where it says there are special forces on the ground.
No, that was from a leak last year that was actually confirmed by the Pentagon. So the Pentagon had to ultimately confirm that we had special forces on the ground in Ukraine in this conflict. American blood is in the way of actual danger in this war. And we have the very real risk of losing American blood over this war. So I ask, how many Americans are you willing to sacrifice before you say you will not support this war? Mine is zero. Zero American lives.
That's not the question I asked. You didn't hear it. I'll ask you again.
Because you still haven't answered my question. You've given a -1 answer. It's not a non-answer. I'll hear your question first, but I still need a real answer from you.
If you're not afraid to hear it, I can tell you what -1 means. But then I asked you a question, which is, do you trust that confirmation or not? You said it was confirmed by the Pentagon. Is that confirmation
Jesus
true,
Christ,
or is it a lie?
No, you can look it up. Like, the audience will find everything I've said is quite verifiable.
No,
We do
I
in
agree
fact
with
have
you that it was confirmed by the Pentagon, but I believe the confirmation, which was that
and the leak. Well, it was the leaked documents that said, yeah, we actually do have these folks on the ground. And then after this was revealed, they had to come up with a made-up lie, like, well, obviously they're just there to protect an embassy or something. All of our information, all of our equipment, and all of our ambassadors should have been out of Ukraine long ago. So any relevant information, any relevant equipment should have been pulled out a lot. So there's no need to protect
the Surrender
anything.
Caucus is going to believe that for sure.
This
But
is my information.
the question still remains: do you trust that confirmation or not? Like you're citing the confirmation as if it's a reliable
I trust the leak.
source.
I trust the leak and the fact that the Pentagon said, yeah, this is true. So when an accused even ultimately says, yes, this that is brought against me is true, you have to take them at their word.
Okay, so let me explain.
Again, whoa. You never actually answered my question.
I'm
How many
answering
Americans
you.
are you
You're
willing
interrupting
to...
my answer to tell me to answer. I'm answering you.
How many?
It's a long time to get
It's
this
pretty
one in
simple.
a rowboat.
-1.
Yeah.
-1. And here's what -1 means. -1 means
Something that
that
involves
if-
going to war.
just the opposite. So -1
Uh-huh.
means that you stop encouraging Russia to continue to invade its neighbors. The next thing that it does,
By war, I bet.
like you said last time we talked, that you would send the message to Russia that if they raise the threat of nuclear war at all,
Well, no, how
you would
many?
surrender.
You like so no, you're saying you have to discourage them. So obviously that means war. How many Americans are you willing to sacrifice?
No,
Because it's obviously
-1.
clearly more than 0. Because this
-1.
-1 thing is just a bullshit answer to try
No.
and say, like, well, no, but we
How
it's
many-
basically another peace through strength bullshit
How many are you
argument.
willing to sacrifice in order to protect
0.
li-
Zero.
the
Zero,
United
zero,
States?
zero, zero. There are 0 fucking American lives that are worth sacrificing for this whole fucking nonsense of a
Planet.
conflict. I'm sorry.
Planet.
It's not worth it.
This is the risk of
So how many
answering
are
a
worth
question
it?
before
How
it's
many?
done.
How many are you willing to sacrifice? You will not
-1.
give a straight answer to this question.
-1.
I've said
-1.
repeatedly, 0, 0,
-1
0,
is
0. You will not give a
great.
straight answer to this question.
Negative-
How many are you willing to sacrifice in this
-1
conflict that
is
you
a
love
straight
so
answer.
dearly?
You're still avoiding the fact that if they are
You're still
allowed to
avoiding an
invade-
answer.
if they're allowed to invade Lithuania, and you say no, you
How
can't.
many?
Or yes, you can. We will put up
How
with
many?
that. -1.
How many?
-1 is not an
That's
irrational
not the
number.
answer. That's not an answer, actually,
It
because
is.
your -1 is a peace through strength. Well, we have to send troops in, and to your mind, that somehow
yours is
insanely
peace through strength.
leads to
Yes, I agree.
-1. Now, I know in your mind, I know that sounds really smart, but to everybody's like, oh, that's what I call a bullshit non-answer. It's just you're not answering the question because
No.
that peace through strength, that dissuasion is
You
going
have
to eventually evolve force, and that's going to eventually evolve our
Yes,
troops
eventually
having
it
to.
does. Eventually.
So
it does,
how
because
many are
here's
you
what-
willing to sacrifice
here's what-
before you
negative
sue
one.
for peace?
-1. -1. You have to
Okay,
look
all
at
right,
the-
all right. So
you have to
you're
look
not
at
going to
the
answer
net
the question. You're
numbers.
just not going to answer the
Net
question
gross.
because you realize it's
Net
toxic
gross.
because it's more than
Net
0.
gross.
Well, no. You say when there's
gross.
eventually going to have to be this force. You agreed that there will have to be a meeting of force. So how many of our boys are you willing to sacrifice when
-1.
that force meets, which you have conceded that it will? You
How
have
many-
conceded that it will using your ideas. You have
Negative
fully conceded this.
1.
How many are you willing? Because it's not -1. If you say that again, I just take that as a concession that you just know
You
that
can
you've
take it
lost
however
this.
you like, but the fact
I know
is,
that you
if
just this is just you
if-
conceding that you've lost this
How-
because the force is going to require people to die. So how many are you willing to
if you're
sacrifice before you're
if
willing to sue for peace?
to give them Lithuania
How many?
next,
How many?
-1.
So how okay. Yeah, that's just a bullshit answer because you
So
know
then
you've lost this.
Lithuania-
Because you can't give a straight answer. Like
You can't give a
I'm
straight
not
answer.
going to let you wriggle out of this. You're not going to get away with this. I've given you a straight answer, an actual. You trying to
No,
say
you didn't.
-1
You didn't,
is
'cause I was
just
halfway
you
through my
trying to
sentence.
not admit
No, the
that you
straight
have
answer-
a peace through strength
The straight
nonsense
answer-
bullshit
how
answer to
many
this
are
that's
you
going to
willing-
require death.
How many are you willing to
0,
sacrifice in
0,
order to
0,
prevent
0,
the
0, 0,
destruction
0,
of the
0,
United States?
0. I've given you a straight answer every time, and you
So
give
then
me a
you're okay
bullshit
with the
answer
destruction
every time.
Of the you're okay with
0.
the
I've given you a straight answer, and you've given me a blatant bullshit
your
answer
choice
every
is-
time.
All right, so if your choice is one death versus the planet, you're gonna choose the.
That's not the
Destroy the
choice. We ain't on the
No,
fucking
that was
verge
the
of speaking
question. And you
Ruski,
answered
man.
yes.
Fucking A.
No, no.
Are you fucking
I
serious
asked
here?
I asked you. Hold on. You're the one who says that. You're the one who says that we're gonna have a nuclear war and that's the end of the world if we pursue this strategy. So
If
now
we
you're saying
keep pursuing
own
your
scenario.
strategy, we will end with a nuclear war
Okay,
eventually.
so then it's not a fantasy.
We went like
It is a
that. No,
real
that's how you want. That's your -1 bullshit answer. That's where that lands.
No,
us.
I agree that you're.
You agree?
your-
Yes,
your
that the
plan is-
-1 lands us at nuclear war. Thank
Your-
you. All right. Look, praise Jesus.
-1 is less than 0, Phil.
No, it's not, because someone has to go to war. Like,
It
this
is.
is just a bullshit answer. Like, I know in your debate class when you formulate in your head, like, oh, this is such a good answer, but you just admitted
No, no,
yourself
no,
that
no.
you already admitted
Because-
yourself that your own -1
because-
answer is going to result in
No,
force versus
here's
force,
the reason I
which is
have to.
going to be people killing each
Here's
other.
the
So it's a
reason I have
bullshit
to.
answer.
Here's the reason I have to, because you give a third of a second for people to answer those questions. And so
I have asked you the
I
same
might as
question
well ask
dozens of
you-
times, and you have not given me a
I
straight
might
answer.
as well ask you, what is the square root of an irrational number? You're not going to be able to give me an answer in a whole number.
No,
That's what
it's
you're-
that you
that's what
want
you're
to
asking.
sacrifice
But what I have
American
to tell
lives for
them-
this war. You think it's worth it.
If
You just
your
know you
argument-
can't give a straight
Wait,
answer to that.
No, your argument appears to be that I just enjoy pulling wings off of ants. right? And yes, there are ants that fly.
There seems to be this strange, weird need for revenge on the left. Again, like there's this odd, like the left has this virulent hatred. Like, don't get me wrong, the Russian
what?
government's
Hatred for
bad
what?
people, but I don't understand why there's this virulent hatred for the people in Russia, and like we need to just
Wait,
extract
what are you saying?
revenge upon them. Like,
Nobody's saying that. Nobody hates
you
the
watch
Russian people.
most left-wing
That's still-
commentators.
Well,
Hard
hold on, but we're talking
characterization.
to Rich. Rich
It
doesn't
makes it
say
easier
that.
to build that straw man than to
Well-
listen to the answer, because if you start to give an answer, he'll just interrupt and scream.
Well, no, like, dude, I would love for you to give a straight answer that isn't the like. Now, let
Gotta
me
give
just
me
give
the
me
time.
30 seconds here. Give me 30 seconds, and then I'm going to give you the floor to see if you can give an actual answer here.
Okay.
Because the -1 answer, as you've already said, as you've already admitted, is a bullshit answer where eventually force will have to meet with force. You already admitted that. You already conceded that. So all that is a rhetorical trick to have to get around answering the straight question of how many lives are you willing to sacrifice for this war you love so dearly? And if you can't give a straight answer to that, because me, it's 0. And so my answer to you, because your answer clearly from every discussion we have had, it is more than 0. It is more than 1. That is
Well,
that
no, it's
is
not.
so my question to you is, because
Never
you
good.
won't say I don't want to commit American lives. Would you say right now you will commit to no American lives in this conflict whatsoever? And the moment one drop of American blood is spilled, you will withdraw all support for this war. Will you commit to
That's
that
a
right
scenario.
now?
So no, the answer is no, and the reason is it depends on the scenario, right? So, for instance,
So then I'm right.
so then hold on, you said I had the floor
Okay,
after
I'm
this.
sorry. I'm sorry.
So, for instance, let's say we're in this is how it goes, because we've been passive before. This was the mistake Obama made, right? You're happy to hear me say that Obama like made a mistake allowing the invasion of Crimea to take place, right? But you're not happy to hear the reasoning as to why. And the reasoning why is if he allows Crimea to go without consequence, then he goes in again for a double dip and takes Donbass. And if he's allowed to do that, he does what he tried to do at the beginning of this war, really, which was to take all of Ukraine. And if he's allowed to do that, and if he hears, especially from President Phil Koe, because this is what you said last time, you said that you would send the message that no matter what they do, like nothing is worth, right? Nothing is worth a single American life, right? So that means taking Lithuania isn't worth it. That means taking all of the Baltic states, taking Poland isn't worth it. Taking all, going as far west as they want to go isn't worth it. The United States will join the surrender caucus each and every time. And so the question is, that's why the end state of that is, if this ultimately leads to a nuclear conflict between the West and the East because of Article 5 being triggered by NATO itself being attacked, the question is, do you want to, are you willing to fight and lose some American lives in that conflict, or surrender?
Okay, we've finally gotten closer to the truth here, folks.
Yeah,
It took
because
a
I
minute.
finally got to talk.
Okay, but so like at the very beginning, you did admit like, no, like there will have to be, you wouldn't commit to not sending in American troops, which is okay. Now we've gotten to this point.
Well, I am
So
in the
at
current
that
scenario.
point of this conversation, where you think that we have to start throwing in our American boys into this conflict for some
We're not there yet.
greater need.
We're not there yet.
How many of them are you willing to sacrifice before you sue for peace?
Wait. At what point in the scenario? After they've invaded Washington, D.C.? A lot. Before,
Well, no, you said
before
like
they've ever
no. I
reached
said
Ukraine?
in this
No.
current war. You said I asked, will
no,
you
0.
commit to not supporting any American troops in it? And
I'm
you
not-
said no. So
No.
then the amount of American troops that
No,
you
no,
are
no.
willing to sacrifice
No,
is
that's
greater
not what I
than
said
0,
no to.
and
What
it's
I
grown
said no
far
to-
greater than
no.
-1.
This is why
It's-
you've got to listen to where we are in the scenario. If they're invading Lithuania, then I can't commit to not bringing in American troops.
So how many are you willing to sacrifice
if
then for
you're-
Lithuania?
Zero. Well, for Lithuania? No, we're in full war at that point. If they invade
So how
Lithuania,
many? How many are you willing to
Article 5
sacrifice of American troops
triggered.
before you sue for peace then? Let's just say, okay, in this
for
mad
peace.
scenario, let's say
Even-
Russia does invade Lithuania. They're not going to, but let's just say, for the sake of this thought experiment, Russia does invade Lithuania. How many American troops are you willing to sacrifice
Phil,
for the nation of Lithuania before you sue for peace?
Phil, isn't that kind of like a weird, crazy question though? Because how many people were we willing
It's a
to
question
sacrifice?
we all have to answer because we're being confronted with it very quickly.
Hold on. How many people were we willing to sacrifice for World War II?
I already know his answer.
Not everybody was. Actually, not the entire planet was involved in World War II. But like my grandfather was a volunteer. So there was very many people that were willingly to sacrifice because that was seen as a noble war. That didn't even violate the idea of the just war principle. Don't get me wrong, Russia's violated the just war principle, but like we're getting involved in something like where we're going to be entangled and it could potentially march our children off the war. I don't want to see it.
I get that. But the problem is you're asking a question without a real answer. You're asking how many people. Nobody's ever going to have a number of how many people are willing to die for whatever just cause they feel is worthy.
Well, we lost over 50,000 in Vietnam. We've lost, I forget what the number was in Iraq. And so, this is a real number because when you go to war, there are real numbers. Before that thing, Rich, I'm sorry. I know you need to answer, but Rich, don't answer my question with a question. I'm just
listen. Before that thing happened, though, you couldn't put a number on what we were willing to sacrifice. That seems. It's like, I want, because when you say that, that's like saying I want 20,000 people to die. I want 10,000.
Well, no, it makes you consider the fact that this war is a real sacrifice, just a rah-rah siskumba, we're going to make them pay bullshit. When after what happens after war is we have all these folks that come back, these heroes that come back battered, broken, limbless, fucking damaged in so many ways. And we have that for the next several generations. And so this isn't just this decision does not have no consequence, and it's being made far too cavalierly and far too frivolously. And
I think that's a fair argument. I think that's a fair argument, but I don't think it's a fair argument to ask somebody how many people exactly. Because that's
if you support a war, I think that's a very fair question. I think that's the only question they should have to answer.
I actually have a question.
And what's your number for World War II?
That's odd. The question I have is how much
as many as were
slide for peace. For nobody to die, how much do you let slide?
How much do you? Here's the thing, like some really good life advice that I got from a Russian mobster when I was younger. He said, don't cause a conflict or a fight over something that isn't going to matter in 3 years. And for foreign policy matters, where the line is exactly for Berlin Wall 2.0, where it eventually falls, isn't going to be that big of a fucking deal. And I don't think it's worth all of the fucking life. So to me, it's like sue for peace. Neither side is going to get everything they want. Yes, obviously Russia's going to get Crimea. They're probably even going to get a piece of Ukraine. But how many more Ukrainian lives are worth these lines on maps? I'm going to be honest with you. 0. And the idea that like, oh, we don't let lines get redrawn on maps. Well, we didn't go to fucking World War VI over Yugoslavia. Okay. Like that was a bunch of lines getting redrawn on maps and we didn't fucking tear down the landscape over that. I don't think we need to cause World War III over this. Does that make sense, Lethe?
Yes, but that's not exactly what I was asking.
We committed NATO troops.
Yeah, the Kerch Strait incident that happened. Not a peep out of Trump.
What's that?
We had the Kerch Strait incident happen in 2018. Not a peep out of Trump.
Kerch Strait incident?
Kerch Strait. Russians attacked the Ukrainian vessel.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're going to like they're probably in a border dispute. Like, yeah, that's just something that Trump inherited. But what land was taken under Trump?
This was. So I can't say any land was taken beyond what happened with Crimea to begin with. So
under who?
That was under Trump.
Everything doesn't hinge on just land, right? Acts of aggression or acts of aggression.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. So how much do you let slide for peace?
Well, okay. You have to ask, can all the nations continue to move forward after incident X?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're saying if this isn't going to start a war within 3 years. It didn't happen in 3 years. It happened in 5.
It's been 9 years.
In this case, it happened in 5.
Based on that logic,
no, we already got a war. It just might spark World War.
I need to
probably already.
I don't understand that. So, can the country? So you're saying if a country can move forward after incident X, Well,
Well, the world. I'm talking like think of all the countries, kind of like a collection of corporations. A little more like that. Like if you can continue to wheel and deal afterwards.
So if Mexico takes Texas, America will be just fine.
Pearl Harbor.
Good luck.
We were fine after Pearl Harbor. We
A lot of guns are in America, so like, don't get me wrong.
No.
Throwing popcorn and enjoying.
But this is just a hypothetical. What if Mexico? What if Texas is like, you know what? We don't even care, and they just let Mexico take Texas. Should we just allow that for the sake of peace?
Is it worth nuking North America over?
Wait, nobody said it. Why do you think there's going to be nuked? You think we're going to nuke Mexico?
Well, no, because like if you're asking about war, it's like the ultimate conclusion to all war nowadays is pretty much just a fun little fireworks show until the eventual nuclear exchange.
We've had a lot of wars. There's no nukes. There's none, zero.
Only one war has ended in nuclear weapons. Only one.
And why do you think this is one of the first real fucking actual factual invasive wars on a massive scale we've seen since then?
Since when?
Since WW2.
You think Russia wants to nuke people?
I mean, we had Korea, but that's a little different. Vietnam, those were proxy wars. And that we have to have these proxy wars because of the nukes.
This is a proxy war. And in fact, these are some much smaller proxy wars.
This is literally a proxy war by definition.
Tiny, like
this is Russia versus NATO.
This is Russia versus Ukraine with NATO backing of money and military.
Unfortunately, like we found,
just like a proxy war is by definition.
Special forces that were on the ground. This isn't so proxies. We'd like
to say I admit there's 15 special forces on the ground. Like whatever.
If any of them die, tell that to the families.
Okay, that would be better.
We had to make that kind of sacrifice.
No, that's fair.
Over Biden's bullshit in Ukraine.
I'll eat all that. Let's just say we had to tell that to the families. That does not dictate what the America or England or Germany or anyone is going to do, as far as them engaging in Russia in a nuclear war.
Yeah, they can still deal.
By the way, hi Tony. How you doing?
Oh hey, what's up, guys?
Sorry, me and iCal got into another shouting match. But so Tony, what's your thoughts on the whole Ukraine thing?
I'm still just wondering how the best defense of Biden not getting us into war is somehow Ronald Reagan. I
Tony just can't get past that.
I'm still trying to do the arithmetic in my head of how you
answer that question.
That.
Buffer
it's that
I won't even interrupt you.
I mean, maybe I'm the only one who's old enough to like remember this in real time, like as it was happening. But when Reagan got elected, he said it's America's been weak on the world stage. Jimmy Carter wasn't willing to take like any risks to oppose Russia, much like Obama was called the Surrender Caucus, right? But what he said was we have to get tough on Russia. We have to not reduce the arms race, but increase the arms race in order to force the Berlin Wall to be torn down, which Reagan succeeded in doing, by the way. That strategy worked. And the accusation against him from the left, and I was a Republican at this point, I thought Reagan was right, I still do, that if you continue to surrender one country after another to the Soviet Union, then ultimately you're increasing risk in the world, not decreasing it. So you have to look at when the question gets asked, how many lives are you willing to sacrifice? You have to ask the question net or gross, right? Because if you can avoid saving lives today by increasing the risk of losing more lives down the road, then you have to look at the net loss of lives. You have to look at how many lives can you save, how many American military lives can you save versus lose.
So 1985 has something to do with the world in 2023 because I'm pretty sure it's a different world now. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Well,
I mean, we had nuclear weapons then. We have them now. So if you're saying that a nuclear war was worth it back then, but it's not worth it now,
when did I say that?
I'm happy to hear that. Okay, so then the destruction of the world is on the line in both cases.
I really think you're just playing a game of connecting dots that don't even exist because we're talking about a guy who's literally sitting by running his goddamn money laundering scheme through Ukraine to fight against a war that we shouldn't have anything to fucking do with.
True.
That's literally what we're talking about.
Also, I just wanted to touch on something. ABC News, and this was from a fan, just sent me this. This was April 12th, 2023. U.S. Special Operations teams working out of embassy in Ukraine. A small U.S. military special operations team has been based in the U.S. Embassy in Kiev since early in the war in Ukraine from the beginning of February 2022, according to a former and current U.S. official. Both officials stressed to ABC News that the U.S. military team does not go out in the front lines, winky face after they were caught. And this, according to ABC News, the article goes on to say that there's actually 100 special forces from all the countries that totally promise that they're not in Ukraine, but they all have a 100 people special. Do you know what you can get done with 100 special forces motherfuckers from NATO? Okay, you can get some fucking work done. Okay, and I'm sure they're telling us all about it. And that's the thing that I'm kind of that's the thing I don't like about it is sure they're doing secret operations. Yeah, we all know that. Like sure, like I get you, like, and I don't mean to pick on you, but like folks like that agree with the war like you do, they're of course like, yeah, no, they're just protecting the embassy.
So you got to be
fair.
You got to be fair to Rich, because I think he's being fair to you, at least in most part. So I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, Rich, nobody agrees with the war. What we don't agree with is people or a country taking over another country's land. Point blank, period. Yeah. Nobody agrees with that.
Yeah. It would have been much better if
nobody likes that, but we're to the point where we need to sue for peace.
So okay.
Surrender.
So what I'm seeing is we've had multiple presidents allow land to be taken by Russians in Ukraine. Their people dying, their people being basically replaced. Finally, we hit the point with everything that happened from 2014 up to where they could take no more, and they decided to fight back, and we're backing them. So in what way is us endorsing or not endorsing a war technically going to stop that from working out?
Well, how long are we going to help keep that going?
How long are we going to protect liberty?
No. Here's the thing. Eventually, whether you like it or not, all war eventually ends with the thing I'm saying we all need to do in the first place, and that is sue for peace and negotiate. This war will eventually end. So my question is, if we keep giving arms, we keep giving money, we keep extending the time of this war. So how long do you want this war to go? 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 100 years, 150 years? Like, how much time, effort, energy, and human wealth are we willing to pour into this? Because to me, like, we've already poured too much. We've already poured too much lives. We've already poured too many people, too much wealth, too much treasure, too much technology, too much time, too much effort, too much energy, too much money. It's already been too much.
I know you're not going to believe this, Phil. So here's an article from Reuters that says, fact check. Pentagon says the U.S. military personnel are in Ukraine and inspect deliveries of the U.S. weapons not to go into combat. And then the verdict, I'll just skip down to the bottom.
And Iraq had WMDs. Sorry, like.
Well, I mean, look, no, I mean,
it's like when the spouse cheats on you once, you can't believe them again.
It kind of sounds like you're cherry picking though, because you're believing them that the government did say that they put them in there, but you won't believe them that they're saying that they're doing.
Well, no, they had to admit it because of a leak. They didn't admit it on their own volition.
I don't know.
I mean, like, okay, it's just like, yeah, they're spies. They lie for a living, guys.
So and I know that you disagree with Trump sometimes on stuff. So, like, this isn't a gotcha or anything, but you specifically disagree with Trump on this then, because Trump said, this was in the context of the withdrawal from Afghanistan like years ago. He said, only a fool would give a timeline in advance as to how long we are willing to let this war go. I'm not going to tell them in advance what my timeline is.
Actually, like, when you're in a battle, you don't say things like that. I'll give him that. But here's the thing. We're not the executives at the moment. I will be in a few years. And so that's why I'm asking you though, as somebody who and I know when people say we don't support this, but like when I said, okay, but we need to sue for peace, Iko, you said, well, that's surrender. Well, then that means you do support the continuation of this war, then, correct?
No, I support ending it by only Putin can end this war. He can leave tomorrow. He can
By
have
suing
all
for
of the
peace.
land that he had before. And
Hey, Phil, what if I came up there where you live in your wonderful state and decided I just want to take over some of your land, just a little bit? Is that okay?
You're welcome to try, sir.
See, now look, what if your good friend over here, Tony G, was like, you know what, that's fucked up. Fuck this shit. We're not doing that. And he doesn't go over there himself. He doesn't send his family members, but he sends us. I'm sure he's a well-armed man. He looks like a well-armed man. The cowboy hat says everything, and he just sends over some of his.
This is the only gun show we need here.
And he sends over some of his toys. Would that be okay?
I understand what you're saying here, but you do get that what's being escalated to is eventually the kind of violence where one of us is going to have a significant decrease in the quality of life or presence of life thereof.
Sometimes it's
And
worth
so
dealing
like
with.
that's one of those feel like we should probably just like work something out, like even if it's not preferable. Like I think it'd be
should.
better if everybody was alive rather than
Zelensky
like
should come to the table and work something out, and Putin should give back the shit that he stole. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Anytime
okay,
you
but,
look,
like, I can't-
anytime you look at war as a prosperity of peace, you've already had a warped sense of what war is actually about.
Say that again, T. Say that
yeah,
again.
yeah,
I'm
I'm
curious.
not- quite sure.
Anytime you start looking at war as something to prosper towards peace, you've just warped what war is actually about. War is a fucking economic machine. War is a scare tactic. War is a flex. War is a waste of human life. War is a waste of resource. War is a waste of pretty much everything. And the people who actually want it and push for it never actually get affected by it. And it's the people that have to succumb to those wishes of the people who push for it.
I
So
think everybody agrees with
as
that.
soon as you start pushing for it, you've already kind of lost perspective of what the
Yes,
entire
Putin should
idea
never
of
have
war
pushed
is
for it.
about.
Exactly. I think we all agree.
There it is.
Nice. So we're all a bunch of peaceniks now. Kumbaya. God bless. Like we cheat, but like no, I don't mean to pick on you on this, but like you and I are just
you're fine.
you and I
You're
are just diametrically opposed
fine.
on a lot of
Yeah.
things on this.
Yeah.
So like now here's the thing, guys. There's a reason why ICAO is going to be my head of the EPA and not my Secretary of State or Secretary of Defense, because ICAO's secretary of either of those, he would be walking into my office like, so, Mr. President, you know how it's better to ask forgiveness than permission? Who did you bomb?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
Mr. President, either we're going to find out in 45 minutes if you're going to get on that podium and take credit for this decisive action, or if I'm going to be shipped off to Guantanamo. Okay, we're going to find that out in 45 minutes. Okay.
I suspect if I was
I got the feeling like you would play some big gambles. Like
if
that.
if I were your SOS, I suspect my first act would be to resign like instantly.
There it is.
No, you're my head of the EPA because you're going to
Like, I was
hate the
waiting until I
job,
was
but you
sworn
realize
in,
that
and I would resign.
yeah, like, but the reason you're in his EPA is because, like, okay, you know all the EPA stuff, and you also know, like, fuck, if I don't take this job, he's gonna put in who Mitch McConnell says to put in this fucking job. So fuck, I guess I better stay here for 4 to 8 years.
Well,
then
I had a good McConnell meme too.
Don't
I'll
put
send
me
you-
We all
in the
do.
Pentagon, because we
Yeah.
would have already did some things across some borders, and it'd have been over. This we wouldn't even be at war. We wouldn't even know it'd been a war, because Putin would have disappeared, right?
Now, Tony G and Chicken are going to be my press secretaries. So whenever they have the meeting with the press, that's actually just going to be another episode of Dog and Chicken Show on the podcast. So that's going to be pretty fucking awesome.
Look, I vote for Tony for the press guy. Like, he's got the wonderful shirt and cowboy hat.
Yep.
You can't lose with that. How can you not like that?
No, it's a scare tactic. It throws all the guys in the audience off, and all the ladies are already swooning. So I mean, I've got him.
I hear that.
Now,
See, that's what I'm talking
Leafy, you, sir, are my ambassador to California. I'm afraid
fuck
America needs
that.
an ambassador
Pass, hard fucking pass.
to the
Oh,
state of
what a-
California.
I
do
can
to
definitely
you.
speak
Wait,
California.
we need an ambassador to our own state?
right?
Don't we already own California or something like that? I don't know. I'm not really good
It's
at
complicated, Osiris. It's like 2 steps above Puerto Rico. We don't talk about it.
Oh, okay.
Desperado Sansa. I don't know, Phil. I'm pretty sure Rich could outweigh McConnell's bro.
I would. Hey, you know what? I would pay to see a debate between Iko Rich and Mitch McConnell on the Senate floor. That would be.
Nobody got time for that. Literally, nobody got time for
The
that.
thing is, McConnell doesn't debate, right? He just like does things, and then he refuses to talk about the things that he's doing.
He would give
waits.
you plenty of time to ramble on.
Yeah,
he-
that's
would
exactly
freeze
what it
up,
would have to be a
He
one.
would freeze up, and you would just get your run of it.
Well,
Like,
yeah,
you could tell him
that's
whatever you want.
Yeah.
But he was that way before he was like freezing up medically. Like he doesn't bother justifying anything he does because his whole point is you cast the votes, you make the strategic moves that you need to make, but you don't talk about it. Like, and when you do talk about it, it kind of backfires on him, right? Like when he did the Merrick Garland stuff or whatever, like he said if their roles were reversed, he would absolutely not like during an election year, like, you know, and of course he did. And everyone knew he did. Like nobody bought those
the whole
explanations.
Obamacare
But-
thing. Every time he talked about that, it backfired.
Yeah, right. So what he's learned is you just don't talk about shit. You do your maneuvers behind the scenes. You talk to your caucus. You get things done. He's like the 2 smartest people in Congress, honestly, are Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi. Like they both do that kind of stuff.
Facts. As much as
And-
like, here's the
Yeah.
thing. As a Republican, boy, howdy, am I glad Mitch McConnell's on
Yeah,
my
sure.
side.
Yeah.
I could not imagine. I can't imagine what it's like for all y'all having to fuck. He's a stone cold operator, and like us Republicans have this really weird ambivalent relationship with him, where he's always selling us out, but then just when we're getting, and then
So
he
wait,
gives
so
us a
so
big
do you
W, and
admit?
we're like,
Do you
oh.
admit morally that Mitch McConnell fucked not just the Democratic Party but the country over, not giving Obama his his judicial pick?
You want me to admit that Mitch McConnell saved the
McConnell's
country
a
by
piece
not
of
giving?
I was waiting for that.
You
I'm
should be
sorry,
a
I couldn't
politician
help
because
it.
you've
I
got
couldn't
the
help
most
it. I couldn't help
slipperiest
it.
fucking answers on the planet Earth.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. I got like no, in my opinion, like should the Senate probably have given Garland some kind of a sure? I'll go ahead and say that it's
There
not
it
like,
is.
but the thing is, at the end of the day, every president has to give a nominee that's acceptable to the Senate that they have. It's kind of like the Donald Rumsfeld. You go to war with the army you had, not the army you wish you had. Like, so when people talk about like, look at all these Supreme Court justices that were nominated by Republicans, a lot of them were Ronald Reagan dealing with a Democrat Senate. So he had to put up some sort of moderate that wasn't really representative of him.
I don't care. I don't care what Trump put in. All I'm saying is that Garland got fucking railroaded. All right,
Well, considering what he did afterwards, thank God, considering he was a power hungry fucking little megalomaniac. So fuck him. And I'm glad that he never
what about
touched
some
this.
other judicial sending? What do you like
Advising
all this
consent.
break?
The Senate didn't like him, so they said
You
fuck him.
should be a politician.
Well, no. The Senate
Well-
didn't advise their consent. They refused to advise in consent.
He was so bad he didn't even get out of committee.
What there was no committee to get out of.
Yeah, they didn't.
Well, no, he had to get out of a judiciary
No, he had
committee
to get
before it
into
could
it.
go to the vote.
No. He didn't get into the Judiciary Committee. McConnell just wouldn't schedule the committee at all.
God, so that's how bad he sucked.
Yeah,
man.
that's-
So he sucked 3 orders of stuff.
God, dude.
Well, no, like, I'm sorry,
No,
but
it's
like
true. It's-
all
No,
he
look,
had to do,
I'm
like,
not saying it was-
honestly, honest to God, if Obama would have nominated someone who was a Democrat but was like, let's say, pro Second Amendment, they probably would have gotten in.
Well, hold on.
But they weren't
They
going to put
didn't
in somebody
care.
that
No.
was that level of moderate.
Okay, you don't remember this in real time then, because
No, I was there. I remember it all, and I
Okay.
like. Don't get me
Okay.
wrong. I was just.
so
I
the question
admired
was
Mitch
put to
McConnell's rope a
Republicans.
dope.
The question was put to Republicans. They were saying in advance of all of this that because people asked, like, what will happen? Are there any candidates that you would vote for? And the Republican answer, this was an interview after interview with all these different senators. They all said the same thing. They said, well, if it was someone reasonable like Merrick Garland and he was named by name, then we would. But we all know that Obama would never appoint someone like him. He's going to
Exactly.
appoint someone on the
And
far
then he
left.
had to turn around and appoint someone as unreasonable as Merrick Garland, just like
no,
that.
no,
guy's-
that is first of all,
That
that
was
is
the person
crazy.
they said they would vote
That
for.
is actually crazy. And second of all, even if he wasn't a good pick, the Senate could have took the vote and said he's not a good pick. They could have just done that. I would have accepted that.
Except there were too many Republicans that would have voted for him.
That's
why
they railroaded. Not only did they railroad the Merrick Garland, they railroaded themselves and the American people.
Here's an interesting question.
McConnell just made it so that no Republican votes mattered because he just wouldn't schedule the votes.
Here's a more interesting question. If the Republicans wouldn't have filled Ruth Bader Ginsburg's seat before the election,
right,
would that have made a difference on election night, do you think?
Yeah, I think
that's it. Like, I can't even give you an honest pick as to which way that would go, but I do think in a couple of places there would have been a swing of some different votes. What are y'all's thoughts on that?
Yeah,
I think Merrick Garland was the replacement for Ruth Bader Ginsburg in some aspects. She should have stepped down though. First of all, or second of all, and it would have mattered if that all had went down the way it went down. But the point is, it should have went down the way it went down as you proposed. Merrick Garland should have got his votes. Obama should have been able to pick Merrick Garland and get him his votes. And I personally believe that all judicial seats should step down before they die. I think that whole wait until you die thing is a weird thing. Personally, I don't know. Maybe there's an argument for it, but I don't know why.
Well, if we could time death, we would totally be on that shit. But
but you're 80, 90 years old. There's no way.
Don't get me wrong. You can make a pretty good college educated guess. Like Ginsburg, in terms of like strategy, yes, she should have. But you also got to realize that these people sacrificed their entire lives to get to this level of power, and then you're asking them to just give it away for strategy.
I don't give a fuck what they did. No, why I don't give a fuck? Because it's not about them. It's about us.
I totally get it, but at the end of the day, Ruth Bader Ginsburg's personal ego outshined her strategic mind. Now we got Barrett.
Scalia also strategically should have resigned earlier. Thomas and Alito right now strategically. They should have resigned under Trump.
They should have resigned under Trump. Yep.
I don't know. I mean, Thomas's just masterclass, beautiful Second Amendment decision that he was able to write. Like, no, that's going to save and set precedents for last year. That's going to set precedents for generations. So that one decision alone, as a Second Amendment voter, that was the decision I have been waiting at least 20 years to be handed down.
So you're saying that if a Trump appointee was in that seat instead, that decision wouldn't have happened?
I don't think they would have written the majority decision the same way that we would have gotten the historical standard put in there. So no, Clarence Thomas pushed the Second Amendment as far as he could get with that court and preserved as many rights for several generations to go. So Clarence Thomas, God bless him for that Second Amendment decision.
Would it be worth it? Like, let's say Thomas is off the court tomorrow, and then is replaced by a Democrat, by Biden.
Let's say
does that make it worth it?
Really left-leaning Democrat. Let's say that too.
A young one too, a really young one.
I'm going to be honest with you. If Clarence Thomas was called home in Christ tomorrow, it would have still been worth it to get the historical standard into the Second Amendment jurisprudence. Yes,
so I'd make that trade.
Yeah. Now, I think Lord, please give Clarence Thomas many more decades of public service in this life. Let him live to be 110 years old, just sharp as a tack, like the whole fucking time. Right. Lord, let it just that will. And here's the thing: one of Trump's appointees is going to live to be 107. I don't know which one, but one of them is going to be around forever.
Well, he's not very happy with them. He's not happy with his own appointees.
That's going to be his last middle finger to American politics 30 years from now. Fucking Barrett's still on the court. What the fuck? It's just going to be pretty funny to watch, guys. You're going to hate me when you see it, but one of them is going to live to be
I think Scalia and Thomas are much, much bigger deals than the other three. Because
Scalia is big.
Yeah, because those three, the Trump appointees, all of them have I mean, he considers all three of them to have betrayed him, basically, on not just one decision, but on many decisions. That he was hoping that they would be personally loyal to him once appointed. But that's the
Because they
thing about
personally
lifetime appointments. Like once you're in there, you can do what the fuck you want. And so
Well, that's because they're tradcons, and Trump is not a
Right.
tradcon. That's the problem.
I kind of
Right.
want to argue that appointment
They're not
kind of screwed the
populist.
Republican Party altogether, because whether you agree or disagree with Roe v. Wade, if Merrick Garland had been appointed,
right back.
Roe wouldn't have been abolished, and there would be more goodwill toward Republicans. So I feel like that lost Republicans a lot of races.
Well, and
2022 especially.
And I'm actually going to make an argument ICAO normally makes here, that you really can't get a big win on policy without it costing you in politics. Look at the big loss in 2010 with the push to Obamacare. The Democrats lost big because they had Obamacare get pushed through, and the Republicans pretty much, Clarence Thomas's court pretty much closed the chapter of the last generation of culture war. Now we have new culture war topics arising in America. And so there's battle lines being drawn, new ones actually. And so, yeah, to me, Clarence Thomas 2022 was probably the most significant year of Supreme Court jurisprudence in American history. Am I wrong, guys?
No comment.
Yeah, I can't say. I don't know.
2 or 3 that there was big, like the ones where it's like, hey, slavery's not a good thing. That was probably a little big. But you know what I'm like, okay, in the modern era, this has been the most.
Yeah, in my lifetime for sure.
Yes. So Donald Trump voters who cast their ticket for Donald J. Trump.
But here's the thing:
you
didn't need Donald Trump to get the judicial picks that you got. You just needed a real traditional conservative president. You could have it could have been DeSantis. It would have been the same, pretty much the same picks, probably.
Yeah, no, it would have been worse.
Yeah, but none of them won.
The same.
It was Trump that ended up.
Yeah, I mean, sure,
yeah.
I'm just saying that Trump is not a traditional conservative. He's not. He's just
now.
not.
This is something I'm glad Ika is going to get back, because this is something that, and this is why, when people say, "Oh, Trump's got no chance in the general," and I'm going to bring this around to all of you
at all.
And yet, okay. Well, no. I'm not saying you say that, but there's a lot of folks who do.
I know. Yeah, I've got an ongoing argument with Jack on that one.
What a shock. Yeah. Well, Jack just if it's he's got heavy walls of cognitive dissonance, and certain things just won't pierce through.
Wait, so you like to pick all the crazy people for president. So you can say yes for you.
But yeah, they're wrong. Love Jack, but there's times that's just okay,
Fred.
But okay. I'm curious, and Tony, I even want you in on this too, believe it or not. In fact, I'll let you go first after this. The thing that a lot of people are not keeping in mind when it comes to 2024, and the reason why Trump has a spectacularly good chance, tack on the fact that Biden's not cracking 80 million again. Who knows what he's going to get, but he ain't cracking 80 million.
Trump's not getting his numbers either.
Well, hang on here. A vote for Donald J. Trump in 2024 is a vote of no confidence in the United States government. And there's more than a...
Yeah, really.
What's that?
Just like it was last election.
Like that. Yeah.
But there's nobody that's like, oh yeah, the U.S. government just batting 1,000. They totally deserve another endorsement. They totally and so, Tony, I'm gonna give this to you first, because you've been like that guy from G.I. Joe who doesn't talk. What is Snake Eyes?
Snake Eyes.
Tony's So I'm gonna hand it over to the Snake Eyes of Hazard Analysis, KOE Nation, Big Buck, and Empire. What's your thoughts on a vote for Donald J. Trump being a vote of no confidence? And is that something that you would agree with? And then is that something that would appeal to you, or do you know somebody that would appeal to?
Well, the main reason I didn't vote for Trump in 2020 was because I felt like he just didn't follow through on a lot of the things that actually made me consider voting for him in the next cycle. Primarily healthcare, his promises about border security and the wall and that whole pipe dream, it didn't come to fruition, and making other countries pay for it, primarily Mexico. Obviously, that didn't come to happen, and we knew that wasn't going to happen. It was a bunch of broken promises, and then the exit of Afghanistan.
Tony,
He promised that late, and I didn't. I'm like, that feels like a tactic to get some votes towards the end of this cycle, and I don't like that. Why didn't we just do this from the get-go? Whatever. There were a few factors that led up to it, but I didn't vote for Biden either. I'm just like, no, I'm going to vote for third party because Trump didn't earn my vote, and no way in hell would I vote for Joe Biden. So this time around, if it came down to it, I'm looking at the state of the world. I'm looking at my very existence in this life, and people can make any claim they want. I'm just saying, like, regardless of how you want to think, because it's how you want to vote, the world is objectively, pretty clearly, in a much, much worse place now than it was when Donald Trump was at the helm. And that's what it comes down to. Which person do I think is going to keep us out of catastrophe?
I'm going to go next.
I was going to
Between
ask
Biden and Trump, it's pretty fucking clear. It would be Donald Trump.
I have a
Oh,
big
Like it or
question.
not.
Tony,
guys,
Tony
Tony is my moderate normie friend, and
wanna go
like,
next?
oh my god, you have
First
no
of all,
clue.
I want to go next.
Go,
First of all,
Cyrus.
Tony.
Hold on,
fucking
Tony. Can I
G.
just ask real quick? Are you in that part of Nebraska where your vote matters, like that one district where? No, I'm serious. Like,
No, I'm asking why
I
do
was
you
wondering
ask?
how much
Why
work
do
he
you
needs to
ask?
put in tonight.
no.
Yeah.
No, I'm just curious because, like, because if you're in a district,
The whole point of district voting is so that my vote does matter.
well,
There you go.
right, but if you're in a solid red or a solid blue district, then you can vote your conscience, right? But if you're in a
Well, if I'm in one of the two red districts, you pretty much are going to get swallowed by the red votes. And
Right,
if you're in
exactly.
the third district, you're going to get swallowed by the blue votes because that's Lincoln and Omaha, and they pretty much have herd mentality.
isn't that one?
Wait. Hold on. How do they
Purple?
have herd mentality, but the other side doesn't?
Have you been to Lincoln or Omaha?
But I've been to Austin and I've been to Houston.
But isn't
I've
that
been
a
to
purple
Atlanta.
district?
There's
Like,
parts of
Republicans
Lincoln that
win
are little San Francisco. It's
Republicans win
yeah.
that district.
It's
sometimes,
that way
right?
everywhere in the country.
That's a purple district.
Now,
Like, it-
actually,
Yes.
truth be told, I've actually told my daughter this when she's having political discussions with other people. It's like, no, I know Republican because our district, the 3rd district of Nebraska, I am proud to say, voted for Donald J. Trump in a higher percentage than any other district in the
Oh, okay.
United States of America,
that answers
87%.
my question.
Actually, I think it was 89%. But here's the thing, guys. Tony represents the moderate normie Nebraskan a lot more than I ever want to admit. So if Tony's thinking Trump, like that is like the 2nd district could be going back red quite significantly. Now, okay. Osiris, you had
Well,
something you wanted to say.
Hang on, let me answer this first. Does Tony
Ooh.
regret his 2020 vote looking back? No, not necessarily. My district was going to go vote red, and I knew it was going to vote red, and I knew I didn't have to worry
why the
about my
question.
county or my district not voting red because I didn't want to see Biden, but I didn't feel like I had to vote for Trump just to not see Biden. So, no, I don't regret it because I'm a proud nonpartisan registered voter, so I like
fence
to
sitter.
once in a while vote third party because not necessarily I love the candidate, but because I'm not a big fan of partisan politics in
Yeah,
general.
that's why I
but
asked.
I do want to vote, so I don't regret my vote looking back.
I just want him to
I just
be
want to
a good
address what
voting
Tony
Republican.
fucking G said. I don't understand why nobody else sees this. Donald Trump is a grifter. He just says and shit and does shit and shits on the wall, shits on the ceiling, and nothing is getting cleaned. That's the problem. Look, and you can complain about all the other presidents
In
that you
this
want,
case, yes.
but he is so obnoxious with it. It's unbearable to me. I don't look if the next 5 presidents are Republican. I'm not necessarily Republican. I'm a fence sitter. I'll go either way. But if the next 5 presidents are Republican, I wouldn't give a fuck as long as they're doing what they say they're going to do. They're doing the will of
Right.
the American people. That's fine with me. And if they wanted to repeal Obamacare, if they wanted to repeal Roe vs. Wade, and that's the will of the American people, I'm fine with that. But Donald Trump is a shit thrower, and I don't co-sign shit throwers. Okay, go ahead.
So,
Okay.
question when you get done.
Go ahead. I'm done.
Okay. All right. Well, Lethe, I'll hand it over to you. Your question, then I'll kind of tie it back in because I'm curious.
To any Republicans that want to vote Trump, let's think about this realistically. He's already had a term, so he's only getting a term. Unless he were to declare himself dictator or emperor for life. Let's just throw that out the window for now. Just setting that aside. You got 4 years of this dude. So you're voting for someone who cannot get 8 years. Why would you throw your vote away on somebody who might be sitting up there with an ankle bracelet on?
He won't be, and Biden would only have 4 years as well. So that's a non.
I don't think
he's already had 4 years. He can
non-factor.
continue his agenda for the next 4 years. So the Biden administration may have an 8-year plan, and it seems like they may get their 8 years. You've had a break in the 4 years.
A Donald Trump that was seeking re-election and thought he had a pretty good shot is going to be a very different Donald Trump versus the one who then gets presidential power, knows he never has to run for office again, has the power of the executive, and you just made this motherfucker take a mug shot in Georgia. Lord, it's going to be a beautiful bull in a china shop, folks. It's going to be a glorious day to be alive.
Give no fuck about what you just said. They don't care nothing about none of that.
What's that? Osiris?
Couldn't hear you. The Republican Party. That's not thinking of the future of the party itself.
Yeah, well, they don't care because if they cared back when Bush Jr. exited, they wouldn't have ended up with Trump in the first place. Like that wouldn't have been a
Mr.
thing.
Bill, Tony actually answered this question instead of Osiris.
What?
Most of the things he said he was going to deliver, he did not deliver.
Yeah, of course.
Now I'm going to be honest with Tony. You remember January?
Put Hillary in jail.
Well, okay. Here's the thing.
Jail.
I'll admit this one. I'll admit this one fully. Tony can back me up on this. January 20th, 2021, where Biden's getting inaugurated. Biden's in the middle of his inauguration speech. I send a text to Tony and Chicken. You know, guys, I'm starting to think Trump might not release his healthcare plan.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah. I'm starting
go back to that last comment. Kenny, is that possible?
Yep.
We got shit on us. I didn't. I think I addressed that. You can say what you want about. Maybe not everybody believes this. Wait.
It is kind of a dish it out, but can't take it.
No, that's not true. Well, first of all, I don't know what other people you talk about. I'm talking about me here, and people who like me. There's a lot of people who believe that politics is corrupt by this definition. It's just the way it is, right? There's lots of corrupt politicians in some way, shape, or form. You're gonna find some dirt on every single person. But I think there is a value in decorum, a value in conducting yourself in a certain way as the president of the United States, and a value in just not straight up lying all the fucking time and getting charges after charges. I'm not even talking about charges after. No, hold on. I'm not talking about the charges after he was president, not after he was president. All the charges he got before he was president. Look, the dude is a shit human being. That's all I'm saying. All right, moving on.
All politicians are shit human beings, and that's really what it boils down to me. That was the big reason that I when I registered to vote, I became a nonpartisan. Not because I'm like, fuck this, I'm just gonna make a joke of it, but just because I couldn't get behind just joining a group that voted one specific way.
There is only one president I ever cared about, only because it was a self-identification. I never cared about another president before or after. And that was Obama, only because he was black. Because when I was a kid, there was no way there was going to be a black president. And holy shit, America is actually progressing. And I will say that. I'll admit that. And that's all it is for me. And then after he was president, it was like, hey, he's also a shit human being in some ways. So, it is what it is.
Hey, guys, I just want you to all know that today, when I was out and about, I stopped by a liquor store and I found Ike Alrich's new favorite spirit. This is Odessa VSOP. This is Ukrainian-made brandy. Nice. So this is actually, it says on the bottle here, import by Global Spirits USA LLC, product and bottled by Prats in Odessa, Ukraine, product of Ukraine. So yeah, this is Ukrainian. So I found
Icon here first, folks. Phil KOE endorses war in
literally funding the Ukrainians.
That's blood whiskey, right?
Tony. You said all those facts earlier, and now you made Phil leave.
Yeah.
Blood whiskey.
That's
I do.
blood whiskey. Oh man, Ical, you have no idea. Like now, when I make this review, it's like
hey, look, you
it's
have to-
like
you-
the
you-
blood
hey, look.
on Zelensky's head. I
Hey,
just
look,
go
hey,
over
Phil, I
the
need you to
top.
take a swig, and I need you to tell me what it means to have what it tastes like to have a proxy war in a bottle.
Damn, that's a tagline right there.
I was about to say I might just I'm downloading this whole stream just to edit that line out to put it in the official review of that. Like, yeah, that's beautiful. Like hell, actually, this only cost me $6. So I was about to say, I bet
$6
you could.
Oh, so
Fund
that
Ukraine.
not only does proxy war win, but capitalism wins. I love it.
So I was about to say,
God bless
Ical,
America.
one of these days you should see if you can find a bottle of this.
Oh,
We'll do
yeah,
a review
yeah.
together.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Like, all right.
Except I don't know how to taste. Like I just don't have the palate for.
It don't matter. You're just like it'll be funnier where I'm like, this is the worst brandy ever, and I was like, no, this brandy is amazing. It's effervescent. It's the.
We should buy this brandy forever so that others can fight a war.
We should buy hundreds of bottles.
I don't even like brandy, but I drink it to fund Ukraine.
I'm sorry. Oh, CIA in a bottle for $6 says
There
grow
you
the
go.
farm up. Like, yeah.
Capitalism
Three of those-
winning, big W.
3 of those dollars went to the CIA, but like it's like I saw that like what the fuck? There's a fucking Ukrainian brandy. Grow the farm up. Trump, the honest liar, Dave Chappelle, and a star was born. And if you haven't seen the Dave Chappelle monologue, he truly is, in my opinion, he's the Paul Harvey of our generation. He knows how to really sum up the problems of our day in a way that everyone can understand. So now for those who don't know who Paul Harvey is, for Midwestern people, it basically goes Jesus, Tom Osborne, Paul Harvey. In that order, okay? Like Paul Harvey is highly
You forgot
regarded.
Johnny Carson.
I grew up with Paul
Yes.
Harvey too.
Yeah. So I do think Dave Chappelle is our generation's Paul Harvey. Only Mr. Bill Osiris. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm gonna address that. I'll address that. That's fine.
I'll read it and then you can respond to it.
Go for it.
Osiris, I'm sure this is only Mr. Bill. Osiris, I'm sure you're with innocent till proven guilty. I assume you might also think that a political party might feel backstabbed when Trump left Democrat Party for Republican Party and retaliate. Ooh.
Well, first of all, Trump before
Jilted
his
lover
presidency
theory.
was not a Democratic operative. He was a Democratic supporter because it was wealthy, not wealthy. It was a cash cow for him in New York City. He only supported him because it made him money. I don't think he gave a fuck about the Democratic Party.
He said that in the debates. He said that in 2016 debates. He said,
Yeah.
you know,
Of course he did
donated-
it in 2016.
Yeah.
I'm sure he would have said it before then. Like, why would the fuck would
Well,
he
he would
care?
say, especially
He
say
was
that,
a real estate guy, and the real estate guys need to cozy up to the people who make them more money. Yeah, I support that. Capitalism for the win. Let's go.
Nice. But all right, kind of getting back to my question here. Tony gave his thoughts. Osiris, you kind of touched on it. Lethe and Icow never really got to. Oh, and Lethe, I got something for you before this show's over. I got something,
So I
extra,
got a
but we'll
Chappelle
get to that
quote
later.
that I forgot to mention when you were saying that. Chappelle also said of his SNL monologue that when he said, let's give Trump a chance, he was dead fucking wrong.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Well, no, it depends on what side of the aisle you're. Because, like, again, if you're a Republican and like somebody like me, like the things I wanted out of him and the things that like no new wars, judges, tax cuts. I mean, that's an A+. If that's what you're grading on Trump on.
That's for who?
For Republicans who wanted no new wars,
you
the
have to
judges and the tax cuts.
Lethe, you have to understand that the judges' part is a huge win for the culture war. Yeah, the Roe versus
It
Wade
gave us Roe v. Wade in the Second
Yeah.
Amendment. So
Yeah.
big wins.
So there are a lot of people who are happy with that.
well, they're backpedaling on the abortion stuff now.
Well, the
In
politicians are. I don't,
Like, yeah,
no,
when
no,
they're
no,
on
actually, no,
fucking
what the politicians are
MSNBC
too.
and Fox. There's like,
There's a meeting-
oh, it's such a shucky darns that we totally won the fucking Roe v. Wade. Like, yeah. Oh, it breaks
Well,
my
there's a
heart. Like,
meeting
yeah, that's every
happening-
Republican pundit.
There was a meeting happening this week among Republicans saying that we have to rebrand away from pro-life. We have to call it something else. We have to come up with a new tagline than pro. Like if you think pro-life is bad messaging somehow,
I don't. Yeah,
like,
that's
it's
ridiculous.
the most
A better tagline is non-baby killing.
Yeah, but they
Well,
they
well,
can't do
well,
that either.
well,
They have to
well,
make
well,
something look like they're not doing what
Well,
they're doing.
we have to understand that this particular part of the culture war has been going on for decades,
Yeah.
right? The whole pro-life part has been going on for a long time. What has happened is that the sentiment has changed, and the fundamental part has changed. That fundamental part being people being hyper religious, and they've moved away from that, and people don't feel that way, the same way they felt like that in the 80s anymore. So it seems like most of America is with pro-life and pro-abortion, somewhere in the middle. 20 weeks seems to be a good medium right now for most Americans. 20 weeks.
Yeah, like Nate
And I think,
Dallin-
and I'd be fine with that. Make it 20 weeks. Let's move on from this shit, because I think it's a waste of time.
Nate Dallin, I'm sure we're all at least familiar with him to some level. Really nice guy, an attorney out of Omaha. He put it very well, like pro-life voters, your ballot that you cast for Donald Trump in 2016 is probably the most consequential ballot for the things that you wanted done that you will probably ever get the chance to cast ever again in all your life. Because I don't think like they're at most in about 20 years, maybe the liberals will be able to turn this around and reinstitute some new thing, but it's going to take years of jurisprudence, and it's not going to, even if they take the Supreme Court again, it's going to take years and just the right case. It's just like
Trump.
the Second Amendment.
That was McConnell.
Yeah,
It would have
all
happened under
McConnell.
any Republican president. Like
McConnell was like puppet stringing the Republican Party into greatness, and then Trump got in, but the
Yeah.
plan still worked.
Yeah,
Well,
Trump
no
got in,
other
and
Republican was gonna
Republicans
win,
have been
though.
losing
I
every
honestly don't think
cycle
Trump
it's
gives a fuck.
Hillary
about
lost a rigged
Of course not.
election in her favor somehow. Okay, like it was.
Well, if it was rigged in her favor,
Well, it was. Yeah, I mean,
Wait, how?
No, just
How
think
was
if
it
it would've
rigged in her
been fair.
favor? when
Okay,
she
that's a
had-
joke. Jesus Christ!
Okay, I was about to say, I'm
Christ,
so
like-
confused. I'm so
God,
confused.
like that's a
Hillary
joke,
can
folks.
say
I'm going to
it
be
was
telling a lot of them here
If
tonight.
Hillary
Okay?
can say 2016 was rigged, Phil can say 2016.
I agree with that.
You know,
No,
hey,
but you know
Tony,
what?
you got a point.
I support that right for you guys to say that 100,000%. But what you can't say is it was stolen and then stormed the Capitol. That's what I don't. I'm done with that one.
I agree. Fed should not convince people to storm the Capitol.
Oh, he went there, folks. He fucking went there. Yeah.
Feds
Yeah.
absolutely should not convince stupid fucking MAGA dipshits to storm the Capitol. Yes,
Okay,
I agree.
I don't know. I wouldn't say the feds, but whoever did it, yes, sure, they shouldn't do it. And then,
Sure,
you know what?
no,
Everybody
not
got
the
that.
feds.
Oh,
so
excuse me.
I want
it was
to.
the
I'm
feds,
really
it was
wondering
in
why.
particular the person who headed the federal government, right? Who convinced them.
That'd be Joe
Definitely the
Biden.
feds.
That'd be Joe Biden. actually.
That
No,
was Trump
he
at
was
the
not.
time.
Biden had yet to be sworn in.
Well, I
not
mean, yeah, but it
inaugurated
was pretty
yet.
much Joe
Hey,
Biden.
are you guys?
No, I gotta give iCow 2 gold stars on that one.
Wait,
that
wait.
was a beautiful
It was a
joke. No,
B
fuck
minus.
off.
Wonder
That was
why-
brilliant.
Like,
Are you-
Proud Boys, the brown one gets 30 years.
Yeah.
Oh,
a lot
fuck.
of people
Like
are
the
afraid to go to
Brown ones
jail behind this. I think it's kind of fucked.
Like, even
up.
I gotta get like politics aside, you gotta give a good joke its gold stars when it deserves one. But like, so I find it fascinating. Like, I want to do an episode sometime where we go over all the election denials through all time, starting at the year 2000. And then I remember Icow was telling me about there's some folks that were complaining about 2004. And then, 2008, I'm sure I
Oh yeah,
can
the Bush
dig up-
election. The Bush election was highly contested.
Yeah, and I'm sure. Well,
Gore
no,
should've
no,
won.
Bush's re-election, not his first one.
Yeah.
2000.
Yeah.
We'll do that one. But then
Yeah,
Ike was
Ohio.
telling me there was some folks that were, in Ohio. They said there was some. But like the problem is, if we do an stolen election conspiracy, like how soon do you think the algorithm's gonna tone that one down or just be banned late that night, early the next morning? It's like it don't matter. Like even if it would just be a fun episode, because then
Depends on the
I'm sh-
platform. I think Twitter might actually
Ooh, yeah, we got to stream that one on Twitter because, like I'm sure I could find some Republican that would say there was something fucky with the 2008 election. I know
No.
several.
So look, here's the problem.
Yeah,
Here's the problem.
2008
Anytime somebody loses
Too much.
in a very close call, they're always going to claim there's some.
Yeah,
but there's no proof of it. There's zero proof of this. None, not an iota of it.
It doesn't mean I can't find somebody to champion it. Like, okay, like that would make
If
me the
George
episode
Bush
awesome.
is willing to
Like,
throw
all
Jeb
right.
under the bus, why wouldn't he do the same to Gore?
Well, no, we're gonna have one for 2000 election. ICAO, I think, like you and me might have to do that one because like I was 14 when that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was 14 when that one went down. So
What
I at
year
least
was that?
2000. Bush Gore.
You was only 14. Damn.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was just a kid.
Then you have to yield to my infinite elder wisdom. Then.
And I remember, now I'm sure like this might just like, hard to believe. This might just be a thing on the internet, but I remember reading in 2012 there was one district. Again, just could be conspiracy, but there was one district in Philadelphia where they couldn't find one fucking vote for Mitt Romney. Every single vote was for like I was like, and I was just like, if that's true, even I'd be like, okay, statistically speaking, some motherfucker would have checked the wrong box by accident.
That actually happens every
Can I-
election.
Can
and
I
it
ask
goes
an easy
back.
question? Is there
Rocket.
anything part of the government that you think is honest and true?
Is
There-
hang on. No. I got a perfect answer to this. And I hate it when I do this. Or I hate when anybody does this. And that's answering a question with a question, but this is actually an answer to your question. Okay, if you like examine it. Is there any human being that's entirely honest?
Of course not.
Other than Lethe. Well, good
True.
one. But is there any human alive that's currently, Jesus is also the
so you
Son
think
of
the
God.
government
That's a
says
little
that?
different. Well done, ICAO. But like,
So you
But
think
no,
the government's
you
kinda
understand what I'm
some amalgam,
saying.
right? Yeah. It's some,
so
reflection
ICAO,
He is a
of
living
some
God.
by
people.
ICAO's own answer, the only thing you can trust in this world is Jesus. So give your heart and your soul to
Oh my
Jesus because you
God.
can't trust this worldly government. God bless you,
I actually would
ICAO. You
rather
know,
trust
you
in
great so
Spider-Man.
and
Bill,
so.
Great
Bill, you
power
got me on
comes
that.
great
I'm not
responsibility,
going to argue that.
and they didn't
No,
exercise
I'm
it.
not going to argue against Jesus. I can't do that.
We
Listen,
can always
that's a
argue
tough
against fictional characters.
Well, Jesus isn't on the panel tonight.
Yeah, I mean,
could
hey,
be.
Phil, that's your next task. Get Jesus on the panel. And we'll ask him directly. All right.
You don't, because that's pretty much the end of all the things.
Oh shit. Well, I don't want the end of all the things.
Remember, like
Well,
when he
if
comes
Joe
back,
Biden
like
wins re-election, it'll be the end
ICAO,
of
the
all
next
things
time he
anyway.
shows up, that's
That's right. I
That's-
actually
we're
once
not
had-
going to get to see the new Elder Scrolls game. Let's just
I
put it
had
that way.
I had a theology professor who would indulge me in my like dumbest questions, and I had some really dumb questions. And one of them was who would win in a fight among the Holy Trinity, and his answer was that it would be a three-way tie because the universe would instantly end. So we would never find out like the answer.
That's a good answer.
Yeah.
Hey, this guy is
Ooh,
smart. I would have
okay.
thought that.
Yeah.
That guy's at least put some thought into that.
Yeah.
Well done. Well
He
done.
always had good answers. Like I was always trying to like, get him.
I had a
Never did.
pastor who married me and my wife who also had really good answers like that. Because we had a baby who died in my skin post. Really good answers, no matter what. Shout out to all the pastors out there who did that shit.
You're breaking up there a little bit. Did anybody else hear that clearly, or was that
No,
just
he roboted for me too.
Okay. We heard that you turned to a pastor that when there was and we've talked about this many times, Cyrus, about the loss that you had to deal with in your life and how he came. Like, I'll be honest, like same thing for me. Like I've found a pastor that I really enjoy going to his church. I'm gonna try to get this guy to come to church one of these days. We'll see if we can. We'll see if we can get that to happen. We'll see.
Say that
but
again, Phil.
I'm gonna try.
They always
ICAO.
get you when you're
ICAO's
vulnerable.
coming
Keep
to my
in mind, they get you when you're
He's
vulnerable.
gonna convert me.
Lethe.
Yeah.
Lethe.
Well, to Aiko's question, what would they fight over?
Yeah,
Ooh.
of course. Yeah,
Yeah.
of course. Yeah, that was
done.
another
Well done.
answer. Yeah, of course they wouldn't. Although, I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's some stuff that God the Father seems to advocate for in the Old Testament that is a little bit different than the Gospels. So maybe there's a few things, but you know, it's it was.
Think
that
He
was
will
God
not
the Father would
forget
fight,
the cheek.
like, just
Yeah.
would be willing to take it as far as it needs to go.
Yeah. Eye for an eye versus golden rule.
Now, it turns out because of the Trinity, it's actually why, unfortunately, all the Eastern Orthodox churches are actually heretical because they don't believe that the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son. It just
Right,
proceeds from the
filioque.
Father.
Yeah.
So, as much as the Eastern Orthodox like to say, "Oh, we're so awesome and trad," they are technically heretics.
Wow.
Like,
Shots
yeah.
fired.
So, sorry, Adam. Adam Wilson or whatever your name is. Sorry.
We got to get one of those clasped hands memes again.
Yep, me and Ike out
what the
class
fuck?
hands.
Yeah, I
Not
agree.
Being anti-orthodox.
Girl, yeah, what the fuck. How did we get to the Trinity?
Because we
Yeah.
were deciding who would win in a fight of the Trinity, and also, you know, and we got a Bandit here. Now, actually, guys,
My thinking at the time was God the Father because you got to think he's the strongest, right? Like,
true. I could see that. Now, again,
I'm
like the
gonna
idea.
go with Infinity Stone Ultron.
I think that's the only right answer.
no.
I think that's
The
right.
the one above all. It's got to be the one above all, right?
Or the one below all.
Oh,
Wow. So we're getting deep into the
we're
theology.
gonna lose
DC
Pat
fans
here.
still argue Batman. DC
No.
fans would still argue that Batman could win.
With enough time.
Well, yes, with enough prep time.
With
With enough prep time,
he defeats
Batman.
even Jesus.
Jesus.
Now, actually, Batman is technically Catholic, so I think he would probably.
No, technically, Batman's an
Wise,
orphan.
wise choice.
Well, that was how he was raised. So, now, funny enough,
For 6 years, raised for 6
Yes,
years.
raised for
Yeah.
6 years.
I mean, how
Ouch.
much could he have learned?
Ouch!
in that time?
Rich.
Damn.
Ow!
Brutal.
Fucking
But you guys
brutal.
can keep Daredevil.
Woo.
Catholics can keep Daredevil.
And then
Daredevil's probably
Superman
the best Catholic. Yeah,
is it like he's evangelical Christian, like Baptist.
he's got to be. No, I think he's. I mean, I do.
Kansas. Kansas.
I think he's mainline Protestant. I think he's like Lutheran, maybe
Methodist. Yeah, I
maybe
could see Methodist, but like,
Yeah.
yeah, he's like, I see him as like, yeah, he's some sort of mainline,
And
Yeah.
good
Superman
old
is Jesus.
cornbread and covered
There's
dish
nothing
Protestant.
evangelical about him. He's definitely mainline Protestant.
I'd say
It's all
Green
about
Lantern
mercy.
is Green Lantern's probably Jewish, and Wonder Woman's probably like Westboro Baptist.
Depends
I know
on the Green Lantern.
Ragman's
There's a lot of
Jewish.
them.
Now she's like Amazonian craziness. So like,
She's pagan.
No, she's a woman, so I was going to go with crazy like Westboro Baptist. Come on, that's funny. How'd you miss that?
wow. Well, because they're like an extinct thing. Like after their main guy died, like they're not really a thing anymore. Like, has anybody seen or heard? Like, they're like 200 miles from my house. Has anybody seen or heard anything from the Westboro Baptist Church?
Not in a while.
I think they're
I
still
heard
a
from them the
thing,
last
but
concert I
they're
went to.
keeping it low key.
Oh, they've had a lot of infighting. Like a lot of people like wanting to sort of like run the thing.
Not-
They're trying to figure out who's going to be the next David Koresh.
Right. Yes. Who has to drink the Kool-Aid and who gets to pass it out?
Okay.
Thank you, Desperado, for the
Wow.
shoe.
Now also, Ike, I remember the last time. I just want to address this real quick. Tony's talking to his kids, but you said when I showed you the sermon from the pastor, you called it like a homily or something, which meant
Yeah, a
like,
homily. Yeah.
well, the reason why you would call that is because we don't show the sacraments or those kind of things on film. Like we just
Right.
show the sermon. We don't show
Sure.
the entire service because, like, who decides to take a sacrament and whether they do, like, that's a personal decision.
Yeah. Sure.
Like that's not to be brought. But
Okay.
so like I could understand like just seeing that you could come to that conclusion. But
No, I assume that was the case, mainly because the rest of it, a lot of people find the rest of it boring. Like for Catholics, like the ritual is like the whole point. But for like growing up a Baptist, like for us, like we went for the sermon and everything else was just kind of like singing and dancing or whatever.
Thank you
But
for
it
the
wasn't
Desperado.
what was important was the sermon. Whereas for the Catholics, what's important, of
It's the
course, is
ritual. Yeah, I was actually an altar boy growing up, and to answer all your questions, no, I wasn't. Like, nope. Knew some guys that shit happened to though. It's
Yeah.
just it's unfortunate, but yeah, they swore me to silence because these are now grown men with children and families and such. But yeah, it's
And trauma.
yeah, it's a legit thing. But yeah, it never happened. But yeah, I was instructed in how to properly do the sacraments. I got to ring the bell. I held the Bible. I held the little plate to make sure that the Eucharist didn't fall on the ground. I did all the rituals. And what's so funny is not once was I ever educated in one single verse of the Bible.
Yeah,
Not
that's
once.
cradle Catholics for you.
What kind of Catholics?
Cradle Catholic, someone who was born into the church, typically. Whereas someone who was converted, either in late teens or as an adult, is going to learn all about the theology and that kind of stuff, because obviously that's what's going to cause you to join in the first place, is all that stuff. But if you were born into it, yeah, you're gonna do the ritual by osmosis, and a lot of it won't be explained to you.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it, a cradle Catholic, because I did all the rituals. I was instructed in that, but like even Monsignor told me that if you read the Bible too much, the devil can trick you by getting he was one of those. Desperado says Westboro Baptist Church fell off after Fred Phelps died, and there was a power vacuum over direction afterwards. Now, actually, I want to play something here for you guys. Lethe asked me to do a reading of something that you would think on the surface would be controversial. But once you realize what's actually being said is not actually controversial at all and actually gives a deep answer here. So Lethe asked if I would read a biblical verse. Maybe you've heard of it. 1 Timothy 12.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So without further ado, Lethe, this one's for you. And I got into some sources on this, but without further ado, let's get into it. Oh, come on.
1 Timothy chapter 2, verses 11 through 15. King James Version. Let the woman learn in silence with all subjection. But I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over the man, but to be in silence. For Adam was first formed, then Eve. And Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived was in the transgression. Notwithstanding, she shall be saved in childbearing, if they continue in faith and charity and holiness with sobriety. Thus ends the reading of God's holy word. Now, some folks consider this a controversial verse from the Bible. Some folks consider this a dated one. But when you realize 1 Timothy is how a church should be structured, it's basically an instruction manual for that. So this was actually a request from a good friend, Lethe Waterkai. You can find him on YouTube and Twitch, and very, very nice man. And he wanted me to read this because he thought, well, look at how dated this is. Don't you think so, Phil KOE? And Lethe, you are always going to find, when you think you find something dated in the Bible, look a little deeper and you're going to find it to be timeless. Because Lethe, my good sir, you helped me find the definitive verse that answers the question beyond a shadow of a doubt of the question of female pastors. It's laid out right there. 1 Timothy is how you should structure a church, and this is pretty much definitively answered the question. Now, I have to thank you, Lethe, because I, being a former Catholic, I don't think it would surprise you to know that I was not, I just kind of had a gut feeling, I don't know about female pastors. I feel like this probably isn't right, but I didn't have any scriptural underpinning to justify that. And I was like, no. It can't just be a gut feeling. It has to be in the scripture somewhere. And Lethe, God bless you. You helped me find it, sir. So, I mean, even now, Lethe, The Lord is working through you to help reveal the truth to so many people. Lethe, the day you come back to the kingdom of Christianity with all of us, it's going to be a beautiful day. I look forward to that day, sir. Oh, let's just say it's going to be one of the greatest days of any of our lives. God bless all of you people. I hope all of you make it back here to the KOE Nation, happy, healthy, much the wiser. And if there's a biblical verse you'd like me to read, one that means something to you or one that you're curious about, because yes, this one I asked my pastor, what is the wider context here? And he gave me some great instruction. And folks, that is why, we all seek salvation through Christ, but sometimes it's pretty handy to have a pastor to help lead you through the pasture. So folks, God bless every last one of you. I hope all of you make it back happy, healthy, much the wiser. Lethe, God bless you too, sir. God bless every last one of you. Travel well.
Wisdom +3, please.
Oh, nice. So, Cyrus is out.
Nice, good.
Wakey. Sorry. So, Lethe, thank you for pointing out that instructive scripture, sir. There's instructive scripture, sir. There we go.
So the reason why it originally came up was in Texas. I believe it was in Texas. A man spray painted that on the back of his truck, and the man was an atheist. And he got so many complaints from people that it kind of caused the news to start covering it. And he put on the back, women shall be silent and submissive. Read your Bible. God said it. Believe it.
Well, in 1 Timothy, like I said, it's how you should structure a church. So what that's saying in that context is it pretty much answers the question of female pastors. So thank you, Lethe, for pointing that. Now, Iko, I'm sure I'm going to get all kinds of pushback from you, being a Catholic. Like, no, there should be female pastors by cracky. What are you talking about?
No, no, because I think the way that the church is structured is to follow scripture, and you can't deny what's in scripture. So, but what I do think is that there are ways. I do think that those verses are dated, and I think that there are ways to not contradict them, but still, I think what we need to do instead is not have male priests. I don't think we should have female priests. I think what we should do instead is elevate the role of a nun, so that the things that she does to contribute to the church, much like Phoebe, who's also in the New Testament, right? She's a deaconess of the church. And she has a lot of power within the church in the early, in the first and second centuries. I forget which one of them that Phoebe was in. And so I think we should restore the status of women, allow them to be deaconesses like they were back then. Get back to where they were in New Testament scripture.
Interesting, because there's no instance of a female pastor anywhere in the Bible, but there is
deaconesses.
Yeah, there if there's somebody that's really got the Spirit moving through them, there should be a way to utilize. But again, it's just fascinating to see. Now, Lethe, even my pastor says, okay, Phil, what your friend is trying to do is lead you out to walk the plank while he has his very sharp saw right behind you. Just now, again, Lethe, give me some credit here, sir. You thought I was going into the lion's den, and I come out riding him like a horse.
You still did. Is basically shitting on every woman pastor on the planet. Is shitting on every female teacher in the church.
Not teacher.
Well, it says that a woman should not teach a man. So,
but children, they certainly that's nothing. Women are so important in a child's instruction that to me it's we lost Bandit. I was about to ask him. Now this is funny.
Night.
This is funny. Osiris, I'm just gonna leave him on the screen. See how long.
He's good.
He'll come back to us in like 10 minutes, like, sorry, man, sorry. But what was I just saying? I lost my train of thought there.
Well, I would say
Women teaching in church.
Oh, yes. But go ahead, Ike.
so what about a professor then, right? Like if you're gonna now I have some answers to this, but I'm just curious like what your answer is first. Is that does this mean that you wouldn't allow like a college professor to be a woman?
Well, again, like when I look at First Timothy being an instruction manual for the church, like it's sort of like we are in the world, we are not of the world. You render unto God what is God, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. In the world, like, you know, I want my daughter to make it as far as she can in this world. Do whatever it is she wants to make her happy, if that includes being in the power game. But in the church, it's pretty clear that because God made man first and Eve second, and Eve was tempted by the forbidden fruit.
That's not what the Bible says.
No, it's
Hold
right
up
there.
on that. No,
it's right there. No.
Hold up on that. God did not do that. If you read the Bible in order, he said, I created the man and woman. So there were two.
He took
people.
a rib from Adam to create
That
Eve.
was a whole page later.
Yeah, later. He took a rib from Adam to create Eve.
He said he created man and woman one page before Eve was created.
But he told you how he did it, though, right?
No.
Yeah.
I
I'm sorry. Like he took a rib from Adam.
Are you talking about? Higher criticism theory, where there's 4 strands in Genesis? Like you have the Noistic author and the Eloistic author, and so on.
I really don't know how it worked out, but for some reason in the Bible, God said he created man and woman. And then later on, after Adam was naming animals, said that Adam shouldn't be alone. And so then he put him to sleep. And then
you're talking about Lilith.
So that is where the idea of Lilith comes from. But it was stated before that a woman was made. That's all I'm saying.
And then after that, Eve was made. So that implies there was a woman before
Eve.
Right.
That was not
regardless, there was still a man before either of them.
Well, no, it just says
and that's
man
why
woman.
a man is to
lead
lead
was simultaneous.
That's why a man is what? I'm sorry, I missed that.
God deemed that. Okay, hang on 1 second here. 1 second.
How's it going?
I think we will go to my
go to Genesis
favorite.
1:27
We'll go to my
quick.
favorite author, God, on this, and we'll see what he has to say.
Go to
on
127.
Yeah, but what has he
Go to
written
127
lately?
real quick.
Just
like a couple thousand
look at
years
my
since he wrote
favorite
it.
author, God. Okay,
He's not recently published, you know.
hang on.
So
The
127. Go ahead and look that
glasses
up.
of extreme. Hang on, one moment.
And I'm glad you have the book. I'm glad you actually have the book because this is like how bipolar the Bible is.
Oh yeah, I
127.
read. I actually
That's
read
because
in.
they're a
I
redaction.
read in church, actually. So as you may know, let's see.
Man, I need to. I play a dangerous game, by the way. I do this all the time, but you guys don't ever notice because it's kind of happens off camera. But I play this dangerous game where I don't have, like, every once in a while I'll have a Dr. Pepper, but they won't be cold in the fridge, so I've got to put it in the freezer. But then I've got to.
Oh yeah.
You know the game I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Well, you got to get it before it explodes. Right, you got to do it before it explodes,
Well, it's
right?
worse putting a beer bottle in the refrigerator.
Yeah.
Ooh,
But I
that's a
play this
terrible
game,
idea.
and I lose about maybe 1 time out of 5. So about 1 time out of 5, it explodes because I can't seem to manage to like always get it 100%. Or if I get it out too soon, then it's going to be lukewarm, and once I've opened it, I can't put it back in because then it loses carbonate. It's the whole thing. You got to time it perfectly, and I'm about to do that right now. I'm about to go put one in.
Go check it out.
So maybe 20 minutes is what it
Hopefully,
takes.
it's not blown up.
25. I see. You know
so
when you've done it
127.
perfectly is when there are just little wisps of ice in there. And, you know what I'm talking about? When you get just like almost a little bit of slush. Yeah, that's what you need.
Beer icy is the best.
Oh, it is.
Gotta get my earbud in.
Oh, you can't even hear me. Damn it.
Yeah. Here we go. Now I can hear you. Hey, welcome back, Osiris. You were out.
I can't. I look.
So 127,
I
Phil.
can't listen to the.
So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, male, and female created he then. And God blessed them. And God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it. And have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth. I'm always going to finish the verse. I'm always going to finish
the verse. To, but we can move straight to 221.
221.
Lethe, I'm going to get you.
And the Lord God caused a deep. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I need to look it up. Go ahead. You can go.
And the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh instead thereof. And the rib with which the Lord God had taken from man made he a woman and brought her unto the man. And Adam said, this is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman because she was taken out of man.
So you see the dichotomy there where he blessed them when he created them one page before, but then went on to create another one.
No, I don't see any. Like he's saying he created them, and then a
page
or two later he goes into greater detail as to how he did so. That's how I would read it.
No, that doesn't make sense according to the way it's read. I mean,
when you create something, you have to explain how it was created afterwards. You can't explain it before, especially when you're in creation and you're creating the first thing. There's no one to explain it to.
I don't see how you get that, but fair enough. I'm glad that's good for you.
Like, hang on. Osiris, am I off on that at all? Like, am I?
I don't.
Okay. Like
the Bible, it's so confusing to me. I don't understand that. I don't know. Like I've heard a million interpretations of a million things in the Bible. I don't know what to believe in it. As far as that goes, I just don't know. I think people believe what they want to believe, and that's what I ask. This is why I think religion is great, because you can believe what you want to believe. It's fine.
Man, it's like he's here, but he's sweating like a whore in church. Had to get fair enough.
Hot.
I got my AC blaring on me. Like I've got one vent over here blowing on me, one vent over. Like that's one of the reasons I picked this spot.
It was 109 here.
Yeah,
today.
you guys cannot complain.
109.
We don't want to hear your sob stories about it being hot. We're literally dying down here. And
bro, there's a whole
Cyrus, I think you're
75
probably
out
at
here.
110 where you are.
75. Wow.
Yikes.
Dude, it's 85 in the morning at 8 o'clock in the morning
74.
here. 85 fucking degrees. By the time it's 12 noon, it's 106.
Because like here, like,
hell no.
I mean, after God said, "Let there be light," and He
hell.
made all the firmament, and He made everything, the land, and then
Sproutacus
another few
pages.
pages, it talks about how he
Sprout.
Sprout once in.
Sprout.
Sprout in.
Oh fuck yeah, let Sproutacus in. Give me just a moment here, and I will send him the StreamYard link. Actually, do any of y'all have?
I got the link.
Just send him the link, and I'll pop him in.
I got
Fucking
you.
hey, Sprout's here. Because I have two Bibles here: the English Standard Version that I read from at church,
Preacher in training.
and then I've got this the Bible from 26 translations that I had to get back from an ex of mine. So it's like getting a hoodie back. And
Bro, you can't do that. You can never get a hoodie back.
well, I fucking did, motherfucker. Watch.
I respect it.
I got hey. But like she was like, well, if you're actually going to church these days, you might actually get some mileage out of this. I was like,
Sprout, I
yeah,
sent you a
hell
link.
yeah.
You're good.
What's that?
No, I was letting Sprout know I sent him the link.
Sweet. Yep. All right. Come on in, sir. We're talking theology, which sent my good buddy Tony running for the hills like his fucking hair was on fire. And now, folks, we have a first-time guest appearance here on the KOE Nation and Hazard Analysis on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch. We've got a first time, but a tremendous honor. We are, folks, joined, and you are going to be proudicus to introduce a kiss, the one and only Sprouticus. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Much appreciated. However, I think you might regret having me on. I think you might have misjudged whose side I was going to jump on here.
No, it'll be fun nonetheless, sir. Welcome.
Okay, so explain. Just go ahead and for me explain the short version, right, of what you believe the first 2 chapters of Genesis are regarding.
Would you like me or Lethe?
KOE.
He knows what I think.
Well, this is the telling of the creation of the first 2 humans and the creation of the firmament of heaven and pretty much everything we call the universe.
Okay, there was specifically man and woman, specifically what I was talking about, because that was the discussion.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, here it says very clearly man is made first. Am I wrong on this? Do you think that I'm in any way incorrect on that?
It says God made man and women. It doesn't. He made two of each, right? So he made man and women. However, Eve was created following Adam. I don't disagree, but it says he made them man and women.
Well, it says in verse 27, Genesis 1:27, God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. So what he's like, it's pretty clear to see that he created man first.
He created.
And then a few pages later, he explains how he did.
Wait. It's easier to see he created man in his image more than he did women. That's easier to see.
That's what I
can create 2 things. I can create 2 things, right? And give one more looks like me, and give another more looks like my wife at the same time. And then say I created them.
Look at the exact vernacular here.
I created them both, but I created this one after me.
Okay, but that's not what's being said here. So God created man in his own image, comma, in the image of God created he him. Yeah. Then semicolon, so there's a divide there. Male and female created he them. So first he created he him, and then he created he them. And this is according to the Bible.
That does not mean that. That does not mean that. A semicolon does not. No, wait, stop. A semicolon does not mean and. A semicolon simply means that it is the next part of it could have been its own sentence, but it decided not to. So a semicolon does not. A semicolon is not the same thing as an ampersand.
So where's your evidence that woman was created at the same time? Because
that's
my favorite author, God's
a separate statement.
Pretty much backing me up here.
What if I said this?
That's a separate statement. What you're reading is a separate statement, right? So God created human beings in His own image. In the image of God, He created them, male and female. He created them. So, I don't understand.
And where did female come from, other than the rib of man?
Where did female come from?
The rib of man.
Eve came from the rib of Adam.
Correct.
Yes.
Are you suggesting that every woman nowadays is created from the rib of a man?
No, but I'm saying the first one was.
Does it state that Eve was the first woman?
Is there any other woman that's mentioned here, but other than Eve?
It says God created the men and women much prior to referring to Eve.
So what other woman is there in the Bible to compel you to believe that they're talking about anyone other than Eve?
Okay, let's go back to the first verse. That way we can do this verse by verse, because that's evidently what we need.
It's never harmful to go over scripture a little more. So it's always good.
While you guys are going over scripture, I'm listening to the scripture of the Southern poets of United States of America. We call them trap artists. It's great stuff. You guys should,
Well,
really
I mean, here in chapter 2, verse 18, and Lord God said, "It is not good that man should be alone. I will make him a helpmate for him." So God is convinced that Adam is alone at this moment. So, you gotta be.
Have you ever felt alone when you weren't in a relationship?
Oh man, I'm asking you a question.
It's
not good that God said it is not good that man should be alone.
Answer my question. If you're not going to answer my hypothetical, then what's the point of even talking? Because
sure, we can all get lonely. Lonely and being alone are two different things. Do you concede that?
No, I don't. I don't concede that. Lonely and being alone are not two different things.
We just have different words for
when I'm lonely. Most oftentimes I'm alone. Does that mean I'm the
No.
only person on the
Some
earth?
of the most
No.
lonely times in a lot of people's lives are when they're surrounded by people and they're not being understood. So like, but no, like here it says it like, and the Lord God said, it is not,
not
good
lonely,
that
it's being
the
misunderstood.
man should be alone. Like, I'm sorry at that
Yeah,
point.
but you're not listening to what Lethe had said originally, which was that a man and woman were created, then something happened, which isn't
Then
elucidated
blessed,
on.
too.
But many like Jewish tradition has an answer to this, which is that the woman that was created alongside Adam was Lilith, according to the Jews, and then something happens to Lilith. She goes away, and then Adam is alone, and so then a part of his rib is used to make Eve. That's one of the mainstream Jewish interpretations of what happened.
Because the first chapter talks about creating God creating man. Second chapter
Man and women.
basically
Wait,
skips over
man and
from
women.
day 1 to day
Man
7.
and women. The first chapter talks about man and women, not
Yes,
just
but
man.
then the second chapter
Oh, but why'd you say
is
just man then?
reiterating in more detail the first chapter, because he skips over first day right to the 7th day.
Why would they skip? That's not
Because you need
skipping
to
over the
reiterate,
first-
because
Wait,
at the beginning of time, there's nobody to explain anything
wait,
to.
Stop. That's not just that's not. You said it skipped over from the first day to the 7th day. That's not just skipping over one day. That's skipping over 6 days.
Chapter 2. Thus the heaven and earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the 7th day, God ended his work which he had made. Okay, so that's the first 2 verses of chapter 2 in Genesis. The last few verses, like basically, I think 25 to 31, they're all covering the things that God did in a very quick, abrupt fashion of what he did in those days. And then here, they expand upon it because it's kind of the beginning of time. It's the beginning of the story. You kind of have to expand on what everything
What part
means
are they
once you get it
expanding
started.
upon?
The beginning of time of humanity.
No, they're not.
Yeah, it is. This is the beginning of time. It's the beginning of
They're
humanity. It's the
missing
beginning
6
every
of
time.
those. They're missing at least 5 of those days. Take out the Passover. They're missing 5 days. They only talk about the creation of men and women, or Adam and Eve, not men and women. That's first chapter. It only talks about the creation of Adam and Eve.
And the first chapter is like, let us make man in our own image, our likeness. Let them have
Correct.
dominion over the fish in the sea. And like, so in the first chapter here, it talks pretty much about God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together, the water called the seas, and God this is all different
It's not
days
the-
where he did different things.
No, it's not. So go back to the second chapter. Read the second chapter. Or do I need to read the second chapter?
Please do actually give me a chance
Okay,
to.
so
a drinky poo.
I'll start with verse 5 because I don't think anything prior to verse 5 really matters or counts in the situation. Neither wild plants nor grains were growing on the earth, for the Lord God had not sent rain to water to the earth. There were no people to cultivate the soil. Instead, springs came from the ground and watered the land. Then the Lord God formed the man from the dust of ground. He breathed the life into the man's nostrils, and the man became a living person. When the Lord God planted a garden of Eden in the east to the place man that he had made, the Lord God made all sorts of trees grow up from the ground, trees that were beautiful and produced delicious fruit. In the middle of the garden, he placed the tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil,
Dick move.
etc. and so on. We now go into the story of Adam and Eve having the first sin, right? So now
the first thing
when
it
we
says
talk
there
about this-
is, hang on, what verse 10 says, and a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted and became into 4 heads. And
So at what point?
Again, there's,
So wait. At what point? At what point in this story here, in the second chapter, did it mention God saying, God making it light? Did they ever mention that? Even like partially,
mention what?
God creating light.
Oh, that's in the first chapter.
So it's not in the second chapter.
Yeah, because he's
So
expanding
they
on
don't.
things
So
that
they
happened in
don't.
the first
So
chapter.
they don't. So they don't. Obviously not expanding upon it because they're leaving shit out. If your professor says expand,
You're
upon
jumping
this,
from the
and you don't. No, wait, stop.
The
If your
second
professor-
verse is
no,
talking about the
stop,
seventh day.
stop,
Obviously,
no,
they're
stop,
skipping
no,
around. If the second verse is about the 7th day, there's not 7 verses about 7 days. I'm sorry.
Stop.
Just saying
Thank
stop
you.
doesn't stop truth.
But
I'm sorry.
here's the thing. You're interrupting me because you realize you're
Accept
wrong.
your apology, Phil.
So now,
Oh, no, I'm just
Does it
correcting.
talk about God creating light? Does it talk about God creating light in the second chapter?
No, it doesn't first. Well, I mean,
Okay, so
if I were to go here a little
it
deeper,
talks
maybe I'll
about
find
man
it.
and women in the first, right?
Yeah. But
Okay,
we
so-
established
but
light.
why-
We haven't
but
established
why
the
would
entire
we-
story of humanity, because that's what this is.
Why would you? So you would say expanded upon creation. It does not expand upon creation.
Sure,
Because
it does, we need a
you're
greater
missing 5
explanation.
of the 6 days. I already told you that, and you disagree with me. But you're wrong, and now you don't want to admit to it. You're missing 5 of the 6 days.
And God said, "Let water bring forth abundantly, move the creatures, the fowl firmament of heaven." And so, what days are you talking about we're missing here?
If I can stop choking here in a second. Okay, in the first day, the earth was formless and empty. He said, "Let there be light." God called the light day and darkness night. That's the first day. Let there be a space between the waters to separate the waters from the heavens and the waters of the from the waters of the earth, and that is what happened. That is the second day with sky. Then the third day, God said, "Let the waters beneath the sky flow together into one place, so dry ground may appear," which is also what happened. Called the ground land and the water seas. Said, "Let the ground sprout with vegetation, these seeds," and that is the third day. The fourth day, you talk about let lights appear in the sky, separate the day to night. Let them be signs to mark the seasons, days, and years. God made 2 great lights, the larger one to govern the day, the smaller one to govern the night. He also made the stars. So that was the fourth day. Then we talk about the fifth day. Said, "Let the waters swarm with fish and other life. Let the skies be filled with birds of every kind." The guy created sea creatures and every living thing that scurries and swarms in the water, and every sort of bird. God blessed him, said, "Be fruitful and multiply." Then we get to the 6th day, which is when he created man and women. There's no argumentation there. So now we can pull to the second chapter, where day 1 through 5 are not mentioned. There is the slight reference. There is the slight reference to the water splitting and to flow into the seas. There's a slight reference. However, it's not directly referring to it. It's explaining why there was no rain yet. Because it says, "When the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, neither wild plants nor grains were growing on the earth. For the Lord God had not yet sent rain to water the earth, and there were no people
Noah.
to cultivate the soil. Instead, springs came up from the ground and watered the land. Then the Lord God formed the man from the dust of the ground. He breathed the breath of life into the man's nostrils. The man became a living person." So what I am stating here is that if your version of events is accurate, it is missing 5 of the 6 days.
Well, you just pointed out the 6 days in the first book of Genesis, and then
But you said the second book of Genesis is expounding upon the 7 days. That's literally what you
it's
said.
got to
Would you
start
like to take that
somewhere,
back?
and they're starting at
Would
the
you like
beginning.
to take that back?
No, because it's expanding on everything
So
that's already happened.
where's day 1 through 5 expanded upon?
And thus the heavens and earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the 7th day, God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the 7th day from
Start with
all
verse
his
5.
work which he had made. So he's
That's the
referencing,
7th day.
and he rested on the
That's the
7th day
7th
from
fucking
all
day.
his work which he had made. What would that be, sir? What would that be?
No, wait,
Would
stop.
that be
It's
the
not-
previous 6 days, you think?
You're
Or
gonna
is
need
that
to
some
listen.
other
No,
end of
you're
the
gonna need to
universe that he's working on?
You're gonna need to listen. Okay.
Well, no, I'm
That's
telling
the
you the
7th
word of God here,
Okay.
and you're just not
Well,
wanting to
no,
hear it.
No, we're
You're just
talking.
not wanting to hear it.
Oh,
So what's he referencing
so
here?
biblical scholars
These
don't
works, what is he
disagree. Are you
referencing here?
suggest-
No, what
are
is
you
he referencing
suggesting-
here?
are you
I've answered your
suggesting-
questions.
are you
Answer
sugge-
mine. What
You
is
did
he
not answer my
referencing
question.
here?
You did not answer my
Fanatic, that
question.
shit.
From
You didn't
all
answer
his
the
works
fucking
which he
question.
had made, what
For me,
works are
and
they?
you made up a fucking question to answer. I will answer.
I'm
when
asking
listen
you
to the
what
original
works
question.
are those? Please
No, you
answer.
didn't answer my fucking question. You
What
talked
is your
over me
question?
and made up a fucking question.
No, I'm
You even
telling
have
you
a
right
fucking
here, he is
question. Why are you laughing
referencing
so
the
fucking
previous
hard?
6
Because
days.
I didn't
What
have a
else is he
question.
referencing?
You
What
answered
else
a
is he
question that wasn't
referencing?
asked.
Okay, I accept your concession. It's okay. So he's obviously referencing
That
the
wasn't a
previous 6 days.
concession.
I accept your concession. No, it's
That wasn't a
totally fine.
concession.
Then what
No.
else is it?
Then let me talk about the 7th day.
Please, the floor is yours.
Awesome.
What else is he
Okay.
referencing on
The
this
7th
question?
day. The 7th
All
day
of his
is
works which he had made. What's he referencing there?
The 7th day is not mentioned in the first verse. Therefore, for the first chapter. Therefore, the seventh day is actually mentioned in the beginning of the second chapter. But if we're taking a look at the events, that's not expanding upon the seventh day. That's just the seventh day. It's not an expansion of that. To be an expansion of the creation of the universe, you'd have to look at verse 5 after, which is what any biblical scholar would suggest. Now, if you look at verse 5 after, you are now, if you want to bring in the seventh day, I was leaving the seventh day out of it because the seventh day technically is in chapter 2. So I was leaving the seventh day out of it. I was giving you that one as a give me. I said we're missing 5
you're trying
days.
to say I need
but
to take something back.
If you want to bring the seventh day in, then we're missing 6 days. For verse 5 forward, we're missing 6 days.
No, we're not.
Where are those 6
From
days?
all his works which he had made. What is that reference to? You still haven't answered that question.
That is before verse 5.
Yeah, so it's earlier. So you still can't answer it.
I've made
it's a pretty simple question, dude. What's being referenced here? Quit trying to sidestep. I know you got to try to deflect in any kind of way possible, but from all his works which he had made, what is being referenced there? What is being referenced there? Answer that question.
I already did, but you didn't listen.
No, you haven't. I'm still waiting.
Yes, I did.
We're still waiting.
I made the suggestion that before verse 5 was the entire story of creation. That is what I said. Any biblical
what's being
scholar
referenced
would
there in
agree.
verse 2? What's being referenced there?
Inside of creation, they're talking
From
about
all of his works which he had made. What's that a reference to?
That's not an expansion of the 6 days. Is that are you suggesting it's an expansion of the 6 days?
Is that a reference to the previous 6 days? That's all I'm asking you.
Yes, it's a reference. It's a reference. In the seventh day,
okay, so it's already all of that is covered, and they're expanding upon it. So no, I don't have to walk back anything. I was right the entire time. Thank you.
I didn't know they did. That's not an expansion. That's not an expansion.
You're expanding on a point.
Stop. So if you're in a college class, So seriously, stop. If you're in a college class and your teacher and your professor tells you to expand upon this point, and you merely reference it, and then start talking about something completely different, is that an expansion?
You should reference something before you start expanding upon it, because they're talking about how we got the first woman.
Where's the first 5 days expanded upon? Show me where it's expanded upon.
I just did. From all his works which he had made.
That's not an expansion. That's the seventh day. It's the same fucking story.
What's being referenced previously? Is there something else other than the previous?
Stop.
I would love to hear it.
Stop.
Just saying stop isn't actually going to stop me, man. You got to come with better answers.
No, but you're going to interrupt me before I come up with better answers. You made the suggestion that after verse 5, that it was an expansion upon the story of creation. The story of creation doesn't end in chapter 1. The story of creation ends in chapter 2, just before verse 5. Most people call that verse 4. Post verse 5, there is no expansion upon days 1 through 5, or as a matter of fact, day 7. So now that you want to bring day 7 into it, we are missing 6 of the 7 days.
No, we're not.
If your version of events is accurate.
Again, there's nothing missing here. Like, this is just chapter 2 is expanding upon the beginning of our universe. So obviously, once you start something and you start a story, you need
upon it.
Of course,
you
it
look
is.
like an absolute fool.
No, who else is being referenced in chapter 1 other than you?
Not an expansion.
Who else is being referenced? Who else is being referenced? You got nothing.
You want the gotcha here, but the seventh day is the seventh day. It's considered
according
within the
to
story
Jewish
of creation.
scholars. The who else is Lilith?
Okay, based on what?
Apocryphal text.
That is such a long. I can give you.
I mean, is it in the scripture here? Because if it ain't in the scripture here.
No.
It could be tossed.
I'm talking about interpretation of the scripture, right? So the Jewish scholars were interpreting these texts.
So the Trinity can be tossed
for thousands of years before Christian.
The Trinity's never mentioned in scripture.
Stop it!
Can the Trinity be tossed? The Trinity's never mentioned in scripture. Can it be tossed?
Oh, of course the Trinity's talked about. It's talked about in the Gospel of John how the Holy Spirit proceeds from both the Father and the Son. Jesus says, I'm actually reading the high priestly prayer in church right now, and in John 16, he mentions many times how the Holy Spirit comes from both the Father and the Son. So no, the Trinity is very much in Scripture.
They talk about the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, but they never mention
and
the
they
Trinity,
proceed from the Father and the Son.
Wait, stop. They never mention the Trinity, and they never mention how the Godhead is formed. So, should the idea of the Trinity and how the Godhead is formed be tossed, considering it's not?
No, because Jesus says it explicitly in Scripture. He doesn't use the word Trinity. He doesn't use a lot of words that we use today.
Show me.
It's in John 16. Like I'll
No,
hang
it's
on.
not. That
Yes, it
talks
is.
about the Spirit. That talks about the Father and the Spirit. It does not talk about the Godhead. Show me where it talks about the Godhead. Because when people
Proceeding
say
from the
Trinity,
Father.
that's what they're referring to. That doesn't mean it's the Godhead. Angels proceed from the Father. Doesn't mean they're the part of the Godhead.
But no, the Spirit proceeds from Jesus, actually, and he talks about it actually.
Okay.
And I'm going to pull it up.
Okay,
for
and
you.
again,
Let me-
and again, angels proceed from the Father or from Jesus. Does not mean they're a
So
part of
wait,
the
are
Godhead.
you
Just
questioning
because
the
you-
divinity
just
of
because-
Jesus?
Just no.
It's not very
just because,
Christian.
No, just because you proceed from something does not mean that you are that something.
What do you mean? For the Trinity, that is the case. He proceeds from the
Yes,
Father, so
but
he
that's
is the
never
Father.
laid out. That's never laid out.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so then
Here,
explain to me why
I-
Bibles
this-
proceed. Wait,
Hang on.
explain to me why Bibles.
This
explain to
is
me,
the entire
oh my
Gospel of
gosh.
John, chapter 16, that I read in church. So
Explain to me why angels.
A reading from
proceed
the Gospel of
Father if
John.
They are not
hang
God.
on. It's
16.
right here. It's right
I
here.
have said these things to you to keep you from falling away. They will put you out of the synagogues.
Filibuster.
Indeed, the hour is coming when whoever kills you will think he is offering service to God. And when they do these things because they have not known the Father nor me, but I have said these things to you. For when their hour comes, you may remember that I told them to you. I did not say these things to you from the beginning because I was with you. But now I am going to him who sent me, and none of you ask me, where are you going? But because I have said these things to you, sorrow has filled your heart. Nevertheless, I tell you the truth. It is to your advantage that I go away. For if I do not go away, the helper will not come to you. But if I go, I will send him to you. And when he comes, he will convict the world concerning sin and righteousness and judgment. Concerning sin, because they do not believe in me. Concerning righteousness, because I go to the Father, and you will see me no longer. Concerning judgment, because the ruler of this world is judged. I still have many things to say to you,
We don't need to hear
but
the
you
rest of this.
cannot bear them now. When the Spirit of truth comes, he will guide you into all the truth.
We don't need the
For
rest
he
of
will
this.
not speak on his own authority.
You're getting it.
Whatever he hears, he will speak. And he
We
will
don't-
declare
so
to you
you're
the
literally
things
just
that
gonna
are
try
to come.
filibuster your way out of this. Are
He
you
will
seriously just
glorify me.
filibustering now through a video?
For he will take what is mine
Oh, sorry.
and
You don't
declare
like
it to
God's holy
you.
word?
You're
All that
filibustering.
the Father has is mine. Therefore, I
All the
said
Father
that he
has is
will
mine.
take what is mine and declare it to you. A little
We're not done
Okay,
filibustering yet. so I
if
got
you
more
want to
research
go,
do.
like he just said, all that the Father has is mine, and he will give it unto you. So that's Jesus and the Godhead being even.
You want me to turn the camera off first?
That is not that. So one, that is not considered the Godhead. You know that there's three parts of the Godhead. The Holy Spirit is not ever considered to quote like laid out and considered equal with the Father. That it's not considered to be at the same place as God. The Holy Spirit's not. It's not laid out to be that. So you're
when
claiming-
the Spirit of truth comes, he
wait,
will
stop,
guide
one
you
stop,
into
one
all
stop,
truth. And
Stop.
well,
You're also
well,
suggesting
you just don't want to hear
no,
the truth. I guess.
No, I'm bringing up your point. I'm going to bring up your point, and I'm going to bring up why I disagree with it. That's typically how arguments work. So if you want to actually have if you actually want to have an
Try
actual
it sometime,
discussion
man.
and an actual debate, then I would suggest
You
hearing
came
both
on to
people.
my show
No.
wanting to debate, and I'm sorry, I'm just running fucking circles around you, man. I'm
No,
sorry.
you're not running circles. You're looking like a damn fool. Anyways, the
No, you're just kind of getting pissy, but it's fun for me.
I'm
So,
not.
hey,
but
keep going.
The Holy Spirit is never explicitly laid out as equal with the Father or equal with the Son. Never explicitly in the Bible is it laid out. So
Phil, I just
you
DM'd
made-
you your
so
answer.
you made the argumentation that since something isn't explicitly laid out in the Bible to where you can read it and
Sorry.
understand it means that it's not true. So the Trinity must there be thrown out along with whatever else you're going to throw out because
No,
of it.
because it says here in John, you just don't want to hear it because it disagrees with you.
No, it doesn't. It does not talk about the Trinity.
It's too
nor the
bad.
Godhead.
Like you must be going to one of them heretical churches or
Oh
something.
my gosh!
Like,
It does not feed the Trinity nor the Godhead.
yeah, it's right here in John
Biblical
16. You just don't want
scholars
to.
agree.
I'm gonna send
Biblical
you
scholars
the. I'm gonna
disagree
send you
with
the link, Sprout, just so
Biblical
you can watch
scholars
this on your own
disagree with
time.
you.
What's that?
Biblical scholars disagree with you.
Oh, so you can point to me a biblical scholar that says that there isn't the Trinity in the Bible.
Yes.
Many.
Point that heretic to me.
Well,
Phil,
not a heretic, but I will show you the biblical scholars that say that.
Phil, I just gave you the sources that you asked from me. There's about 10 of them. We're talking about ancient Jewish interpretations of their own
Oh,
text.
well, you know, that's a.
And what are the
That
Jews
includes
know
the
about
book of
Bible?
Isaiah. That includes the book of Isaiah, which is in you and I agree, our canon as well. But also like thousands of years of Jewish scholars interpreting their own texts. I'm just talking if you're asking where the tradition of Lilith comes from, the oldest source is in Isaiah, but then it goes on from there. The Babylonian Talmud, there's a lot of sources.
Oh, fascinating. I'll look into that. But again, like unless there's somebody's name here, like Martin
It's not
Luther.
the only interpretation; it's just one of them. But I'm just telling you.
I mean, Martin Luther did work with some pretty prominent
There you go.
Jewish sources when let's see, Bandit saying check chat. But I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and that the head of the woman is the man, and that the head of Christ is God. 1 Corinthians 11:3 KJV.
The other one was Paul too.
That's Paul, but what Sprout's arguing is what Genesis 1 says, which is that's different. Like, yeah, obviously, like Paul's interpretation, this all started out with you like citing Paul, and so obviously Paul's going to agree with you on this argument. But what Sprout is saying is that the original, like in the Pentateuch, like the way that the Jews interpret their own scripture is going to be different than what Paul is saying.
Okay. Now I'm curious, Sprout. Do you think that the first woman was anyone other than Eve? Do you personally think that? I'm just curious. There's no gotcha.
I don't have enough room to say one or the other, but to outright deny that it was other than Eve is just outright false. You don't have the proof to.
Well, what do you have to make basis to put anyone else there?
That
like we've got some old documents that aren't in the actual Bible. So where do you get
Isaiah's in the Bible?
So wait, unless we're talking about unless you're suggesting that Cain and Abel were having incest with their sisters, and that the daughters of Adam and Eve were never listed and never recorded, unless you're making that suggestion, then along with many other biblical scholars would agree that Eve was not the only woman created. Even among the biblical scholars that would agree with you that Eve was the first woman created. Even among those scholars, they would not agree. They would not agree that that she was the only woman created.
I didn't ask only. I asked first because later when Cain slew Abel, he said that anyone who comes upon me shall slay me. So even he was worried about there being other people out there, but we're not talking about others. I'm talking.
He found a wife,
first.
so that person must have came from.
And so here in the Bible, it says God created man, man was alone, and then he created woman from the rib of man. And that is why
it's not specifically, but it says in the first
male
chapter.
Pastors
you like to use the second chapter.
Sprout, what
got twisted?
Sprout, what do you think of documentary hypothesis?
Explain that one for me. There's been a lot of theories that have been introduced in the past.
This starts in the discovery of this starts in the 19th century, which is scholars start going back and they start discovering that God is referred to by different names in the Pentateuch, and there's also like different styles of grammar being used, and there's also a lot of repetition. And they finally start doing the math, and scholars start concluding that there were originally 4 different documents that the Pentateuch is taken from, and much like Q, right, which precedes the Gospels, and then what happens is there's somebody that scholars now have theorized for about 200 years now, is they now call the redactor, and the redactor is the person who took those 4 different documents and sort of spliced them together to form the Torah, like the Pentateuch, and that's why you get so much repetition, where you'll get a chapter that says something, and then in the very next chapter it says almost exactly the same thing word for word, because those 2 different splices come from sources that like have the same text in them.
I would generally agree with that. Yes.
So there's the Yahwistic source, the Elohistic source, the priestly source, and then the Deuteronomic.
But it's the same issue we had with the New Testament until we had the Council of
Nicaea.
No, Nicaea didn't
Trent?
decide the New
Sanhedrin?
Testament. I whichever one decided the New Testament, and which books were going to be in the New Testament or not.
Actually, if I may,
that
just
was
just
Nicaea.
1 second, like
That wasn't
Not
Nicaea.
exclusively
Nice-
Nicaea, but it was Nicaea.
I was off by one chapter, Gospel of
Nicaea made a
John,
creed.
chapter 15, verse 26. But when the Helper comes, whom I will send to you from the Father, the Spirit of truth, who proceeds from the Father, he will bear witness about me. And so right there is like, what else is being referenced other than the Trinity?
Okay, so
mute
I'm going to ask you a couple questions, and I just want you to answer these questions.
Well, I asked a
just to
question
kinda
first.
get the-
What else is
I know-
being
I know.
referenced other than
My-
the Trinity?
so
Can
my-
you give me a
so
straight
my-
answer there?
My
Phil,
question.
Can you not answer my question with a question and give me a straight answer for once?
You're asking me to prove the negative.
Okay.
So
No,
I
I'm
would
asking you
rather-
what
I
else
would-
is being referenced. I'm asking you to give me any other answer in all God's creation, and you can't.
Any angel can proceed from the Father. Humans can proceed from the Father, and testify about Jesus. So
No.
The Spirit
now,
of truth who
I'm
proceeds
gonna ask you-
from
I'm
the
gonna- I'm
Father,
gonna-
he
I'm
will
gonna
bear
ask these
witness
questions.
about
I'm going
me.
to ask you these questions.
And
I'm gonna ask you these
Jesus will
questions.
send him.
I'm going to ask you these questions. So, can angels proceed from the Father? Yes or no?
They can be sent, but they don't proceed from the
They
Father
can't
and a
proceed from the
triune
Father?
God.
Okay.
They
Define
can
proceed.
descend. They can be sent.
Phil,
proceed.
can you mute Osiris, please?
Oh, fuck yeah, I need to. He is snoring like a
Say that
motherfucker.
Lord, son, logs.
I mean, that is. And also, hang on. Like, while Spartacus looks that up, I just wanted to
Define proceed. I'm not looking shit up. Define proceed.
look it up. If you want a I'm not going to feed definitions. If you want a definition, look it up. Tony G just said there's a 50-pound raccoon on my deck. That's why he had to take off, because there's a fucking 50-pound raccoon bothering his dogs on his deck. So that's a little
Okay, so proceed
story.
means according to the Oxford Dictionary, proceed means to move forward, especially after reaching a certain point. So to proceed from the Father, even to being sent, that would be that those would be synonyms. To being sent to proceeding from would be the synonyms.
Okay, sure. But Bandit said Sprout said God is not the head.
When did I say that?
Interesting.
I never said that.
Okay. I was about to say I was hoping you'd at least push back, and I was like, oh no,
I
no,
never.
Sprout's a
Yeah,
heretic.
I never said that. No.
I don't know. You're definitely not a heretic. You're definitely a very good theologian trying to drill down to the core, if you will. It's why I like Ico too. And Lethe, he doesn't know it, but he is too. Like a very popular.
I do love my comic books.
Oh, no. Like a very popular Protestant preacher said, I forget his name, but he said, anybody who talks about theology, you're to some extent a theologian. So welcome to the club, Lethe. And Sprouticus, we are going to bring him back. Okay. Despite our differences,
Okay.
we're bringing him back to the kingdom of the Lord. It's going to be great. Okay. So it's happening, Lethe. It's happening.
He doesn't
I know it is.
believe in faith, let alone faith that exists outside of the idea of a God. He
I
can't
used to be
even bring
exactly
himself
like
to
him,
say
Sprout.
faith.
I used to be exactly like him, Sprout.
Like
and
Lethe, all I
despite
want
it,
you to do is say the word faith. That's all I want you to do. Look, he can't fucking do it. He can't fucking do it.
Damn it.
Oh, Lethe, it's going to be a fun day when we bring you home to Christ. It's going to be a fun day. It's going to be like, I never thought I'd be here, but no, we sure
He
are.
says his greatest fear is that I will convert him.
No,
okay.
his real fear is that I will convert him. he would actually
He has no
take-
fear of that.
He would take an iCow conversion or a Sprout conversion over a Phil KOE.
The point was that he thinks that I can actually do it, which I don't think I can. But he thinks I can.
Now, actually, I told my pastor about you. Like
You're
one of the
the
times
most
we were
honest
going
religious
back and
person
forth
I know.
in comments, was like, it was so funny because he was commenting and I was talking and I was trying to pull him back to the Protestant side because I used to be a Catholic and now I'm a Protestant. He
Right.
used to be a Protestant, now he's a Catholic. So we're trying
Right.
to
Right.
pull each other back. Now, Sprouticus, I have to ask, now this is just to, give the audience a emotional breath for a moment, but also what sort of theological basis do you come from? What was your denomination growing up, and has that changed? And like any kind of basic underpinnings there.
I was raised Pentecostal. I fell out of the faith in high school. I would argue I was never really part of it. I would argue that I did these things to make parents and to make adults happy. So during the large majority of my high school, I just kind of did what I wanted, because I just kind of saw myself without rules and kind of abused that freedom. Then
Scott, you give me major like youth pastor vibes, by the way.
For real.
closer.
You've got a hacky sack, don't you? Somewhere like
no, I don't have a hacky sack. No. Okay. Closer to the end of high school. Closer to the end of high school, I decided that I wanted to figure out what faith I truly believed in. So I started looking at all the faiths. I kind of narrowed it down to like, if your God's dead or whoever you worship is dead, then they're just as mortal as I am, and there's no reason for me to believe in them. Which narrowed it down quite a bit. Honestly, narrowed it down to like Judaism, to Christianity, and to Satanism. But in fact, Satanism was a quick one to drop off, because if there's a God, if you believe in a devil, then you ultimately have to believe in a God. Therefore, why would you worship the devil as a God? So it was pretty easy to cross off. And Judaism versus Christianity ultimately came to Jesus Christ. And looking into that, the facts back Jesus Christ as the Messiah. Simply from how many prophecies he would simply like basically what brought me closer to like the Jesus Christ is obviously Messiah is the amount, like the statistics of like someone meeting all this criteria themselves to be able to even try to call themselves the Messiah is meeting all these prophecies is it would be quite insane. But now I'm non-denominational. I left. I'm not Protestant. I'm non-denom. I don't believe there should be denominations. I think denominations is a bunch of infighting, and I think when Paul says that some people are called to see, some people are called to be the eye, while some people are called to be the foot. It doesn't mean that either are greater than the other. I believe that like denominations is making the eye curse the foot. So I think denominations is ultimately hurtful to the Christian cause in general. And I think denominations is exactly what Paul preached against.
But non-denominationalism is also a denomination. Like that's part of
I consider myself non-denominational outside of the non-denominational church.
Okay.
I consider myself like I
non-denominational squared.
I consider myself anti-denominational.
Right.
Okay,
There
here's
we
a
go.
question.
Anti-denomination.
Here's a more exacting question then. Like me and Ika are both curious. Would you take communion at like say what churches would you refuse to take communion at? Like an Eastern Orthodox church, a Catholic church, a Presbyterian church, a Baptist church, Methodist church, like out of like kind of the first like 4 or 5 denominations that come to mind, what are ones that you would take communion with and ones that you just would refuse to participate?
I would, as long as like the church isn't isn't heretical, right? I would take communion. I don't see myself as separated from like these churches. I would take communion with each churches as long as they're not like preaching heresy or anything like that. Interesting.
Because like Eastern Orthodox and Catholics, they practice closed communion. You have to be a member of their
church.
I
know. I've taken communion even though I wasn't Catholic. I did, but it was
interestingly,
a thing, but yeah,
we're in co-communion with each other, so I can take communion at an Orthodox church.
Interesting.
So if there's another church, right, that has the articles of faith in common with the Catholic Church, and they've established co-communion like status with each other, then I can take communion at that church. Okay. So typically that's Eastern Orthodox churches for the most part.
Welcome back, Osiris.
How was the nap?
Same as always. Same as always.
Like you need to tell your wife that the surest way to put you to sleep is to put on a Phil KOE Bible verse reading, and like
look, it doesn't have to be a Phil KOE Bible verse reading. It could be any Bible reading.
No, it's
mine is special though.
Listen, it's my fault. It's my fault. Osiris fell asleep. I think if I would have been wearing my headgear for this occasion, that Osiris would have fallen asleep. I think he would have like tried to impress a little bit, so he would have tried actively not to fall asleep.
Look,
So it's my fault. So
I think we talked about this yesterday. See, the thing that will get me every time, no matter what, is a white church, and this feels like white church.
It wasn't 2 hours of choir.
Yeah, except there was no choir. There was no fun. It was just you guys are arguing about the most minutia thing. I care less.
Like, yeah, like it's I totally okay. Last theology nerd question, and then we'll shift gears slightly. Probably not too much, but okay. Sprout, do you currently attend a church regularly? And if so, what denomination is that, or is it a non-denominational?
I'm a pastoral resident at a Baptist church.
Okay. I attend and I read the Bible at a non-denominational church, which is very low church. It's very like it's the scripture is everything. The rituals don't mean much.
The Baptist church we have has no church that it reports to, so it's not Baptist by convention; it's Baptist by name. So yeah, we don't have a church that we ultimately report to at all.
Okay. So that's like most non-denominational churches. Like I was listening to a guy who he was giving a shit about non-denominational churches, where it's like, here's the thing: like you go to like other denominations and it's a beautiful church, and then you come to the non-denominational church and it's like, welcome to Grace Non-Denominational Church, formerly Pizza Hut. It's like it's always some like it's the strangest building in town, and they turn like the one that I go to. Like I actually talked to the guy who built the building. It's fascinating. So a wonderful group of people. I found myself getting spiritually refilled there. So I'm glad you're doing actual pastoral work, because it was thinking like, okay, this isn't just your average run-of-the-mill internet theologian. Like it's like Eichau isn't like your average run-of-the-mill internet theologian neither. It's like, okay, there's a little bit sharper sword here, and I'm enjoying this. And so, Sprout, despite our yelling at each other, that was fucking awesome, and you're welcome here anytime, sir.
I appreciate it.
Like that's the kind of, you have no idea. I live for that kind of combat. Like, but no, that's fascinating to me, because like now Eichau, like when you're hearing this, like because. Like I just know you're like, oh, get him into a Catholic church, no problem. You're just 1 week away from being Catholic, Sonny. Like that's something that Catholics always say. It's like, yeah, you're always 1 week away from being Catholic. So
I mean that is what they like to say. Like a lot of my fellow Catholic friends like to say that about C.S. Lewis, that he was, had he lived another week, he would have been Catholic. Like Tolkien would have finally convinced him.
Is that your like daydream? Is that your like, I wish he would have left another week, we would have got him?
Not really, because
like, if he would have died like 10 years later, you'd be like, hey, for another week, and it would have happened.
Yeah, just one more. Yeah, no, not really, because I really like, especially high church Anglican. Like to me, like the similarities are so strong that whether or not it really comes down to whether or not it's just like the authority of the Pope pretty much is the only difference.
Although,
and,
if you ever want to read
for a church that was founded on divorce, they can do that.
Yeah, I go, if you ever want to read like a really boring book, but you'll learn a lot about the evidence for Jesus.
Right.
It's Evidence That Demands a Verdict by Dr. Josh McDowell. Evidence That Demands a Verdict. Okay. I think it's like 350 pages, so it's quite the fucking read. But I've read it 3 times because I'm a fucking nerd. So that's the way that one works. But yeah.
There was something that a fundamentalist friend of mine made me read one time, which was called The Case for Christ, and it was really poorly written. I'll check that one out. Presumably it's much better.
Dr. Josh McDowell actually started going on like a rampage trying to disprove Jesus Christ. And ended up proving him correctly. So that's why it's called Evidence That Demands a Verdict. And then basically, I think at the end of the book, it poses the question that C.S. Lewis had, the 3 L's. If you accept that Jesus was real, then you also have to accept that he was either Lord, liar, or lunatic. You're not given any other options besides those.
Yeah, it's like with all of Jesus's miracles, like like I've always tried to see if like when I started getting into this, because like again, I was raised Catholic. I didn't know the Bible at all. I wasn't taught the Bible at all. I was an altar boy. All I needed to know was how to properly perform the rituals and the sacraments. That's it. And when I started going through, like, I've always tried to look to see, is there anything in any of Jesus' miracles that actually utilize the 7 principles of magic? You know, palm, conceal, ditch, load, misdirection, any of that. And none of, like, even the bread and fish one, there's nothing there that palming wouldn't work there. You would have to keep reload, like, and so in
the
terms
wine
of
might.
What's
the wine, that? The wine might have.
The
like
wine
maybe that was sleight of hand. It's possible. We don't
pretty
know
big
a lot about
sleight
the
of
wine.
hand, but like, so I'm saying, like, I understand the skeptical thing
I'm saying
there, but
I'm saying making the suggestion if any of the miracles were sleight of hand, it was definitely the wine. If any of them were sleight of hand, it was the wine.
I could give you that, but I just like I'm not seeing a lot of principles of magic there. So it's like he clearly wasn't utilizing, to me, anyways, like somebody who knows very like fucking rudimentary magic tricks. And it's like, turns out when you go to Vegas, every time you want to learn a magic trick, you have to buy one. And they take you in the back room and they teach it to you. The game is to be sold, not to be told.
You make it up. One of those.
One of the, but no, like legitimately, this guy like showed me, and this is a thing of magician's wax, so it'll stick behind your ear, and then there's this string that can't be seen by the naked eye, and that's pretty much the whole fucking.
Listen, if you want to learn magic, watch YouTube, because like you will learn much more magic and pay nothing.
Yeah, this is back when I was 16, though. We didn't have internet. Well, we did, but not like it is now.
I guess like sucks to be you. Sorry.
Well, you know, I actually know how to survive without an internet. Like, I mean, holy shit, man! Like, what?
You think
what's
I don't?
gonna happen if the EMP
I grew
ever?
up. Listen, I was born in '97, not to a rich family.
God.
Like, yeah, I know what life's like
Bleed if you
without
even
internet.
looked at
I also grew up with technology. So.
I'm fucking with you, man.
I don't know what you guys were talking about. I was
you have a
on the
rotary
internet
phone?
in the 1970s, so like it was definitely around. Like,
What
and
I'm saying
as
is-
a kid, I had access to it.
I did not have
Okay.
as a kid. I did not have open access to the
I
internet.
count nerd confirmed.
Well, everyone did wanted to. It's
I
just
didn't
that,
even hear about the internet till like
Yeah.
97 or 98
Right.
or some shit out in the
Remember
well,
when
you're
you-
thinking of the web, the World Wide
Oh
Web,
my
which
goodness.
people now
Remember when you? Do you remember when
think
you
of
could
as the
pay?
internet, but really,
Do you remember when you could pay? You could
Starts
pay money for like a flip phone to have data.
yeah,
God.
Like, you could pay money for your fucking flip phone to have data.
technically you still can. It's just
Sprout,
very rare.
in 7 years, you're going to be on here like, remember when you could pay with money? And that's the end of the sentence. Remember when you like
What,
when it
do you
wasn't
plan
just all
on, do you
chips?
plan on getting the Mark of the Beast?
Oh, mm. Hey,
Ooh,
Ike,
ooh, I got a question, Phil. Are you pre-trib or post-trib?
what do you mean by
Do you
that?
believe in the rapture or not?
Pre-tribulation or post-tribulation?
Oh, is the rapture coming eventually?
That's
well,
that's,
pre-
that's
or
an
like,
evangelical
is-
thing.
is-
That's
is-
not really
is-
a-
pre-tribulation
Is the
or
rapture
post-tribulation?
is the rapture going to come like pre-tribulation? So
rapture.
before God like cast tribulation on the earth, is the rapture going to come to like save those who are faithful?
I grew up Baptist. We actually had like all of that, but mainline Protestants don't generally think in terms of the rapture or the tribulations or any of that stuff.
Interesting.
I'm personally pre-tribulation. I think that when the rapture comes, the ones that were faithful will be called back home, and then the ones that were not faithful would have ultimately what would be deemed to be a second chance. However, it'd be much more difficult because the entirety of the world would be against you. So in order to
So
kind
you're
of
left
like
behind.
grasp that second chance, you would have to be like the Taliban in the United States. Like you would be basically be hunted down and stuff and shit like that. So I would argue pre-tribulation for those who are faithful. For those who are not faithful, they get kind of like that warning shot of like, hey, the tribulation happened. You better fix your ways. And then again, you're not gonna be able to pay for anything because everything's gonna be done by the mark of the beast. You're not gonna be able to own land, et cetera, and so on. So like life as a post-tribulation Christian I think will be extremely difficult.
Okay, yeah. Like now that's kind of in keeping with what I was taught when I was a kid. Now, granted, like I was gonna twitch a little bit, but like there's quite a bit of what I was taught when I was a kid, which is probably wrong. But like what I was taught about the rapture growing up is,
the rapture's not a Catholic thing.
It's not.
Well, no, like so. This is
That was
just kind of
probably
what.
more of a Nebraska thing.
I actually must dip because I'm torturing my chat. I love you all. It's been a great night, Phil. Great hanging out with you. It's been a minute.
Always. And be sure, all the folks in your chat, be sure to let them know to subscribe to KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and follow me on Twitter. All KOE Nation. I'm all very on brand. In case there might have been one or two that didn't know.
Oh, yeah. They definitely are on you at this point. Peace out, y'all.
All right.
Peace. I was always basically this is tell me where this lines up because I remember there's an interesting theologian online who says like what theologians tend to do is take really complicated words to try to explain concepts that really aren't all that complex. So pre-tribulation, post-tribulation, like I've heard this, but I've never gotten too deep into it. And so what I would say here is it's going to be a very, very fucking hard life to be a Christian before the rapture comes. And then once the rapture comes, then that's pretty much it. And if you weren't right with God, you just fucked. Like that was kind of how I was raised.
So you think it's post-tribulation?
Now explain explain both words to like imagine you're explaining to a small child or a golden retriever. It's not my brains that got me this far. It's my balls.
Pre-tribulation is the idea that God saves those that were faithful from the tribulation. However, the day of judgment has not come. The day of judgment will come post-tribulation. So in both pre and post-tribulation beliefs, judgment day will come post-tribulation. Post-tribulationists typically believe that judgment day is the rapture, and the rapture and the judgment day are not separated by anything. It's the pre-tribulation people that kind of believe that the rapture and the judgment day are separated by tribulation.
There's also mid-tribulation, right? The 3.5 years.
There's also mid-tribulation. Yeah.
3.5 years into the tribulations is when rapture happens, according to that.
Okay.
So they experience
I only know
the
that
first
'cause I grew
half
up
of
Baptist.
tribulation, but not the second half. I think that's
Like,
the
now,
mid-tribulation.
I used a different piece of scripture to kind of justify my thinking on this. It's like, what's going to happen with the rapture, with the who, what, when, where, how, and why? I have no fucking clue. We will not know the minute. We will not know the hour. That's just kind of how it that's up to the Lord to decide how that goes.
We will see the signs.
Hey. There'll be signs.
There will not be a lack of warnings.
Now, Osiris, we're going to put, damn it, we were going to see if we could put you back to sleep one more time.
God dang it. I can't do it.
Alrighty. The three
Just listen to the stream. Take it the phone to bed with you and just play it while you're trying to sleep.
Listen. All right, I'll do that. I'll put on some.
They can put your wife to sleep too. You'll do double.
Yes,
I'm good
folks.
I can do that
Keep
by
the
myself.
sweet, soft summer sounds of Phil KOE to soothe you to
Oh my
sleep,
God,
folks.
no, that is torturous. Can't do that.
That's what I call extreme ASMR.
Ooh,
Exactly.
The sweet summer sounds that are my voice.
I
All right,
appreciate
Osiris,
that,
God
Ryan.
bless you, sir.
Have a good one. You guys, the rest of y'all.
Have a good one.
As soon as I
see
figure
you,
out how to get out of here. Where's the buttons? There it is.
It's the exit. Yeah, there you go. You
Yep.
can close out the browser too if you're still listening because you really didn't do shit, but turn off your fucking camera.
There, I'll pop him out of there. And so now, not to keep beating a dead horse here, but okay, something so you truly don't think anywhere in the Bible the Trinity's there? Just now, I know what you might think of. There could be some slippery way of interpreting it, but you personally, do you think there is no Trinity in the Bible?
I believe in the Trinity. I believe that the Trinity is laid out, but not explicitly. I think you have to dig fairly deep to get it to kind of lay out. And so that's why we didn't have the idea of the Trinity just fresh coming off of what the New Testament era. We didn't have the idea of the Trinity, and it was developed later because we had to dig deeper into these verses. However, I don't think the Trinity is explicitly laid out anywhere in the Bible. No.
I would, there's two things I'd say, one that's kind of positive, one that's kind of a retort. The positive thing that I would say there is, in terms of understanding the Trinity, to me, that's one of those things that almost points to the truth of Christianity, because if we were, if if we're making this stuff up, this would be really easy to understand. Okay, like it would be easy to wrap your minds around this, like Mormonism or Jehovah's Witnesses or something like that. It'd be really easy. Their lies are pretty easy. The fact that we've got to dig so deep in here is why I find the deeper truth. But like to me, like chapter 15:26, like that Gospel of John, that kind of seals it up for me. But like this would be a retort I would give you here. Now the Puritans would love this one, but so you say that there is no scriptural basis for the Trinity. Let's just say that is the argument there.
Okay.
And so you're thinking that because it's not there, it should be thrown out. Let me where in the Bible does it talk about Christmas and celebrating Christmas?
It doesn't.
So should you celebrate Christmas?
Again, I'm not suggesting that. You made the claim that if it's not in the Bible, it should be thrown away. I therefore made the adverse claim that I did not agree with to get you to drop the original claim of that. So the Trinity then needs to be thrown away too, because it's not laid out explicitly in the Bible.
Just like Christmas.
It's not laid out explicitly, correct? So it would need to be thrown out in the same hand that you would throw something else out because it's not laid explicitly.
Well, to me, it is
just because it's not laid explicitly,
but we don't call it the Trinity. It's not called the Trinity, but it is laid out explicitly here. Just like we don't call it Christmas, even though Christ being born in this time and being celebrated this, like that is something that you.
It's
could
actually
make
probably
the argument that
actually the birth of Christ is actually almost absolutely incorrect. Like the idea that we celebrate December 25th is almost factually like 0%.
I've heard everything from December to March.
We keep it on the 25th because of like it's tradition to do so, but like the idea that Jesus was born in December in any way, shape, or form is almost factually a 0.
A lot of babies get born in winter time. Don't know.
Yeah, but if you take a look at Roman records, if you take a look at Roman records and you take a look at like when Romans did their what's it called? Not their voting, but like their
running.
Oh, running. What's it called? What's it called, Iko? When the United States still does it, we do a census. Yeah, when the Romans did their census, we can judge it would have been extremely, extremely unlikely for them to have done it in December.
Could be possible, but like, no, I don't know. Ika, what's your thoughts on the true day of Christmas?
Well, I think it makes a lot more sense that Christmas. Well, first of all, Christmas isn't going to be in winter. That doesn't make any sense. The reason Christmas is on the date that it's on is because it coincides with Roman celebrations of Saturnalia, and so they just sort of hijacked that date, which is fine. That's been Christian tradition for 2,000 years. Is that we go into an area and we kind of like we sort of adapt to the customs of that area, and then we basically baptize a lot of that culture.
Iko, that's another thing is that there's two other main reasons that like December is to be discounted. According to Luke 2:7-8, we know that the shepherds were in the fields watching their flocks when at the time of Jesus' birth. The passage would argue against the idea that that weather would have permitted shepherds to be out there watching their flocks in the fields at night. That the weather would simply have not permitted that, especially being in the middle of a desert. And then the second part is that, of course, the part that I mentioned, Jesus' parents came to Bethlehem to register in a Roman census.
Mm-hmm.
Such censuses were not taken in winter when temperatures often dropped below freezing and roads were in poor condition.
Right.
Taking a census under such conditions would have been self-defeating. So given the difficulties desired to bring pagans into Christianity, the important fact then to get clear into your head is that fixing the date as December 25th was a compromise with paganism.
Bandit does kind of have a good point. Like, wait, in the Middle East? It's 64.
Yeah.
People don't realize it gets cold in the desert.
It gets fucking cold.
It gets cold.
It gets fucking cold at night. Not 64. It gets fucking cold.
Yeah.
That's not Greece.
Yeah. I mean, if you have a lot of humidity, then it's a different story. Like if you go far enough south or whatever, then you can avoid cold winters, but not in those desert areas. No.
At night, the deserts cool quickly. Sometimes below 0 degrees Celsius. So sometimes below freezing. So you would go from like 100-degree weather, 110-degree weather to freezing.
People wonder why things die there.
Now, I'm sure summer nights are quite nice, right? Because it cools off a lot.
Moderately.
It's dry, yeah. So, but in the wintertime, yeah, you definitely don't. Especially at night.
So, like with those two things happening at the same time, that shepherds were watching their flock and the Roman census was happening, considering that the Romans wouldn't have made a self-defeating census by having a bunch of people die in the way there because of road conditions and because of weather, then taking those two facts into consideration, there's like I said, it's almost a zero factor that Jesus was born in December.
I remember, now this is just something an ex of mine said years ago, but I always remembered it. Like, always keep in mind, as the larger that the Christian flock grew, the more incentive for those who were in power at the time to destroy record keeping, to destroy any records at that time, because that was the easiest way to just wipe someone from history. So you have to keep in mind that as there was this weird critical mass moment where the flock started getting certain big enough, like probably before the emperor converted, but there was enough bureaucrats that like, fuck these people, let's burn all their record. And so there is going to be gaps.
Are you making this suggestion
in worldly records?
Are you making this suggestion the Bible's incorrect?
No.
Okay, so if the Bible's not incorrect, then the Roman census and shepherds watching their flock both happened at the time of Jesus' birth.
Yes.
So there's
I'm just saying that, like, because there's some people that try to say, well, there's very little evidence for this census. People would have tried to destroy, like, even the evidence of the census or even the records of that whole area. Like, so I'm saying worldly sources could have been lost to time.
They would have wanted them forgotten to history.
Yes. So I'm saying the world, not the Bible, but I'm saying the worldly sources that would have been a lot easier confirmation to have over the last few thousand years. Those got lost for exactly the reasons you said, Sprout.
So you have the same problem with Easter, right? Because Easter, the reason it's set on its date is because St. Augustine, not the St. Augustine that we all know, but St. Augustine of Canterbury, was a saint, I think in Ireland somewhere, who the pagans there worshipped a goddess named Oester, and so Oester used to mean that Oestertide basically was when you were like a time when you basically had feast days for that goddess, for that Celtic sort of goddess. But hold on a second. So, but the two things that she was known for, she was a fertility goddess. So that's where we get eggs from, right? Because eggs are fertility. And that's where we get the Easter bunny from, because, they like to reproduce.
It's also where we get the idea of being in estrus, being a time when a woman is fertile.
Right.
Anyway, Sprout, what were you going to say?
So Aiko, I've got a question for you. So in regards to the fact, so restate what you said, just make it like short and sweet real quick, because I lost the train.
That the goddess Oester, that her like holiday,
no, I got it back. I got it back. It has nothing to do with that, but I got it back. So I'm not Catholic, but like, how would I go about becoming like what? Because I personally don't know. I want to know, how do I go about becoming a saint?
Oh wow, okay.
You get to heaven.
How do I get about becoming recognized as a saint by the Catholic Church?
Well, that's different. There's several processes for that.
Okay.
But what of them is there? In order to get acknowledged by the Catholic Church, which, by the way, being acknowledged by the Catholic Church doesn't mean that you're a saint or not a saint. It's just like that's the tool that the Catholic Church uses to decide whether or not it thinks that you've become a saint. But you could be a saint and never recognized with the Catholic Church, because the Catholic Church has no way of knowing who's in heaven or not, right? But basically, it's If someone who is in heaven basically responds responds to requests, like for instance, just like you might ask a friend of yours. I'm sorry.
That could be jaded, right? So
Yeah.
if I
There's nothing
ask-
infallible
if
about.
I preferably like ask a saint to help me find something, and I
Right.
find that thing, was I not like incapable of finding it to begin with? Was I not going to find it without asking the saint? Because I personally, from like my beliefs, don't believe that I can talk to the saints. I believe I can talk to Jesus, and he is my pathway to God. And then when I can't talk to Jesus because I don't have the words, the Holy Spirit intercedes on my behalf to talk to Jesus. You see a very clear line of the Holy Spirit and you both praying to Jesus, and Jesus is the intermediary in heaven who like takes the message to the Father, right? So
That's not how my pastor would put it. He says that Jesus is
God.
not the path through. You pray in Jesus' mighty name, and in his name it carries that prayer with all the more power to
right.
God
So like
directly.
I guess
That's how my
I guess
pastor would
I
put it.
guess I'm using the visual representation to try to ease the discussion, because if we have to go into like the very theological discussions of Jesus and how the Godhead works, I'm trying to ease that
what
by
we're
using
here
a
for.
visual representation of it, right?
It's kind of hard to
Jesus
avoid
kind of-
sometimes.
Jesus
if
kind of
you're-
like takes it to God, and then that's
But
that's
Jesus
how
is
pray.
God.
But I understand. Again, I'm using a visual representation. Just
Bear with him.
bear with me. I realized Jesus is God. When I said God, I meant the Father. Jesus takes it to the Father. Okay, I don't need the theological sessions on like how the prayer gets to God. Okay, we'll
Hey,
talk
folks,
about
this
that.
Trinity
We'll talk about
stuff
that
is
some other time.
complicated.
That's not just a
The,
technicality. I mean,
I know.
Jesus being God is kind
Can
of
we talk?
foundational.
Can we talk about it after my example, which has nothing?
Yes,
Point has
please.
nothing to do with this, right? So, like, if I, we'll just say if I pray to God, right? If I pray to God, I believe I can pray to God. I don't believe I can pray to it. I don't believe I can pray to a saint. I don't believe the saints can hear me. But what I do believe, so like, the way I see it is like, God is like the person you're talking to. You have a one-way line to God. God's not like an encyclopedia. Sorry, it's not like a those like yellow pages that used to come to your house, like real big thick books.
Sure.
God's not like the thick book of the saints, right? You don't pray to God and then the message end up with the saints. I don't see him as a phone book. I see him as specifically the person to talk to. However, I do think the saints can look down on us and see kind of what's happening. But again, I think
then they can hear you.
No, I don't think they can hear you. I think it's a one-way.
They can see you but not hear you.
Yeah, so I think they can like see you and kind of like watch over you, kind of idea, but they can't hear. They can't necessarily hear your prayers. Is what I'm saying.
That's some suspect Catholicism there, Sprout. Like I was about to say, if you thought that you can't communicate with the saints and they can't communicate with you in any way, it's like, well, then you're Protestant. But now I'm hearing
I think
some
they.
of this.
Well, no, I think they can see down. I don't. So give me 1 second. I don't think they have any power over seeing down. I think they can just like see down. But I don't think they're gonna hear prayers.
So they have a smartphone, but the speaker's on the fritz.
Right. Like, they're not gonna be able to answer. Oh, let me put it this way: they're not gonna be able to answer prayers. They may be able to be given the message, but them responding
That's what
in any way, shape,
intercession
or
is.
form. But them responding of any way, shape, or form is non-existent.
Now, this is one of the things about like when you go from being Catholic to Protestant, it's very hard to like break away from some of the cultural things, because like this is something that a lot of people don't know, like especially the Protestants and like most people. Like I was just growing up knowing this, that like when you do a Catholic communion, like the body and bread, this isn't the main important part, but they literally become the church claims that it has the authority to perform a miracle to change the body, the bread and wine into the literal body and blood of Jesus Christ. And then you eat the actual body and blood of Jesus Christ when you have communion. And when you take that communion, that is when you are in full communion with all the saints and every previous Catholic that was ever a member of the church.
I go Rich slightly disagree with that if I remember his position correctly. If I remember correctly, you slightly disagree with that. To where like your version of actual may not be what like Phil is thinking when he says actual.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot.
Transubstantiation.
Yeah, transubstantiation is literal, right? But you're talking about the body of when you talk about what a body is. So you have to go into a little bit of phenomenology here. But like if you were to ask what a body is, if you were to say receive a heart transplant or a new limb that actually functions, right? You would say that limb is part of your body. Right, because by definition, a body is something that you act through in order to act upon the world. So if you're using your artificial limb to pick something up, at that moment, that limb is part of your body because you're acting through it. You're using it basically as a tool, right? The body is.
Or
like
if you're a soldier or a Marine, that rifle is part of your body.
Right. Or when you're driving a car, if somebody smacks into your car, you almost feel pain, right? Because that car, you're acting through that car, like to go around the world or whatever. So that you could say that
it's more so my wallet. If it was a cheap fix and I knew it was a cheap fix, I don't think I'd be as painful.
Now that's how Protestants view it, as symbolic, but Catholics.
No,
when
I don't mean
transubstantiation happens, it becomes the body's blood,
it's
soul,
literally your body. Like if you have an artificial limb, that artificial limb is literally part of your body. It's not like a symbol of your body. It's literally part of your body. You're acting through it in order to pick something up, or whatever. If you have a heart transplant, that new heart is part of your body now. It's not a symbol. It's
I'm gonna
literally
peace out
in your
first.
body.
I'm gonna peace out. I gotta head somewhere else, and I gotta head to bed. So
sure, yeah, no
been a long week. So
thank you for coming by. You're welcome anytime, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It was fun. Hope you don't take me yelling at you personal. I do it to everybody.
No, man.
So.
Bring it. I want more of it. I fucking love no, dude, you actually you're on a very short list of about 10 people that actually gives me pushback that's actually worth considering and worth pondering a bit here. You made me open my Bible and get into it. That's not very often I have to actually open the Bible. I can usually just fucking Raz Blammy Mataz right through it, and you made me open the good book, sir, and that's always a good thing.
All right, I'm glad to make someone open the Bible. I appreciate it. All right, you guys have a great one.
All right, have a good day.
God bless. Peace.
Hey, one more thing, Phil, that I want to talk to you about. Is there a way for me on StreamYard to share my screen?
Yeah, there should be a little thing that says present. You click on that, and then it'll give you share screen, video file. It gives you a couple of different
share screen. Okay, I'll do share screen. And I want to see if maybe you can also see. Okay.
Make sure you share audio too. And is there any?
I don't need to share the audio. I just need to show you something. So this is a map of. You've been following the stuff that's been happening in the area around
a little bit.
Okay. So because we're talking about so if you look at this area right here, the green and the blue are now Ukrainian occupied territory that was formerly Russian. And then this right here is the stuff that's has been recently advanced upon, which is what the clear stuff is. If you look, can you see my?
Oh yeah, I see it.
My cursor. Okay, this part right here is the Great Wall of Phil. What I've come to call the late June situation. That was part of your prediction. So that means this area right here, which is, I guess, let's see, hold on, 40 plus 70, about 100 square kilometers. This is one of maybe about 5 different areas where something like this has happened. I don't want to go through them all, but this is just the one that has been hitting the news more recently. So this is about 100 square kilometers south of the Great Wall of Phil that the Ukrainians have captured. My opinion is that their goal is to get within striking distance of Tokmak, not occupy it.
Pull the map out a little bit. Actually, I want to see the.
Yeah,
this is always fun.
So this is Tokmak.
The Great Wall of Phil. This is funny.
Don't get
me wrong. I'm glad. But I said, it's probably not going to change too significantly at the end of June. And at this point, that's that punch in there. The rest of them, aren't quite as that one though. I did hear
about. Then there's
that.
this, and then there's this, and then there's this, and then there's whatever. Oh, that's pretty big. This one right here. But the one that matters the most, because like I said, I don't care about the percentage of land that they have. What I care about is that they can get their missiles to the point where they can destroy the roads that supply Crimea. So that basically means Tokmak, because all those roads go through Tokmak. And there's only one other road, and that's the one that goes through.
Oh, a pretty big map, I gotta say, man.
Yeah.
Fucking.
So
but again, wars are won on, like you said, what roads and what lines can you break.
Exactly.
So this is an interesting. Like, now here's the thing, dude. If the Ukrainians breaking through, blowing up that road, brings this war to a screeching, grinding halt, God bless it.
Well, what it does is, I think it gets it to the point where Russia can't just freeze the lines and benefit from it. They have to actually advance, because they need to get to the point where the Ukrainians can't blow up those roads and rail lines.
Here's the unfortunate reality. Like, I realized this a couple of weeks ago. I was just kind of driving. I was listening to DW News, of all things. And the real goal here, like, and it's probably why Prigozhin had to go.
Oh, for sure.
Prigozhin was trying to win this war.
Right.
The goal is not to win. The goal is to continue. If Ukraine is even in a border, if Ukraine is even in a border dispute, they can't join NATO.
Oh yeah, but Ukraine doesn't need to join NATO. I don't even want Ukraine to join NATO. I just want to. I just want at this point, I want Crimea to be unsustainable for Russia, because Crimea, is naturally a desert. So they need those canals from further north, which those canals from Kherson region need to be able to consistently supply water into Crimea, so that Sevastopol can be viable. And in order for that to happen, they need to maintain the land bridge. In order to maintain the land bridge, they have to be outside of Ukrainian HIMARS missile range, which means when they were here, when they were at the Wall of Phil, when they were at the Great Wall of Phil, that was barely sustainable. Like you could see.
Now, I will say, it's it might shift 40 miles here, 40 miles there. We'll see.
Right.
But this is actually this is some pretty good gains by Ukraine. But again, eventually there's going to be a settling here. We're going to find out where Berlin Wall 2.0 is going to be, and whether anybody likes it or not. This is the thing I don't like. When the suing for peace eventually happens, a piece of Ukraine is probably going to be in Russia now. And this is just a reality. People don't want to accept this.
But the thing is, how do they keep Crimea from reverting back to a desert? Really, there's only one thing Russia really wants, which is a warm water port in the Black Sea. That's what they want, which is Sevastopol. But Sevastopol has to be supplied, and it can't be supplied by the Navy. Otherwise, there's no point in even having the port. That port has to be able to go into Russia, which means that from the Sevastopol port, they need to be able to have rail lines and roads and stuff like that make it all the way back to Russia. If they don't have that, then the port doesn't really do them much good. So that's the real goal here, is whether or not Ukraine can, and also because the dam got blown, there's no way they'll ever get water into Crimea again. Not without a tremendous amount of development.
I'm curious, just between you and me.
Right.
Ukraine probably blew that dam.
Man, I wish they did. I mean, I would love for them to have done it. But they didn't.
I know on stream you can't say it. I know, but
no. Like I said, I wish they had. I would.
They totally okay, let me put it this way. I would it's one of those I don't know what would be a time frame that would be long enough to totally confirm it, because it would have to be after the war is over, and then probably plus a year or two. But I would be willing to put money on we ultimately find out.
Well, it was blown from the inside. We know that. And only the Russians had access to the inside, or even the outside. I mean, listen, that dam was designed to withstand nuclear blast.
I know you grew up in the era of not only Sean Connery but Roger Moore, James Bond. Okay, you know, like getting a man on the inside to plant the bombs.
A man on the inside is not what it would take, because it would require truckloads of explosives. It would require dozens at the very least, people working in coordination to put all that stuff up there, and it would have been like massive. Like it would have been impossible not to notice from inside the dam. Let me put it this way: if they did, then these guys are military geniuses. Like the Mossad, nothing.
There's a handful of them that are. Like, and there are special. There probably are hundreds. You know, actually, what we could probably pull that off. 100 NATO special forces, including 13 American, 14 American special force. Like, I bet them motherfuckers could pull that off. 100 special forces to send on that bitch.
Not to get inside, like even like comic book ninjas couldn't have accomplished that. You're talking about basically sneaking an army inside of that thing. Like you're talking about building.
My Marine Corps buddies are just hard just thinking about that. Like, oh my God, there's got to be a way to sneak in. It'll be so awesome. But no, I understand. Like, I'm going to, honestly, dollars to donuts, I'm betting that it was probably the Ukrainians that did. But, like, it's one of those things that, like, this war is probably going to drag on for fucking years. And we're not going to find out the truth of it until years after the war is over. So there's really, like...
By the way, the answer I tried to give you earlier when you said, like, how long should it be? I said, what's your limit or whatever? Is it 10 years, 20 years, 30? My answer was 3 years.
3 years. Okay. 3 years. At least, you know what? God bless.
But I couldn't say it because you kept yelling. You kept yelling that I wouldn't answer as I was trying to say 3 years.
Would I do that?
Yeah, you know.
Once sometime. In a great while. Yeah. But like, so let me ask you something, Aiko. Like, sure. Like, and this isn't some gotcha. Like, this is just something I'm generally curious. Like, with everything that you see, like again, like pull the map out just a little bit so folks can get a good view of the battlefield and the lines. These are the lines here.
Yeah, this is probably where the most ground has been gained, like in the South at least, is this the green stuff.
So my question to you here is, how, like, where do you see it playing out from here? What's your best case scenario? And then where do you, like, the Aiko best case and how those chess pieces would fall? And then how do you think it's actually going to go down?
Okay. Best case is, so as you can see, if you to look at, so the thing about this map is it's several days out of date. And they're sort of conservative on what they'll show you. Some of the more aggressive maps will show sort of a jagged point right here. So they're trying to get, what they really want to do is they want to get to, okay, I'm going to hit this button right here, which is going to show you where the trench works are. And so these are the lines that they're trying to get past. This is what's called the first line. This is what's called the second line. And this is the third. And what they're really trying to do is they're trying to get to, Tokmak, and they're not necessarily. Best case scenario is when they get past the third line, they're past all the minefields and stuff like that. They can start. The best case is they would go at a much faster pace and make it to Tokmak by November, and then settle in there, and then just start and dig in at Tokmak. But I don't think that's going to happen. What I think is going to happen is we're going to continue pushing south until Tokmak is sufficiently within range of HIMARS missiles and stuff like that. And then they just start taking out this road and this road. So basically what they've done is they've made it much more difficult to supply Crimea. And then they spend the winter starving.
I can still hear you. I just got to make a quick call in nature. So
okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay, so so basically what that means is all that's left is one road that like hugs the coastline, which I don't think they'll be able to get to by November. But they'll have destroyed, basically they'll have cut the bandwidth for resupply in half on the land bridge. And then it's just a matter of time before they permanently take out the Kerch Bridge. Like they keep hitting it successfully. So with the Kerch Bridge out and with that reduction in bandwidth, that's how they spend the winter, is basically starving out the Russians in Crimea, number one. Number two, ever since that the dam broke, whichever way, whoever it is you think you did it, at this point, they won't be able to grow food in Crimea anymore. So it's going to be incredibly difficult for the Russians to sort of maintain. That's the primary goal, in my opinion, is to basically starve out the Russians so that the morale starts really like falling. And then it's just a matter of time, I think, before the pressure inside of Russia either goes up or down. And my belief is that Putin is hoping that Trump wins next year, because that would mean pulling supplies out. If Trump doesn't win next year, I don't see that he has anything to play after starting in early 2025. So anyway, that's what I think is going to happen. Best case scenario is not going to happen, I don't think, this year, but I do think that they can start taking out those bridges around, those roads and railways around Tokmak. And it's not easy to repair those. Not if you can continually send missiles down.
Ooh. Oh, that's better.
Try to stretch it out there.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And I heard you there. So starving out the Ruskies. Now, I'm not trying to I'm not trying to pump them up at all, but I feel like some people have tried to do that in the past, and it hasn't exactly worked out.
It hasn't worked out in Russia, but there's two issues.
They don't invade often.
Yeah, you can't. Well, a land war in Russia is like the famous thing that you do not do. And Ukraine's not doing that, right? They're not going to try to occupy Russia or anything.
They're doing a drone war in Russia and then not taking credit for it.
Yeah, they're starting to take credit for it now. They're starting to.
Okay. I was about to say, oh, come on, Iko. It's probably the Ukrainians sending.
Oh, it's drones. Absolutely the Ukrainians. There's no question. Because we know what those drones look like. We know who manufactures them. They're not totally destroyed when they get shot down or reach their target. So it's pretty easy to tell where those are coming from. But there's no reason for them to deny it, right? As long as it's Russian, well, some of them might be Turkish manufactured, which would be NATO. But NATO has some reason to want to be ambiguous about it. But because NATO wants, I shouldn't say NATO. The United States doesn't want Western weaponry used on Russian territory, but Poland disagrees with us on that. Poland wants it to be used in Russia.
Everybody's got their own interests. And here's the thing, I know they're never officially taking credit, but unless Ukraine can always be a little slippery unless there's footage of Zelensky piloting the drone by hand into the Kremlin going, ha ha, God bless Joe Biden and my paymasters. As he slams the drone into the side of the Kremlin, they can always kind of, what? No, that was just some rogue element. And most of the time, it probably is just some dude who's pissed off and says, fuck this. And
there's Russian rebels too. There was Russian rebels too that are siding with or temporarily allying with Ukrainian because they want to take out Putin. So that is true as well. But absolutely, they're working with Ukraine.
I've heard kind of conflicting reports because, I always keep in mind, we here in the West, we always hear, oh gosh, they hate Putin so bad over there. It's maybe, but I don't know,
No,
they probably look at it differently.
It's not. No, they live under propaganda. So for the most part, they but his approval rating is getting mighty close to 50% now, which that's a great approval rating in the United States, but in Russia, that's,
I was about to say,
it's very rare. Yeah. I think
did you ever hear The Onion where it goes, Kim Jong-un's approval rating plummets to only 140% approval rating?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the last one I saw was like at 58%, which that's the lowest I've ever seen. Putin, like way lower than
yeah, that motherfucker's been in power for like every single president at the end of 8 years is damn near let out of that place in cuffs. Because everybody's so frustrated.
This is the whole reason for the drone attacks, right? Because like Russia's been drone attacking Ukraine this whole time. And so what Ukraine wants to do is they want to tell the Russian people, this is what it's like. This is what it feels like. Maybe you wouldn't be cheering it on so much if you're starting to see it happen to some of your own buildings. And so that's what they're doing.
Well, like, it's so funny, like the rules of war that we have. It's like Russia just like throwing all this shit on the Ukrainian ground, and like these Ukrainians just getting hit with bombardment and all this kind of shit. And then some drones are like, oh,
yeah, exactly.
How dare you, sir? This violates the rules of war. This isn't the playground.
Yeah.
Like, and so it's like it's. But now, granted, I'm not endorsing terrorism. I think that should not.
Well, it's not terrorism. Terrorism happens during a time of peace. This is war. So it's different.
Like, let's be frank. The Taliban and Al Qaeda, they were terrorists.
They were
and
terrorists.
We were at war
not
with
every act, right? But not everything they did was an act of terror. Some of the things they did were war.
Well, I get
war
the
crimes
argument. Like,
are also bad. There's a difference between a war crime and an act of terror.
Are you a terrorist when you're like, is the terrorist still a terrorist when he's like playing with his puppy for a few minutes? Like, I understand like that kind of thought, but like once you, it's kind of like one of those, once you do it, there's no turning back. Once you do terrorism, you're always a terrorist.
You can't have a binary way of looking at it, because then you wouldn't know how to differentiate between the Taliban and
Catherine
ISIS.
the Great. Once you fuck one horse, always a horse fucker.
Yeah, that doesn't work, right? Because you have to, on the battlefield, be able to tell the difference between something that the Taliban's doing in Afghanistan, right, which is their own home country or whatever, and something ISIS-K is doing, right? ISIS-K is a terrorist organization. The Taliban is like a bunch of warlords that are committing war crimes for sure, but that's not, war crimes and terrorism are not the same thing. And one's not better than the other, by the way. They can be equally heinous.
Well, like, I'll never forget. It was a line from a James Bond movie. I think it was Tomorrow Never Dies. It was the last one. Pierce Brosnan was James Bond, and it wasn't a very well acclaimed movie because it got way too heady. It was like talking about the media, and then there was this one. Yeah. There was one line when he was in Cuba, and I'll never forget this one. And it's like wow, it something that always kind of kept me in mind that like. In every conflict, the other person is still human. Okay, they're not orcs. They're not from the Lord of the Rings. These are still people, human beings. And like this guy, he says it in a really thick accent. He goes, let me make sure I get it right. He said, one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter.
But that's also an old saying that's way older than that movie.
Yeah, Die Another Day. But yeah, but I was like, oh gosh, I want to say like in my teens when that movie came out, and I just thought like, there's a point there. And so like there's always another perspective. Now I'm not saying the other perspective can be wrong, and it most certainly is many times, but it's like, I mean, hell, the founding fathers, they were considered
But listen, not all. Sometimes your own side can be terrorists, right? Bakunin basically defines the term terrorism, and it's just political violence in a time of peace. That's all. So if the point of the violence is to do something political, then it's terrorism. And he was like in his case, he believed he wanted to commit acts of terror against the state in order to get the change enacted that he wanted, right? What makes it terrorism isn't that it's evil, even though we see it that way. We've been seeing it that way since 9/11 at the very least. But what makes it terrorism is that it's violence in a time of peace in order to enact political change. That's like by the definition what it is. So that's I'm not.
So would you say that the people that were fighting against us in Iraq and Afghanistan, let's just use broad brush, Al Qaeda, Taliban.
Right.
So you would say that the person that's like, they had nothing to do with 9/11, but they're firing an AK on our boys, and our boys are firing back at them.
Yeah.
I would classify that person as a terrorist. They're part of the wider organization.
Definitely not. Yeah. No, they're not terrorists. We'll put it this way, from their point of view, they've been invaded by a foreign power, and they're defending their land.
Oh, I understand their perspective. It's just that they're wrong. Their perspective is incorrect.
But it's not a time of peace, right? We're at war. I mean, it's true that we call everything a police action now, but we're at war.
We're opening a can of police action on their.
But here's the thing: like, if they attack us in the battlefield, then that's an act of war. It might not be a war crime, or it might be a war crime, but it's an act of war. Either way, it's not terrorism. But if they come over here and they attack like a civilian building, yeah, then that's terrorism. So that's the difference. It might be equally unjustified both times, but those words are words that actually have meaning. Like, if something's a terrorist act or not a terrorist act, neither one of those labels make it right or wrong.
I don't know if Willie Nelson nor Trace Atkinson would agree with them definitions there, sir. But no, you don't know how. You know only who one of them is. Probably they're country singers.
Right. Yeah.
You know who Willie is.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I know who Willie is. He's a great progressive activist.
I had a chance to see him and Bob Dylan years ago, and I passed it up when I was a teenager. I'm still kicking myself for that one.
Well, they're both still alive.
I doubt they're going to be hitting Omaha if they hit their tour.
Oh yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, Willie performs in Texas constantly, just not constantly. Like there are always opportunities to see him. But who knows how much longer he'll last, because he's getting up there in age.
Yeah, but bringing it back to this a bit, the question is, say we do pretty damn close to a total rout here for the Russians, where they get this road, things get really tough here. Right. They let's say that they even have a couple really good days on some of the other spots, and Russia just abandoned ship on a couple of places, and they bring in thousands of kilometers. It's still going to end up with some sort of Berlin Wall 2.0, and everyone's going to have to talk it out eventually. And so,
but if they can't supply their soldiers, all Ukraine has to do is wait.
Well, yeah, even that, there's going to be there. I just don't see a point where Russia is pushed all the way back to its own border. You know what I mean? They're even if they just have to for their own fucking dick waggling ego, they just have to keep their own little let's say that little green spot you got on the map there. Mm-hmm. Let's say they find a piece of Ukraine that's only that big, and they've got half their fucking military there just to make sure that do you see what I mean? At the end of the day, there's some piece of ground. Ukraine,
but that's
they're
not
in
what
a
matters.
They're in a shitty spot, but they're gonna have to give at some point.
Yeah, but the thing is, they need Sevastopol. That's what they need. And Ukraine's already made the offer to give them 100-year lease on Sevastopol. So if they would rather have Sevastopol than that patch of ground that you're talking about. They would rather have Sevastopol than anything else. And if what Ukraine is doing is threatening to make Sevastopol no longer viable for them, I think they'd make that trade. Maybe Putin doesn't personally, because it becomes a point of pride for him or whatever. But at some point, the oligarchs are going to say, okay, enough is enough. And he's not going to be able to, the cracks are forming inside Russia like they have been for a while. It's not just that one run like that Prigozhin made, but it's also you see what's been happening with their currency this year. And you've seen what's been happening to them economically. And the thing is, that country is run by oligarchs. They're the ones that call shots, and they want to keep their shit.
Oligarchs is a very fancy, I know enough Russian folks to know that oligarchs is a fancy word for mafia with law enforcement connections.
Right.
That's who runs. And so I knew the first wave of shit that was going to hit this battle, it's all going to fall apart Why? Because half the people that have been in charge have been corrupt for 20 years and never thought their shit was ever going to have to actually roll out of the fucking hangar.
Well,
and so
that's
they've been pocketing a lot of the repair money.
Yeah, that's right. And also like Shoigu, who's like still in charge of the military there. Shoigu was the person that Prigozhin wanted out. One of the reasons why Prigozhin wanted him out was because Shoigu, like a lot of the money that's been going into funding the military or whatever is going straight into his pockets. And so that's making things inefficient there. And to some degree, and don't get me wrong, like Prigozhin was like, it was a monster. Like, I'm glad he's dead. But Prigozhin at least didn't want Russia to lose a war over that corruption.
He wanted to actually win, which is that is not the fucking game here. And when I figured that one, I was like, the goal is not to win. Holy fucking shit. This is just to keep grinding the excess labor of humanity away at this fucking battlefield forever, potentially.
Well,
It's
I think
perfect moneymaker for the military.
What he wants to do is he wants to wait it out until the West like loses its resolve, so that he can then like have his land bridge to Crimea.
Oh, so you just hate my take on this war. You just hate my take on this war because I'm like, fuck it. Why are we going to do this? We're not on the verge of speaking Russian.
Your take isn't selfish enough on the behalf of like Russia. Like Russia has an interest here, and the idea that Russia just wants to see the world burn.
What do you mean by that? My take isn't selfish enough on behalf of Russia. I just don't know what that means.
Russia doesn't gain from that scenario. Russia's losing a shit ton of blood and treasure over this war, and they're not getting anything in exchange for it.
Yeah. I think it's silly, but I'm just like, the best way to like suing for peace is just the best way to just end the bullets flying back and forth. And then we could just start talking, and then we can argue about where the lines are later, because that is the only rational thing to do. And that's what we're eventually going to have to do anyways. So let's just get to it. That's
right. But the thing is, Russia's not going to do that because they don't want to give up what they would need to give up in order to do the negotiating, right? Like if it was like, okay, we'll give you the 100-year lease to Sevastopol so you can have that, right? But you have to give us like Donbass back. They're not going to do it. Well, and an even exchange would really be, okay, you can have parts of Donbass and Crimea, and we get part of like Moscow and St. Petersburg.
And we all know
obviously they're not going to make that trade.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Unfortunately, Ukraine is going to have the shittier deal here. Like, there's just no way. Like, because again, like, let's just say for shit's sake, example, like Russia just refuses, like, for its own nation's pride's sake. Even if they just have to hold on to a little 100 square mile piece and say, we still got to keep this, that will always be the case.
I'd be fine with that. I'd give up the 100.
You and I might be. A Ukrainian who's proud of their nation probably wouldn't be. Do you understand? Like, I totally understand them. But at some point, you have to just sue for peace.
Choices on this. But what I would say is, if that's all they want, then that's fine. But I don't think it's for Russia. It's not worth losing Sevastopol. They want a warm water port that links back to Russia.
Oh yeah,
and that's it. That's all they want. I mean that's the thing that's non-negotiable for them. So that 100 square kilometers isn't going to make up for losing Sevastopol.
I totally get that, but like you understand what I'm saying. Like even if it's what the art of war called facile ground, where like you just can't, like it doesn't matter if you took it. Like say like when Osiris talking about invading my yard, like if you take two steps into my yard, like sure you're in my yard, but
right,
you haven't done anything, and like that's facile. Even if they hold that, like that's going to happen, and even if it's a piece of facile ground, they're going to have to make this negotiation, and it's going to suck for them. But like,
well, no, it's going to suck.
Zelensky said he's refusing to come to any negotiation right now with Russia so long as Putin's in power. So he's like making, so he's setting it.
Yeah, but he says that. But look, if it's a facile ground situation, it's Russia that won't make that deal because
the whole point would be to make it so that whatever Russia gains is worth less than what it cost them. And the fact is they've lost a generation. So it's going to take them, 20 years to then like be able to rebuild back from this and have enough people like in their military to like try to think of something like this again. And in the meantime, NATO will have like absolutely shorn up its position. Putin's done more to unify.
That'll sound like
Europe.
a Berlin Wall 2.0.
But a Berlin Wall 2.0 under those circumstances would be very beneficial to the West and not at all to the Russians.
Regardless, I'm spiking the football on that one when that day comes. But because it's
hold on, no, because the Great Wall of Phil has a very
I never said exactly where. No. I never said exactly where Berlin Wall 2.0 is going to be. I said you're not going to see a major move of the lines till the end of June. And like what you showed me is nice, but it's like there's a lot of map there, man. There's a lot. Like, let's see where it's at the end of September, then you can if at the end of September, if what the things you say actually happen,
November,
then you can cut. Or September, November. You get if the things you say actually come to fruition and they can make the lines that you just predicted here earlier, then you can come with some heavy football spikery. Then I will make some heavy concessions.
Well, this is what I'm saying. I'm not talking about, I said best case scenario is they take Tokmak. But what I expect to see instead is they get close enough to where they can lob missiles at the roads in and out of Tokmak all day, every day for all winter. That's that. If they get to that point, that's a good enough situation to where, because then they'll have a whole other summer, right? Because the election's not until November. So they'll have a whole other summer to make further gains. And then at that point, this is something else I wanted to mention earlier when the screaming was happening, was that I don't think it's going to be Americans on the ground doing this sort of thing. If there's that kind of escalation, it's going to be Poland. And Russia would be able to handle it. If Poland put boots on the ground in Ukraine, that would be it for Russia.
Here's the thing. I always get a little skeptical whenever there's these broad sweeping, that would be it. That would be the definitive hammer, because all plans of combat don't ever survive contact with the enemy. It's a strange,
as Russia proved when they tried to take
it's every and so when you say it's going to be totally it, I don't know, because here's something to keep in mind. And I remember hearing this, and this was enlightening, and it was an account from World War I, and it was a commanding officer who said, if you were to take one of the finest boys of, and I don't have the exact years right, but one of the finest boys of 1910, and you would have plucked him out of the summer of 1910 and put him on the battlefield 18 months later, he would have been as uninformed as to what was going on as your most rookie soldier. What is successful on the battlefield year 1 will be failure on the battlefield year 2 and year 3. And so this is going to morph, but eventually it's going to settle. And it looks like we're seeing more or less where it's going to settle. If they can break those fucking lines, hopefully they could just drive all the way home on that one and just get end it right then and there. But I don't think it'll be
I was going to ask you to do the robot on stream at some point, because this is all happening around the area of Robotine. I think if you're talking about breaking through the lines, this is the first line. This is the second line. So you can argue in certain spots they've broken through the second line, but they've certainly broken through the first line. So if the only line they need to break through next is the third one, which is this one right here. And that's without having any kind of backup from Poland or, Lithuania, the Baltic states, whatever. But what I'm saying is that if there's that kind of an escalation, the Americans, first of all, people have been asking Biden to open the door even an inch, for that kind of an escalation for American boots on the ground, and he won't do it. He won't even hear it when the
because he'll get impeached. Are you kidding me?
Well, no, because so far the public is with him, but what he's afraid of, I think, is that the public won't be with him on that. And also, the majority of the Republican Party, like in Congress, is with him on the Iraq on this war too. It's just like maybe 30% of the House that isn't. Oh no, 30% of the House Republicans that aren't. Like the majority of even House Republicans are for it. Like they have voted for every single tranche of aid that's going into Ukraine. So like Trump's like line on this might be representative of his base, but it's not representative of the party. But the fact is, though,
he's representative of those pesky voters, just not the people in DC.
No, his base, which is maybe about 25% of the electorate. The other 75% of the electorate is Ukraine.
You know, like, here's the funny thing is you say that with a lot of confidence right now, Iko, but on election night, when it's Trump as the candidate,
no, first of all,
it's going to be a nail biter, and you're going to be like, "Fuck, this is going to be close."
No, I've been saying that from the beginning. I don't know why you keep pretending I disagree with you.
Well, you just said his base is like 25%. Like,
no, because
okay, but you're going to be shocked when 70 some odd million, and that's
not about his base. It's not about his base. It's about who the normies are going to vote for. If he's only getting his base, then he's losing.
Tony just told you.
I think the normies. Yeah, but that's what I said too. I agreed with them. You keep pretending that I disagree with you on this. I think it's a 50-50 race or a 60-40 race, one way or another. But it's not because of Ukraine. If it were based on Ukraine, then he would be losing. But there are a bunch of other issues where normies still like Trump, and so or they still prefer him to Biden. Like for one thing, like they think Biden's too old. Not that Trump isn't also old, but still, like they still think he's too old. And there's all they still think inflation's going to get worse and stuff like that. Those are all the areas where Trump has his advantages. But on Ukraine, whenever he watch the debate. Now, I know he wasn't in this debate, but they were pro-Trump and they're relatively pro-Trump and relatively anti-Trump people on that debate. And whenever somebody started talking shit about Ukraine, you know how they have those dials where people can approve or disapprove or whatever in the Republican audience of the debates or whatever, their dial numbers would like plummet. Like even Vivek Ramaswamy and DeSantis, when they started saying that they wanted to pull out of Ukraine, those numbers would plummet. And then when Nikki Haley was saying, no, we needed to defend democracy and defend Ukraine and all this other kind of stuff, her numbers would like spike. So even though I do think Trump has a great chance, it's the whatever.
Like, don't get me wrong, I like Dr. Franklin's work, but I remember it's like, all right, now, and I remember, I think it was 2012, like, all right, let me pull out my magical fuck Ron Paul machine. It was basically just fuck Ron Paul. We're like, okay, sure. Despite the fact that the crowd is all fucking like behind it, but like, yeah, so don't get me wrong, I like Franklin's, but sometimes he's.
But if you think that the Republicans at that time were against the Iraq and Afghanistan war, I mean, come on, they weren't. They were absolutely 100% for it. And whatever Ron Paul would say that like we shouldn't go to war, I was cheering him on because I was against the Iraq war. But the Republicans weren't. They thought his positions were terrible there. They agreed with him on cutting taxes. They agreed with his Dr. No stuff where he voted against like every spending package or whatever. Republicans loved that. The earliest vanguards of like the libertarian type like Republicans liked him on legalizing weed and stuff like that, but they did not like him. Republicans did not like him on Iraq and Afghanistan.
Now
that's where the party was at that time.
I was a very enthusiastic Ron Paul supporter in 2008 and 2012. Right. In 2008, I could not bring myself to vote for John McCain, so I wrote in Ron Paul because McCain never saw a war that he didn't like, and well, I probably don't need to explain like this whole anti-war thing wasn't a new thing for me.
Yeah, by 2008, Republicans were starting to shift already. Because it was obvious that the wars were horribly mishandled. It's obvious that
the economy
Bush
was
lied about WMDs and all that stuff, right? It didn't become safe to say that. Like all my conservative friends were still like saying, no, the WMDs thing was real until Trump said it in 2015. And then it became okay for Republicans to not believe in the WMDs.
Well, okay.
But
you want to hear something really fucked up about that? Like a buddy of mine sent me the report, and he's a guy he actually had a government job. And this is a pretty legit, okay. The chemical weapons that we told like Saddam, we want we're invading you because of these chemical weapons.
Right.
We got documentation of him asking, well, what do you want me to do with these chemical weapons? How do I destroy them? And it's like, well, we don't fucking know. We don't actually know. And when there was actually a warehouse that we were guarding of all these chemical weapons. And guess what? We left them there. And they're still there to this day. And for a while, we were worried about the caliphate taking it, ISIS. But you want to know the funny thing is?
The problem is they were unstable because they were super old and expired. And while they were dangerous, they were more dangerous to the handlers than they were to any potential victim.
Exactly. That's the thing is we don't know how to dispose of them either. We invaded this motherfucker's country for not doing something we don't know how to do neither. I'm so
but the fact is but what we were saying was that they were still making chemical weapons and they weren't, and they hadn't been for decades.
Yeah. Colin Powell basically just fucking took one for the Republican team. Like, all right, I will just basically blow my credibility to talk us into this war, guys.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
I've fully forgiven him.
Right. So anyway, my point is that that was the situation at that point, right? So his timing was all wrong. If Ron Paul had done that shtick in 2012, if he'd peaked then instead of when he did peak, problem is Ron Paul started the Tea Party, and then Fox News turned the Tea Party into a neocon thing. Which was the opposite of what Ron Paul wanted. And after that happened, after Fox News hijacked his movement, that was it for him.
Well, here's an interesting, I don't know if you're going to agree with this statement or not, but I'm curious what you think. Without Ron Paul and the movement that he started, I don't think we get Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's true, because the people that joined that movement after Fox News hijacked it ultimately became MAGA. So the thing is, these are people who are, shall I say?
Oh, be honest. Don't hold back here.
These are people who are team oriented. All right. So their views are flexible. Their views can change. So they were
defend the kingdom
Muslim
of God,
hatings, neocons who supported the wars, right? Until the leader of the party became Donald Trump, and then they were anti-war and always were. We were always at war with East Asia, right? Those opinions shift, right? They were the very same people that argued with me about free trade back in the early 2000s were suddenly protectionists once Trump was in power. So they're on a particular team. They know more about what they're against than about what they're for. And so when Trump said, okay, I'm the leader of the party now, and I am now a protectionist and not a free trader. I am now an isolationist and not a neocon. Then the party, the base followed him, and then the party followed him from there because they wanted to win. And but that's how the party's always been. You'll watch over the years, neocons took over because they thought Bush Sr. was too weak in the Middle East or whatever. And So they shifted. I remember in the 1990s, in the pages of Foreign Policy magazine, all of these neocons saying, like, if we just invade the Middle East, we can spread democracy everywhere. It'll be hearts and flowers or whatever. And they hated Bush Sr. for going in and out nimbly in the first Gulf War. They said he should have stayed, and they should have spread democracy everywhere. And their first big failure was Palestine, where they said, oh, if we just give Palestine democracy, then you'll see, Palestine flourish and there'll be peace in the Middle East. And the first thing they do with democracy is vote in Hamas.
I was about to say, it's like, I remember the Daily Show had a really good joke about the first Iraqi election, and it showed this pie chart with 8 million fucking slices.
Yeah.
And it says, and it shows that the Islamic Party has lost some ground to the unbelievably Islamic Party.
Right.
And so that, that's again, if people don't philosophically kind of,
now, I will say that
it's very hard to impose a different system.
I will say we have a better relationship with Iraq as it stands today. It's a marginally better government than it was under Saddam Hussein. But again, like I said, with Russia and Ukraine, what we lost for what we gained, not worth it. Nowhere close to being worth it.
No, again, once we got to any American losses, it's why, what for what? It just seemed kind of now. Here's I gotta ask you here, because you're a guy on the left here, and you're ostensibly
I was against Iraq from the beginning, from
okay,
even on day one.
I can't tell you how heartbreaking it was to see the anti-war left essentially vaporize with the election of Barack Obama, because when after that, it was it kind of felt like how much of that anti-war stuff under Trump was just some sort of, under Bush Jr., how much of that anti-war stuff under Bush was just a craven, we fucking hate Bush and we don't give a fuck, we'll even undermine the war effort if we have to because we hate Bush so bad. And then when Obama came into power, suddenly, poof, the anti-war left was gone. Everyone was okay with the new imperial presidency, and his drone powers were just all explained away.
Inside of, you realize the drone strikes under Trump went way up.
That doesn't Trump used the power he inherited from the previous guy does not excuse the previous guy.
Schools, but here's why I bring it up. There were two schools inside of the Obama camp, inside of the White House. There was the Biden camp. They were the doves. They were the ones that said we need to end these drone wars, they're not legitimate and we're not using it in the right way or whatever. And then there was the Hillary Clinton camp that said, no, we need to escalate the drone war, and here's why and what the reasons were and stuff like that. And so it was constantly Biden versus Hillary in terms of what the vision was for that, which is why when Biden took over, drone strikes plummeted to near zero. People don't realize it. One of the reasons why no one's reporting on it anymore is because it's not an outrage anymore. Because
Trump also kind of shut down the reporting, so Biden can be like, "Yeah," and she's like, "None of them, thanks, Trump." That's one of the few.
Well, no, the reporting fact, but also Biden championed the use of that. What was it that sword drone that killed that one guy? Even the guy standing next to him.
They're using a different drone. It's no, we've got the new drone that's even more efficient. So cuts down on the civilian casualty collateral by 14%. We're going to have shit like that.
It cut down on it to
that's
zero.
a good thing, but
it cut down on it to zero. That guy was standing on a balcony next to two other people. Those two other people got splattered with his blood, but they weren't hurt. That was it.
I should laugh, but fuck, that's where we're at now.
Well, what's wrong with that? Well, hold on a second.
No, I'm wow, we're in fucking year 9000 shit.
Yeah, I know.
Unfortunately, you have to go to an underground bunker pretty soon.
I'm all for killing terrorists. What I wasn't for was killing way more civilians than terrorists. That made no sense because all it does is make people hate you, right? And so the fact that we escalated that for 4 years and then all of a sudden it just kind of went away shows you that we never needed it, right? There was no reason to do it to begin with. I think that's what the current administration is proving, is that we never need to do that to begin with.
I'm just thinking about like how much money did fucking Raytheon have to spend to get us to the point where we can just like liquefy one dude standing in between two other dudes, and the other two dudes are just now traumatized rather than having to go to the trauma.
Well, you read Dune, right? Back in the day, like, do you remember Hunter Seekers?
Oh yeah,
yeah. That's basically what we have now.
But we have thinking machines, so it's even more like, oh man. Yeah. Now the Dune movie, I gotta say, like, this is a bit of a shift. Some of the better showing of like Kali as an actual active martial art, or Arnis as it's known to Philippines.
Although I was shocked at how much of it borrowed from Lynch in terms of style.
I really fucking loved it.
Yeah,
like I'd say, like, my daughter and I, we watched it one time. Now it's a long movie. She fell asleep at the last 15 minutes. And so like before we go watch the next one in the theater, we're going to watch the last 15 minutes. Yeah. And then go to the theater. Because here's the weird thing. When she was growing up, when she was a wee little baby, she would watch Disney shows starring Zendaya.
Oh yeah.
So she's like, I got to see what Zendaya's up to these days. It's like, okay, she's doing some shit. She's fucking Chani. She's got the knife and she's ready. Now, Aiko, even if we like drop broadcast in the middle of this, I just want to say it's only $6-7. Maybe do a little Google. See if Odessa VSOP brandy is available in your city. I would love to do a review of this with you.
Right.
Because it's only $7,
but there's another
product from Ukraine.
But there's 2 S's on Odessa on that bottle, which is the Russian spelling. The Ukrainian spelling has 1 S. So I wonder if the brand is just old enough to where they just kept the brand, like trademarks and stuff like that. And that must be why.
It says original recipe since 1803.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. They were definitely. They were not 18. Well, the recipe is 1803, but back then it was Odessa was, that was legitimately Ukraine even back then. But
limousine oak barrel aging. That's very hard to come by, limousine oak. So this is incredibly cheap stuff. So I almost wonder, like, okay, is the CIA actually making money off this? Like, just get out some Ukraine brandy. And
$6 just seems so cheap that I don't know how anyone could be making. But I guess they must be.
Cash flow. Trust me, if you can just get continual, constant cash flow, you can make it work. Like, trust me, these war efforts, these war chests, these national treasuries, they're just like a pot in poker. You ever played much poker, Aiko?
No, not really.
Oh, okay.
Rarely.
It's one of those things that, like, if you want to know how to actually read people, everybody's got reactions, especially when it comes to money.
Yeah. Sure.
And so, like, and then the really good people, they can lead you off and give false tells to make you think, like, because like any sign of stress means, like, any self-soothing motion, that's stress. Okay.
Right.
Like a really basic one is if you have like peanuts or gum at the table and you have somebody chew something.
Right. Right.
When somebody bluffs, they stop chewing.
Right.
It's a weird little and so, like, playing poker, you learn how people operate. And so, like, to me, that's one of the essential, like, an essential life skill in, like I've told my kiddo, like, if I were to die tomorrow, there's an uncle you need to seek out who's also another poker master. He can be your Obi-Wan Kenobi if I die tomorrow. So, but yeah, I like I said, I would love to review this with you sometime because I get a feeling but now I remember where I was going with it. Because so long as you can just keep cash flow coming,
right,
you can get a loan, you can get leverage, you can do, like, there's a lot of things you can do with cash flow. So I'm sure, like, Tony had a pretty good one. It's like, we like this so much, we're now buying 800 bottles of it. And we're sending them to like Lethe, and we're sending them to ICO, and we're sending them to...
Sure, yeah.
But yeah, like, so I figure, like, even if you hate it, after you try a few sips of it, you could just pour it out and say you helped Ukraine.
Right. Yeah, sure.
But, well, ICO, any other things you want to touch on in regards to Ukraine or theology, sir?
No, I think that kind of was it for me. I'm sure next time there'll be new developments the next time I'm on, but yeah.
All righty. Well, sir, again, just be on the lookout for that particular brandy. So I would love to do it with you, sir. I think it would be perfect. It'd be perfect.
Yeah.
But other than that, ladies and gentlemen, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at the KOE Nation Hazard Analysis and Big Buckin' Empire on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, folks. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Raise a glass to yourselves, and I hope all of you make it back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. God bless every last one of you. ICO, anything you'd like to say to the people?
No, I think we did it.
Rock and fucking roll, folks.